Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
On the eve of Captain America, Civil War, the life of a high school boy named Peter Parker undergoes a dramatic change. Not only was he bitten by a spider, but a peculiar web of fate also frequently appeared in his mind. He discovered that he could seemingly use this thing to travel to different worlds and embark on wonderful journeys through life. He has a different title in every world. During the Great Depression, he was known as Spider-Man Noir. On planet Conte, he's called Super Spider-Man. In a parallel universe, he crawled out of a coffin. But he wasn't a zombie spider. There's also Amazing Spider-Man, Ultimate Spider-Man. And he himself thus gained the abilities of countless different Spider-Men. Note, the main storyline of this book only takes place within the live-action cinematic universe. Chapter 1: Peter's New Gadget. PS1 Forward. This book is about a native Tom Holland Spider-Man who accidentally gains the power of webs, allowing him to travel to different worlds and experience the lives of different Spider-Men, constantly transforming and strengthening himself. Therefore, the protagonist's personality gradually changes from the original. If you're looking for a story where he starts off indiscriminately killing everyone or is an overpowered protagonist, you can skip this also. The characters' personalities in the book are based on the original characters' personalities. Everything is traceable. PS2 This book is also known as If the Dutch Spider Gave Birth to the Web of Fate. Of the three Spider-Man generations, he's the ugliest. What rubbish, no progress at all. Other Spider-Men solve problems, but he creates them. Complex accusations echoed in Peter Parker's mind, causing him to open his eyes, somewhat agitated. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Ever since a few days ago, when a spider web suddenly appeared in his mind. These sounds have been appearing in his ears from time to time. Spider-Man, are you talking about me? Peter walked into the bathroom, rubbed his head, splashed some water to clear his head, and then stared at himself in the mirror. About a month ago, he was bitten by a spider while participating in an extracurricular science activity with his classmates. That evening he developed a high fever. When I woke up the next day, I found that my body had become different from that of an ordinary person. After a week, he roughly figured out what had happened to him. He had been bitten by a spider and inexplicably gained the abilities of a spider. But he didn't know what to do with this ability. Perhaps I could become a great hero who saves the world, just like Iron Man and Captain America on TV. Peter had seen Sokovia's video. It happened around the same time he was bitten by the spider. They even saw the live broadcast of the battle between the Hulk and a giant Iron Man. Therefore, many of his classmates believed that the Hulk should be killed. However, did disappear later. And it is unknown whether he was taken away by Iron Man or secretly imprisoned. Peter was initially worried that he would end up like the Hulk. But his admiration for the Avengers and his desire to become a hero prompted him to use this power. So he found the performance costume he used when he was in the school drama club, added some polymer fiber materials, and made his own hero's battle suit. Just like Iron Man's Iron Man suit, Hulk's shorts, and Captain America's Stars and Stripes suit. Peter believes this suit is also his symbol, then. Following the strange synthetic formula that appeared in his mind, he secretly used materials from the school to make highly resilient artificial spider silk and a spider silk emitter during a lab class. And so he became a friendly neighbor. Some people called him Spider-Man, Spider-Boy, Spider-Man, etc., because of his clothes and his ability to shoot spider webs. Although opinions are mixed and many people think he's meddling, he seems to enjoy it. But things started to change a few days ago. After the strange spider web appeared in his mind, some strange sounds also began to appear. Although he couldn't see who was speaking, Peter had a strange intuition that the voices were indeed talking about him. But why me, other Spider-Men? Are there other people in the same situation as me? Peter dried his face and lay back down on the bed. He had to force himself to sleep because it was already 3 a.m. And he had something very important to do tomorrow. Tony Stark, famous Iron Man, sent a letter today saying he will visit him tomorrow. Why is Mr. Stark looking for me? Has he discovered my true identity and wants to invite me to join the Avengers? Peter wondered expectantly, slowly closing his eyes. When he closed his eyes, the giant spider web in his mind involuntarily reappeared before him. But this time the spider web is different from the others. On the spider web, a strange bright spot appeared at one of the intersections of the many threads. What is this? Peter focused his attention on the bright spot with some doubt. Next moment, what? He felt as if his consciousness was being pulled out of his body and then instantly sucked into that bright spot. Where am I? When Peter came to his senses, he found himself no longer in his bed at home, but in a secluded little room. In front of him was a small table made of boxes pieced together, with several photos and a pile of documents on it. What? At that moment Peter called out. In his brain, a nerve was trembling violently. Upon closer inspection, he could see a glowing nerve thread slowly reaching towards the glowing point on the giant web in his brain. When the threads and the points of light connected, countless fragments of memory flooded into his mind. It is now 1933, and New York is in the midst of the painful Great Depression. Because he angered the wrong person, his uncle Ben Parker was tortured and murdered by Norman Osborn, known as the Green Goblin, New York's biggest blackmailer. Meanwhile, the Green Goblin extended his dark and sinister hand to Aunt May and Peter Parker, attempting to kill them. Fortunately, they were rescued by Ben Ulrich, a photographer for the Daily Bugle. Peter also gained Ulrich's appreciation because of his personality and became Ulrich's helper. During a recent operation to secretly film a deal between Green Goblin and the mob, Peter was accidentally bitten by a spider that crawled out of a cursed spider statue they were trading with. In the enchanted vision, he met the spider god Annecy and thus gained mysterious and powerful new abilities, becoming Spider-Man. But because of this, he discovered even more things hidden in the darkness. For example, Yurik, whom he respected, was actually blackmailing the Green Goblin gang, getting hush money from Osborn by covering up their actions. Not long ago, Yurik told Peter that he was going to expose all the evidence he had secretly collected about the Green Goblin. Peter didn't know why he suddenly did this. Perhaps it was a pang of conscience. However, that very night he was shot dead in his home by Jonah Jameson, the person he had contacted to expose. Fortunately, Felicia Hardy took advantage of the chaos to seize the evidence that Yurik had hidden and handed it over to Peter. Peter learned some of the truth from Felicia. Yurik and Felicia both knew he was Spider-Man, and it was because of this that Yurik decided to expose Green Goblin and bring him to justice. But Felicia told him not to trust Jonah. Peter could hardly believe it. He still remembered what Jonah had said when Yurik brought him into the Daily Bugle. There are a million very sad stories out there, Parker, but none of them are special in this tragic age. Until we make them special, I can give them facts and data. Ben's photos can help them truly understand. I will tell our readers what they should think about the shitty state this city is in. This dark age needs someone to stand up and light it up, to let people see the darkness within the darkness. Your Uncle Ben and Aunt May are such people, and so am I. Jonah Thompson. How can someone who can say such a thing not believe it? Is this the darkest time of our era? Shadow. Whether it was the original Spider-Man, known as the Shadow Spider-Man, or Peter, who was now possessing his body and passively receiving everything, they could hardly believe it all. So Peter went to the Daily Bugle, wanting to get to the bottom of things with Jonah in person. As a result, he found Jonah shot dead in the office. The scene of him appearing in the office with a pistol was also witnessed by the police who happened to be there. After escaping the police pursuit, Peter arrived at the police station's morgue and discovered the suspicious circumstances surrounding the body. When he returned to his small room where he kept his documents and tried to find some clues from the documents left by Yurik, another Peter possessed him. Peter opened his eyes, blinked, and found that the pain in his mind had completely disappeared. The merging of fragmented memories left him momentarily unsure whether he was Peter Parker as Spider-Man Noir or the Peter Parker who had just started high school. Or is it both, however? This confirmed one thing for him: in this world, no. In some other world there are people just like him. They were both bitten by spiders and both gained extraordinary abilities. However, compared to this Spider-Man codenamed Shadow, his life is much happier. Although he never met his parents growing up, he had an Aunt May who loved him very much. Can I go back? Thinking it over, Peter tried to communicate with the strange spider web in his mind. He quickly confirmed that he could go back, as long as he actively cuts the glowing thread from the point of light. His consciousness will leave this world and return to his own world. However, this made Peter less eager to go back. He wanted to see another world, another Spider-Man, and another adventure. Peter focused his gaze on the several photographs in front of him. These are detailed profiles of Green Goblin gang members. Sergei Kravnov, also known as Hunter Klevin. Occupation: animal tamer. Nationality: Russian bear. Adrian Toomsel, also known as the Vulture or the Savage. Nationality: unknown. Dmitry Snergakov, also known as the Chameleon. Nationality: Russian bear. Country: half-brother of the Hunter Craven. Possesses the ability to perfectly mold the face of another into a perfect imitation. The core members of the Green Goblin gang are recruited from circuses and freak shows, so it's not surprising that they have some strange abilities. After merging with the abilities of Spider-Man Noir, Peter found that his logical reasoning ability had also been greatly enhanced. If the dead Jonah is a fake, then the real one must have been captured by the Green Goblin. Why did they kidnap Jonah Urich before he died? He wanted to use Jonah to expose the Green Goblin group's crimes. But the Green Goblin found out about it. The Daily Bugle must have Green Goblin informants there. Subsequently, the Green Goblin sent people to kidnap Jonah and had Chameleon impersonate Jonah. However, he was shot and killed. Who did it? It should be Felicia Hardy. She said that she witnessed Thompson shooting Urich, so she took advantage of the chaos to take away the evidence that Urich had collected. She also said that she had a romantic relationship with Urich, so it was only natural for her to avenge him. It's just that there are too many coincidences in this world. The one who shot Urich was a chameleon disguised as Thompson, and they didn't expect Felicia to be so decisive, so the chameleon died. But this will definitely put Felicia in danger as well, because since they captured Jonah, who was contacted by Urich, they will certainly not let Feliciaho is closer to them go. Wait, now there's one more person. They're also their target. That's me, Peter Parker. Because before Urich's accident, I was his best photography partner, and I even had a conflict with the Green Goblin in Felicia's bar. They'll definitely come looking for me at home. Oh no, Aunt May! Peter suddenly stood up. Although this Aunt May is not his Aunt May, he still has a deep affection for her because he has incorporated some fragments of Spider-Man Noir's memories. The thought that Aunt May might be in danger because of him made him restless. Parker's house. Dong dong dong. Aunt May stood in front of the room and knocked on the door. Peter, are you home? After waiting for a while and receiving no response from inside, Aunt May pushed open the door and came in. She thought she heard some noise in the room and was about to come in to check. Call. A gust of wind blew in my face. Aunt May noticed that the room's window was not closed. She breathed a sigh of relief but complained a little. This child, how many times have I told him if he goes out, he should close the windows properly. As she spoke, she walked towards the window. Before they had taken 2 steps, a huge black shadow suddenly pounced down from behind. Aunt May noticed the commotion and instinctively turned around. Peter. It's Tom's. The dark figure tackled Aunt May to the ground and chuckled sinisterly. Aunt May then realized that this was a complete stranger. He wore a wide black robe, his head was bald, and his mouth was full of sharp fangs, making him look less than normal human. What's even more terrifying are his eyes, so ferocious and horrifying when he looks at her. It's as if he's not looking at a person but rather at food. The vulture sized up Aunt May's body and hissed. Hiss, a sack of old bones, your husband has much more flesh. And he's more delicious, hiss. Aunt May felt a chill run down her spine, and her eyes widened suddenly. She could hardly believe what this person was saying. Is the meat itself more delicious? What's the meaning? A terrible thought popped into her head. Could it be that he wasn't torn apart by wild dogs, but by the person in front of him? Let him go, Toms. A figure in a black robe appeared in the door, breaking the atmosphere in the room. Vulture. With one hand gripping Aunt May, turned his head and said, Spider-Man, you can move right with those weird webs. But how fast can you move, Spider-Man? Fast enough to stop me from tearing her neck to shreds? No. Peter hesitated for a moment. After all, he was just a teenager, but at this point, the part belonging to Spider-Man Noir gained the upper hand. Somewhat uncontrollably, he pulled a revolver from the pocket of his black trench coat and pointed it at the Vulture's head. I can, boom. Amidst the resolute voice, a gunshot rang out. The revolver spun automatically once, and the recoil was almost negligible due to Spider-Man's powerful physique. The bullet hit Vulture precisely between the eyebrows and went straight into his head. The powerful kinetic energy instantly churned up the Vulture's brain, causing it to collapse. Chapter 3, Questioning the Heart. Don't shoot! At the same time, Aunt May's voice rang out. But it was too late. The Vulture had already fallen into a pool of blood. At that moment, images of Uric and Uncle Ben's gruesome deaths flashed through Peter's mind in succession. He knows more than Aunt May. He knew that Uncle Ben hadn't offended the factory owner and been dumped in the abandoned factory, and then torn apart by wild dogs instead. It was the factory owner with the ugly heart who hired the Green Goblin. The Green Goblin captured Uncle Ben and took him to the abandoned factory. Then, this Vulture in front of us used his sharp teeth to tear off pieces of flesh from Uncle Ben's body and devour him alive. So when he found Uncle Ben's body, all that was left was a bloody skeleton and a complete head that had been left to help them identify him. This hatred. How could he possibly endure it? Did you kill him? You actually shot an unarmed person. Who do you think you are? Do you think you're above the law? Aunt May looked at Peter in disbelief and asked a series of questions. Having regained control of his body, Peter was at a loss for words when faced with Aunt May's questions and her gaze. But he will kill you, he murmured. Kill me? Yes, so you want me to thank you for it? Is that all you want? Aunt May appeared aggressive at this moment. Peter stared blankly at Aunt May, seeing nothing. Unsure of what to say, Aunt May seemed to see his eyes through his black goggles. She froze for a moment, then didn't say anything more. She took a deep breath, turned her back, and said with a touch of melancholy, Child, I want to tell you something. In this era, we are nothing but blades of grass. If everyone's behavior is without rules, then we truly are nothing. We humans shouldn't live in a world where we kill each other like animals. Peter fell silent again. He can understand Aunt May. Like Uncle Ben in the past him, she was just an extremely insignificant member of this dark age. But she and Uncle Ben continued to do what they believed they had to do. Despite their humble circumstances, they oppose despicable entrepreneurs who deliberately withhold wages and ugly pharmaceutical companies that deliberately inflate drug prices. They are like fireflies, trying to dispel the darkness of this era with their faint light. But what will the final result be? Uncle Ben was captured by the Green Goblin and eaten alive by vultures. Aunt Meryl Streep almost got into trouble too. Even he was attacked by members of the Green Goblin gang not long ago. If it weren't for Uric, he might be dead by now, madam. I understand. But what you don't understand is that some people won't follow your rules, while these same people might follow mine. And my rule is violence. People like Meryl Streep will stand in the light and illuminate the world. People like him are destined to remain hidden in the shadows. He is Peter who traveled from the 21st century. But he is also Spider-Man Noir. Peter turned and left. He needs to resolve this matter. He didn't know the flow of time between this world and his own. But according to his understanding, he had entered this world from his other world using a method similar to quantum entanglement and possessed Mr. Spider-Man Noir, therefore theoretically speaking, at least during the period when he possessed the body. The time in the two worlds should be synchronized. It's still about 4 hours until morning there, Mr. Stark said he would visit in the morning. So he just needs to be back within 4 hours. After sorting out his own affairs, Peter began to think about where the Green Goblin gang was headed. If nothing unexpected happens, the other two people who could help him, Felicia and Jonah, are there right now. Meat processing plant, according to Urich's file. This place is called the Execution Chamber, a workplace commonly used by the Green Goblin gang. If I'm not mistaken, this is it, right? Peter stood on the top of a factory building and found a skylight. But it was locked, but this didn't stump Peter. He stretched out his hands, grabbed one side of the skylight, and exerted tremendous force, with a force of over 10 tons. The skylight quickly deformed and was then lifted off completely. Peter casually tossed the warped skylight aside. Don't expect him to pay for it. Besides, if everything goes smoothly, the Green Goblin gang will cease to exist after today. So who will come after him for compensation? Peter climbed down the wall, and his keen hearing quickly allowed him to catch human voices. Following the voices, he finally saw his destination. There are 2 huge cages below. Jonah Thompson, who had been kidnapped, was locked in a cage. He was emaciated and clearly had suffered a great deal of torture. In another cage was a large tiger, which Peter had seen in Urich's records. It was the hunter Craven's partner. Several people were standing in front of the cage. Norman Osborn, the Green Goblin, Craven the hunter. And Felicia was indeed brought here as well. Oh Felicia, my darling, what am I going to do with you? Green Goblin said, his hands in his pockets as he looked at Felicia. HMPH. You can apologize to me, Osborn, Felicia said with her usual coldness. She was the owner of the Black Cat Bar, a ruthless character who could kill without hesitation. Then you can have one of your sycophants call me a car. Call a car, hehe tilde. Green Goblin let out a strange laugh. I admire your bluff, darling, but it won't do you any good. As he spoke, he pointed to the cage beside him. Why don't you ask Jameson? He's been cursing me for a week. But he still couldn't escape the fate of being gutted and killed. Thompson. Felicia turned her head and was shocked to see the person locked in the cage in the corner. Why are you so surprised? Green Goblin clicked his tongue. Oh right. You think Jameson was shot and killed by Spider-Man a few hours ago. Right. But I know this because I have an informant at City Hall. What about you? How did you find out? Let me guess. Darling tilde. Green Goblin slowly paced around Felicia. Spider-Man is connected to you, isn't he? He's your kept man. You sent him to kill Thompson, didn't you? Felicia's expression turned somewhat ugly, just like you sent Thompson to kill Ben Ulrich. Do you think you're so smart, Osborn? What do you mean? Green Goblin's face darkened instantly. Staring intently at Felicia, Chapter 4. Green Goblin ha. Felicia scoffed. I didn't ask Spider-Man to do that kind of dirty work for me. After witnessing Ben Urich being shot by Thompson at his home, I took a gun, went to Thompson's office and shot him dead. I think we didn't fail, she said, turning to look at Thompson. But why is he still alive and well? That's just a despicable imposter, Thompson shouted as he struggled to his feet in the cage. A fake. Felicia was shocked. Yes. Green Goblin's voice came from behind, unfortunately. That's one of my men. At that moment, Hunter Craven, standing to the side, glared at Felicia through gritted teeth. My idiotic brother was killed by a woman. Green Goblin reached out and grabbed Felicia. I'm sorry, darling, I really value our relationship, but Chameleon is one of us, and this can't just be left unresolved, otherwise I won't be able to explain it to them. Don't touch me. Felicia shoved Green Goblin away and slapped him across the face. For a woman, her strength is quite remarkable, mainly due to her years of consistent exercise. However, the next moment, the Hunter Craven reached out and grabbed her hair, pinning her to the ground. You killed my dear brother. How do you want to die? Green Goblin's skin was cracked, and he angrily covered the cracks. Looking at Felicia on the ground, you've angered me. I wanted to end this quickly and easily, but you always have to do things that make me angry. You know the consequences of making me angry. Crawl, bring her this way. The Hunter Craven grabbed Felicia by the hair and pulled her up. The three arrived at a glass container, which was crawling with hideous and venomous spiders. Green Goblin grabbed Felicia's hair and slammed her against the glass of the container. You're a woman who really likes spiders. Aren't you to avenge that spider, Yurik? Now open your eyes and watch carefully. When the vulture brings Parker here, I'll have him watch you fall into the spider's arms right here. I'm sorry, Vulture only sent me with his apologies. A voice rang out at just the right moment. Immediately afterwards, Spider-Man Noir descended from the sky. Shooting webs from his hands, he's been permanently detained. Snapped, snapped. Two clumps of spider silk struck the two closest Green Goblin henchmen, binding them instantly. Peter discovered that this Spider-Man Noir used a different method of shooting webs than he did. He used synthetic webs, while Noir shot them directly from his wrists. The advantage of doing this is that his web can be launched at will, unlike his own, which can only be launched according to the preset pattern of the web launcher. Perhaps when I get back, I can try to test the web emitter using this method. The Green Goblin and the Hunter Craven below were startled, and the Hunter Craven quickly drew his gun and fired at Peter. Spider sensor triggers automatically. Peter landed on the ground, nimbly twisted to avoid the bullet, and then instinctively drew his revolver to retaliate. However, when it came time to pull the trigger, he hesitated for a moment. On the one hand, it was because the high school student Peter had the upper hand now. And on the other hand, it was because he remembered Aunt May's words. Wow, Spider-Man actually showed mercy. That's unprecedented, Craven the Hunter mocked. Idiot, what are you doing? Why don't you shoot him? Jonah, who was locked in a cage nearby, also shouted. Green Goblin laughed loudly. You're not someone else impersonating Miryu, HMPH. Suddenly, Peter reached out and used a spider silk to grab the Hunter Craven in front of him. Then punched him in the face, bang. The Hunter Craven's mouth was immediately filled with blood. Almost all of his good teeth were knocked out, and his high nose bridge was also knocked crooked. The immense force left him completely dizzy. Peter then threw two more punches, smashing them into his shoulder blades and shattering them. Given the level of surgical technology in this era, even if it could be pieced back together with difficulty, those hands would be unable to exert much force afterward. For an animal trainer, this is worse than death. This is also the result of a compromise between good Peter and evil Peter. Evil Peter advocates killing these guys, while good Peter is hesitant to do it. Therefore, their desire for integration led them to compromise and dismiss him. Peter released the Hunter Craven and casually tossed him to the ground. The Hunter Craven lay limply, the relentless pain triggering his body's protective mechanisms, causing him to fall into a coma. Wow, just then, the sound of a chain falling to the ground came from the cage next to them. It turns out that Green Goblin opened the cage holding the tiger while Peter was dealing with his two henchmen and Craven. It was an albino tiger nearly 4 meters long, and incredibly ferocious. More importantly, the cage wasn't open to the outside, but rather to Jonah's cage next door. The Green Goblin chuckled sinisterly, feeding time. Oh yeah. Jonah screamed in terror, backing away repeatedly. However, his feet were chained, limiting his range of movement, and the cage was small. The white tiger, which had been starving for several days, was already extremely hungry upon seeing Jonah. Its eyes immediately lit up, revealing a fierce look, and it pounced on Jonah at the critical moment. Peter reached out and shot out two web-like spider silks, binding the white tiger's upper and lower body simultaneously. And pulled hard, Peter pulled the large white tiger, which weighed a full 400 kilograms, back and left it hanging upside down on the edge of the cage. Peter transferred the spider web from his left hand to his right, pulled out a revolver, and shoved it directly into the white tiger's ear canal. Boom, 2 shots were fired in quick succession. Although the white tiger's skull was hard, it couldn't stop the bullet that was fired directly into its ear. 2 high-speed spinning bullets pierced its head, turning its brain into a jumbled mess. Ouch. The white tiger let out a mournful howl and died on the spot. Thanks, but don't worry about me, go save your girlfriend. Jonah quickly reminded Peter when he saw Peter still trying to get into the cage to rescue him. Peter knew he was talking about Felicia. But Felicia wasn't his girlfriend. He didn't argue about it. but instead turned to look at the spot where the Green Goblin had just stood. Green Goblin opened the door to an underground passage and was dragging Felicia inside, holding a pistol to her head. "If you dare follow, I'll blow her head off." Green Goblin threatened before leaping into the underground passage with Felicia and disappearing from sight. "Widow, oh dear, what's wrong with you?" Just as Peter was about to give chase, his spider sense alerted him again, and a figure behind him shouted as it pounced on him. Chapter 5 Choice, what the hell are you talking about? Peter turned around and kicked him. He didn't even need to look to know who this was. Wasn't it Craven the Hunter he had knocked unconscious? This guy's physical fitness and willpower are truly impressive. He recovered from the dizziness caused by such intense pain in just a short while. However, all these things are meaningless and useless in the face of overwhelming power. Slamlie. The hunter Craven was smashed into a glass container next to him. Shattering the glass, he let out a terrified scream. The spiders in the container frantically crawled onto his body, quickly covering him completely and injecting venom. In just a short while, the hunter Craven became silent. His face cloths and even body were probably crawling with poisonous spiders, making him look extremely miserable and terrifying. "Hey, listen up, Spider Boy. I think you really should learn some decisiveness from these Black Widow spiders," Jonah said from behind. "Although I often badmouth you in the newspapers, so you know. That's my job, actually. I admire you. But you were a bit disappointing today. Kindness is reserved for the kind. To be kind to the wicked is to inflict violence on the kind." Peter was silent for a moment, then turned and chased after the Green Goblin. He was not a fool, on the contrary, he was very intelligent. He understood the reasoning Jonah was making. He just couldn't accept it for a while. Emotionally speaking, he is more inclined to the kind of person Meryl Streep had previously described. But his rationality, fused with the essence of Spider-Man Noir, told him that Jonah was right. This is the true way to deal with evil people. In order to prevent good people from being harmed again, evil people must be punished as they deserve. Some thoughts gradually took root and sprouted in Peter's mind. One day it will grow into a towering tree. The factory has an underground passage, and although he doesn't come here often, Osborn considers himself very familiar with the place. Because his job was to do odd jobs for various capitalists and even high-ranking government officials. For example, the incident of killing Uncle Spider-Man Noir. Adolf Kranit, the owner of 3 sweatshops that went bankrupt after Ben Parker helped organize protests, sought revenge by hiring the Green Goblin and bribing the NYPD deputy sheriff to ensure police wouldn't get involved. He also bribed the mayor of New York City. The relationships involved are complex and intertwined. As a figurehead, Green Goblin is akin to a white glove. If he ever runs into trouble or is abandoned by a few of his associates, he will face a devastating blow. Green Goblin anticipated this day and prepared this escape route for himself in advance. Unexpectedly, this escape route wasn't used for that purpose instead. It was used to counter Spider-Man's pursuit at this moment. Feliciaho was being held by the Green Goblin, also launched a psychological attack on him with a cold smile. "It's no use, Osborn, it's all over. Do you think your colleagues at City Hall will bail you out after this incident? No, they won't. Everyone you have a connection with in the past will try to silence you forever the moment you expose them. You are dead." Felicia's words were sharp, piercing Green Goblin's heart like a knife. Green Goblin's face turned incredibly grim. "Shut up, Felicia." He was trying hard to find a way in through the dim light. As it turned out, although he had memorized the path below many times before, he still found it difficult to find the way he remembered without a light source. Felicia, run, wow. A figure pounced over and grabbed Green Demon before he could react. Pinning him to the ground, surprised, Peter sneered. However, Green Goblin showed no fear. Instead, he said with a hint of sarcasm, "So, the cute little spider caught the big bad wolf and thinks he has the victory in his grasp. How well then before we end this farce? Let's see who's really behind the mask." As he spoke, the Green Goblin reached out and grabbed Peter's mask. "No. Peter quickly reached out to block it. Whether in this world or that world, he did not want his identity under the mask to be exposed, because it might bring unimaginable consequences to his loved ones. Snapped in the chaos, Peter slapped the Green Goblin across the face, tear. The Green Goblin's face made a tearing sound as it was ripped open. Beneath the tattered skin, an ugly face covered in bluish-green bumps was revealed. Peter was shocked. He couldn't understand why the Green Goblin's face looked like that. However, at that moment, the Green Goblin's precise and swift grab also ripped off Peter's mask. Looking at Peter's face beneath the mask said viciously, "So you're Urich's good-for-nothing lackey. What kid never seen a freak show before?" Peter was still shocked. The Green Goblin, so this is it. The Green Goblin's eyes revealed intense killing intent and hatred. My whole life, I was pelted with stones by other children since I was a child. I could only make a living on freak shows, where people would treat me as a deformed monster and watch me in exchange for a piece of black bread. But it's different now. When they say the name Osborne again, I hear respect and awe. And the very few who have seen this face will know that one of us must die. So are you ready to die, little spider? The fully unleashed Green Goblin seemed to possess boundless power, and he actually began to exert his strength to break free from Peter's power suppression. While Peter was still in a daze, he was pushed away and almost fell to the ground. Just then, the spider senses were triggered. Peter instinctively tilted his head to the side. Bang! A bullet flew past his head. Green Goblin stared at him in shock, seemingly unable to believe that he could dodge bullets at such a short distance. It's like they can predict the future. The gunshots and the spider's senses also awakened Peter. He lunged forward again and bound the Green Goblin with his spider silk. "Come on, kill me." The Green Demon struggled a few times but couldn't break free from the spider silk, and knew that his chances of survival were slim. Peter slowly raised his pistol in his mind. The corpses of Uncle Ben and Urich flashed by, and the words of Aunt May and Jonah echoed in his ears. "I don't want to live in a world where people kill each other like animals. Kindness is reserved for the kind. To be kind to the wicked is to inflict violence on the kind." "What should I do?" Peter muttered to himself, unsure whether he was asking his high school self or the owner of the body he had merged with, the Spider-Man Noir. An idea gradually emerged in my mind. That seemed to be an answer from Spider-Man Noir. Peter suddenly looked up and put the pistol down. Boom! To Green Goblin's astonishment, Peter delivered a lightning-fast punch, breaking all of Green Goblin's arms and legs. Then he leaned down, looked directly into Green Goblin's eyes and said, "You will be interrogated, and you will apologize to the public for everything you have done. Then if they don't kill you, I'll give you a ride." Peter silently added a sentence in his mind. Chapter 6: Return and Harvest. "No, if you put me in court, all you'll see is another grotesque spectacle." Green Goblin shouted. "I never want to be someone's entertainment again, never." The Green Demon twisted its body, trying to find a way to break free. Perhaps this is also related to the fact that the spider silk Peter shot out earlier did not completely bind him. Peter simply added another spider silk, firmly fixing his body to the wall. "No one can put me in a cage again." Green Goblin was furious. His emotions had become extremely unstable, and his tragic past was constantly assaulting him and stimulating his nerves. Peter just stared at him. Although he no longer intends to kill Green Goblin, he plans to send him to court, let him fight with those people, and then be killed by others, so that he can feel pain before he dies. But now, seeing him struggling on the verge of pain, Peter felt a surge of relief. No. Perhaps it's more like the emotions conveyed by Spider-Man Noir. PFFT, a heavy thud was heard from not far away. A figure slowly walked towards the Green Demon. That was Craven, the hunter whose body was covered in poisonous spiders. He stumbled towards the Green Goblin. "Osborne, save me. Save me. No, don't come any closer, you ugly, deformed monster." The Green Goblin screamed in terror. But his hand was stuck to the wall by spider silk and he couldn't break free for a while. And saw the hunter, Craven covered in spiders, crashed into the Green Goblin's arms. The poisonous spiders spread like a contagious disease from the hunter Craven to the green goblin's body and mouth, eventually engulfing him completely. Ah! The underground passage was filled with desperate screams. Peter jumped lightly and landed at the top of the underground passage. He pressed his hands and feet against the ceiling and turned his head to look at the ground. These spiders seemed to be the vengeful spirits of a newspaper reporter who had been codenamed Spider in life. And now they had finally found their targets for revenge, tearing the flesh off the hunter Craven and the green goblin. Soon they were completely reduced to two skeletons. After doing all this, the poisonous spiders scattered and disappeared into the underground passage. Peter stared blankly at the scene, muttering to himself, "Did I do the right thing? Just watch him get swallowed up by the spider." "Aren't you still a teenager?" "Yes, a few years ago. When I was a teenager, probably around your age. Uncle Ben took me to see Frankenstein once, and it gave me nightmares. When I woke up, Uncle Ben was holding me in his arms. I wanted Uncle Ben to tell me there were no monsters in the world. But Uncle Ben thought I was old enough to understand the monsters of this world. Uncle Ben told me that all he could do was protect me from monsters." "Monster, you mean more than just monsters, right?" "Yes. Sometimes monsters lurk in people's hearts. Sometimes even more like monsters than monsters themselves. Beware of the human heart, Peter." "Thank you, Peter." Peter slowly closed his eyes after a while. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze had become sharp and gloomy. He thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "I also want to thank you, Peter, for being there for me during my most difficult time." After taking one last look at the two skeletons on the ground, he nimbly climbed out through the underground passage. He wanted to do one last thing, to bring this all to a perfect close. Queens, New York. Peter opened his eyes and sat up abruptly in bed. He first touched his body. It was wearing his pajamas, and his body had returned to its rather petite state. "Well, I'm not fully developed yet. In a few years I'll be as tall as him. She's even more handsome than him," Peter encouraged himself. Only then did he realize that his body seemed to have undergone some changes. It seems that the spider's abilities have become more adept. Is it because he personally experienced it once in the already fully developed Spider-Man Noir? Or is it because of some deeper reason? Peter seemed to be deep in thought. I checked the time and realized it was almost 6 in the morning. It seems that when he went to the Spider-Man Noir world, the time flow in the two worlds was indeed synchronized. He spent nearly 3 hours in that world, and nearly 3 hours passed here as well. In a few hours, the famous Iron Man will come to visit him at home. Peter thought for a moment and decided not to sleep. It would be very impolite if he was still sleeping when people arrived, and it would leave a bad impression. But isn't Iron Man a capitalist too? Stark Industries is quite a large company. Does he exploit his employees? Is Stark Industries a sweatshop? Should we secretly gather some information just in case? Peter shook his head violently and remained silent for a moment. Is this the after effect of briefly merging with a Spider-Man who's a private detective and has a somber, vengeful style? Thank goodness it was only 3 hours. What if it had been 3 days, 3 months, or 3 years? However, Peter also realized that, setting aside this subconscious reflex of rejecting capitalists, his current situation was also one of the benefits he had gained from the integration. His ability to observe and analyze things has become stronger. In the past, that was just quick-witted, but he had never specifically studied this kind of knowledge. However, Spider-Man Noir, who was a private detective and newspaper reporter, was well taught these skills by Yurik, and Peter learned a lot from him as well. Take a very simple example. When someone without relevant knowledge sees a shoe, they only know that it is a shoe, at most adding the style and color of a sneaker or slipper. At this time, Peter could judge the owner's approximate height from the length of the shoes, judge the owner's walking posture from the wear and tear on the inside and outside of the shoes, and even distinguish the owner's approximate occupation, preferences, and personality from the style and color of the shoes. Finally, by taking all factors into account, we can narrow down the potential owners of the shoes to a certain range. With further detailed screening, we can find the true owner. This ability is undoubtedly a great boost to his vision of becoming a superhero. He had a feeling that there were more than these. But he hadn't found anything else yet. He'd wait and see. Peter closed his eyes again and looked at the spider web in his mind. Discovering that the glowing point representing Spider-Man Noir on the web was no longer glowing. Perhaps he can go over again when it shines next time. And what about the nodes on this spider web? Does that mean that each node represents a Spider-Man from a different world? Chapter 7 Guess. Peter, come quick and see if this outfit suits me. The Parker house was a bit noisy this morning. May Parker was yelling at Peter. Peter yawned and walked somewhat helplessly toward Aunt May's room. In front of the full-length mirror in the room, a voluptuous Italian woman was striking a seductive pose. Her skin was as white as a peach, and it looked as if you could squeeze water out of it if you pinched it. Well, it might not be the best way to describe his dear aunt. But that was Peter's immediate thought when he saw Aunt May. Aunt May, I told you it's just Tony Stark. There's no need to make such a fuss, is there? Peter said helplessly, just Tony Stark. Aunt May's voice rose several octaves as she looked at Peter incredulously. You didn't say that when you received the news yesterday. You looked like you were about to jump up. And don't think I don't know you couldn't sleep last night. Tossing and turning right. Peter was speechless for a moment, indeed. If it were the previous him, he would have been extremely excited and attached great importance to the fact that Iron Man Tony Stark was going to visit him in person. That's Tony Stark, a genius scientist, a billionaire. Iron Man. An Avenger, he is surrounded by countless accolades. Shining like a protagonist in a novel, he, Peter Parker, was just an ordinary boy from a modest background who wasn't particularly popular at school. The prince went into the slums to see the poor children. How could the poor children not be excited? But last night's amazing fusion with Spider-Man Noir not only gave Peter a physical evolution and made him more knowledgeable, but also made him feel a deep-seated aversion to capitalists like Stark. Moreover, having acquired Spider-Man Noir's logical reasoning abilities, Peter is now 95% certain that Iron Man came because he discovered his abilities. He even guessed the cause and effect of some things. In the Sokovia incident a month ago, the Avengers did their best to stop Ultron's world-destroying plot. However, many rumors still circulate online, claiming that Ultron was created by Iron Man, and that the fall of Sokovia, the displacement of millions of residents, and the countless casualties and property losses were ultimately caused by Iron Man. Although the Stark Group later generously donated large sums of money to resettle and compensate the residents of Sokovia after the disaster, building shelters, organizing medical teams, and even having its own pharmaceutical division develop medicines to provide them free of charge. But all of this is seen by many as Iron Man's atonement for his mistakes. But atonement does not mean innocence, nor can it erase the fault itself in the past. Out of his admiration for Iron Man, Peter was very angry about these attacks on Iron Man and often went online to argue with them. But now he thinks those attacks might actually be real. Of course, those who deliberately spread these remarks clearly have ulterior motives. It could be to grab attention and make money from online traffic. Or it could be to attack Iron Man and his Stark Industries. He had also seen calls for Iron Man to release some of Stark Industries' technology to the public under the guise of so-called public safety oversight. Their intentions are self-evident. Peter was certain that even if Iron Man were to foolishly follow his instructions, these technologies would ultimately be seized and secretly hidden by those with ulterior motives to pursue their own petty schemes. Of course, Iron Man is obviously not a stupid fool, and he would never actually do that. He has the ability and the means to protect his legitimate assets. The second clue is that a few weeks ago in a place called Lagos, a building was destroyed and many people were injured or killed because of the Avengers' actions. Although they did these things in the name of fighting terrorist organizations, it is certain that they caused public panic. So, a few days later, a meeting was held at the LHG building in Vienna to discuss the Sokovia Agreement. The agreement requires restrictions on the Avengers' actions. stipulating that they can only act when assessed as necessary, rather than acting arbitrarily as in the past. Unfortunately, in the day the agreement was signed, the LHG building in Vienna was attacked by terrorists, resulting in the deaths of 12 people, including Wakanda's King T'Chaka, and injuries to at least 70 others. This incident also caused great panic among the public, despite the official release of the suspect's photo, identifying him as the infamous Hydra agent Winter Soldier, James Buchanan Barnes. Conspiracy theorists believe it is a form of revenge by some former Avengers who refused to sign the agreement. Some people have even dug up old stories to confirm that Captain America and Winter Soldier were once very close partners. Captain America's story is well known. He went from being a stage actor to the real Captain America because he saved his friend Winter Soldier and many other captured soldiers. Finding this information is not difficult, as is well known. Captain America did not appear on the day the agreement was signed. Although the reason is unknown, it is clear that he was unwilling to sign the agreement. Although it is hard to believe that this hero, who has long been a symbol of the American spirit, would be an opposition figure 8 is the truth. He also had a motive. The speculation is reasonable. If the previous events were just speculation, then yesterday's video of Captain America Winter Soldier and a person in black armor chasing and fighting on a street in Germany has confirmed those speculations. Captain America has become a criminal nowadays. Negative comments about the Avengers are almost everywhere online, especially about Captain America, who has gone from a superhero to a universally despised supervillain. In conclusion regarding Iron Man's approach at this time, Peter has only two guesses. First, he discovered his true identity and his superpowers, so he wanted to sign the Sokovia Accords to bind himself to them. Secondly, based on the first point, due to Captain America's betrayal, he is likely to unite with the remaining group of people who are unwilling to sign the agreement to fight against the agreement faction led by Iron Man. Iron Man needed help, so he approached him. Peter pondered to himself if that were the case. What should he do? Hey Peter, why are you spacing out? Aunt May appeared in front of Peter without him noticing. Peter snapped out of his reverie and smiled. Aunt May, you look absolutely radiant. Really, I think so too. New author, new book. Please add to your favorites and recommend. Iron Man's home visit after an hour. Ding dong. Doorbell rang, the door opened, and a handsome middle-aged man in a suit appeared in the doorway. Hello, Mr. Parker, Tony Stark greeted him with a smile, appearing friendly and not at all like the arrogant and treacherous capitalists one might expect from Spider-Man Noir. Hello, Mr. Stark. Peter paused for a moment, then nodded and stepped aside to let Tony Stark in. Tony Stark glanced at Peter with surprise. He had been paying attention to Peter for quite some time. He had noticed Peter's existence around the time Peter gained his powers and started wearing his homemade baby suit to become the street hero Spider-Boy. Then they easily discovered the true identity behind the Spider-Boy mask. After gathering information about Peter's identity and determining that Peter's actions were simply the superhero impersonation of a teenager who idolized superheroes and wanted to become one, he stopped paying much attention to him. He even helped Peter erase some traces to prevent him from being targeted by certain people and causing unnecessary trouble. Therefore, although he didn't pay special attention to it, he still kept an eye out for and collected information about Peter. The information he received did not include the word composure in his impression of Peter. In fact, Tony Stark described Peter as naive. It's not even naive. How have you been lately? Tony Stark asked abruptly after scrutinizing Peter for a moment. Well, that's fine, Mr. Stark, Peter said. My name is Peter, you can just call me by my first name. Okay, Peter, me name is Tony. Tony Stark patted Peter on the shoulder. Wow, what a strong and tough guy, Mr. Stark. Please come in and sit down. Aunt May invited at the opportune moment. Peter gestured for him to proceed again. Tony Stark walked into the house, glanced around the living room and sat down on the sofa. Aunt May went to make tea, and Peter sat down next to Tony Stark. Mr. Stark. Call me Tony. Okay, Tony, so what brings you here? Peter asked in a low voice. Tony scrutinized Peter. it seems you already have a guess. Peter nodded slightly, the Sokovia Accords. He didn't ask silly questions like why the agreement was related to him or why Iron Man knew his identity. In his previous speculation, if Iron Man came in person, then all of this was already based on the premise that he knew his identity. Yes, and not entirely. Tony said to Peter with some surprise. I hope you can sign the agreement. But the main reason I'm here is that I need your help. They need me, Peter was stunned. Could it be that he had guessed right? Because of Captain America's betrayal, Iron Man needed help to deal with them, ahem. Before Peter could finish his question, Tony coughed lightly and raised his voice. I've already approved the September fund, so Peter. When are you ready so we can talk about cooperation? The September fund, a collaboration. Aunt May came out of the kitchen carrying tea and some pre-prepared snacks. I'm sorry, Aunt May, I really. Peter knew this was Iron Man's excuse to cover his tracks. So he pretended to stammer. Tony looked at Aunt May, stood up and took some things from her hands and smiled. Peter is a very good young man. And I look forward to working with him, actually. I'm also looking forward to working with you, Mr. Stark. Peter said in a serious tone, even changing his form of address. From Theresa May's perspective, it's about the September fund and grants. Roughly about her nephew Peter applying for funding from a company like Stark Industries. In fact, for Peter and Tony, Peter's words meant that he agreed to sign the Sokovia Agreement. Mr. Stark, may we discuss the details of our collaboration in more detail? Peter said. Tony smiled slightly. Of course, Mr. Parker. Aunt May. Peter looked at Aunt May. Aunt May gave him a fist pump to encourage him and mouthed, go for it, okay. Peter and Tony got up and walked toward Peter's room. What is this retro technology? As soon as Tony entered the room, he was attracted by a large CRT computer on the table. Peter glanced at it and saw that it was indeed a computer. He had assembled it himself from a bunch of parts he found at a junkyard. It was mainly used to debug the web emitter. So he had made a lot of ports on the back of the computer, making it look a bit bulky. In fact, it is quite retro. Peter felt a little embarrassed to have his idol see these things. Tony chuckled to himself, finally finding a hint of the kind of expression a kid his age should have in this pretentious little brat. That's right. He had just thought about it carefully and realized that Peter was just pretending to be profound. After all, before he came today, his intelligence indicated that Peter was still that naive kid. No one grows up overnight, even if there was one. It must have been a major turning point in their life. But everything was fine for Peter, just like before. Where did the forced ripening conditions come from? Even though you seem to have admitted it, I still want to confirm. Is that you, Peter, wandering the streets in baby pajamas? Tony took out his phone and opened a video. Yes, it's me. But those aren't baby pajamas, they're my battle suit. Just like your Iron Man armor. You call this thing a battle suit, ha. Tony slapped his thigh and laughed. Peter looked at him with some annoyance. Ahem. I didn't mean to laugh at you, Tony said seriously, taking the initiative to apologize. Haha. But I couldn't help it, Peter said somewhat helplessly. Tony, I think we can forget about the baby sleeping goops, the suit, and talk about the Sokovia Agreement and the matter of you asking me for help. I think that's the real reason you came here. Yes. That's right. The Sokovia Accords are, Tony explained the general contents of the Sokovia Accords to Peter, since it was a prerequisite for his joining. Peter also wanted to know the full picture of the agreement. Although he also believes that these people with superpowers need to be disciplined to some extent, he finds it unacceptable if the discipline is too strong. Moreover, influenced by his experience as Spider-Man Noir, he doesn't have much hope for the integrity of those in power. He didn't want to unwittingly become a tool for others to profit from. Chapter 9: The Sokovia Agreement. The content of the Sokovia Agreement is actually quite simple and straightforward. On the surface, it is similar to what Peter had previously learned from television. The agreement stipulates that the Avengers will no longer be a single organization, and all actions of its members will be supervised by a special team under the LHG. And they can only act when the special team deems it necessary. This agreement is not bad, but I mean it for some reason. The task force wants me to go, but I don't want to go. Do I have the right to refuse? Peter looked at Tony and asked a question. Toby paused for a moment, then shrugged. Of course. No problem. The task force only has supervisory authority and can't let us act on our own. But they can't order us to do things we don't want to do. Peter nodded. I understand. I agree to this agreement. Signing this agreement means he will lose something. For example, his information will be entered into a file. And he may even be frequently monitored. But it's really nothing. These things already existed after they learned his true identity. Even though Thor is as powerful as he is. And he is not even from Earth, his file is still recorded. Compared to these, Peter values autonomy more. This allows him to do what he wants according to his own will when he feels that certain behaviors are inappropriate, instead of becoming someone else's tool and being used by them. In fact, the Sokovia Accords are a law that only applies to people with superpowers. Ordinary laws restrict ordinary people, while super laws restrict superhumans. That makes perfect sense. Peter also wanted to protect his Aunt May. If all superhumans could sign the Sokovia Accords, refrain from abusing them, and even use them for the benefit of others, then his Aunt May wouldn't have been harmed by such a guy. Of course, he also knew that this was just a vision. There will never be a shortage of ambitious speculators in this world. This is true no matter what kind of world it is, or what era it is in. All Peter can do is protect the people he cares about as much as possible. Hearing Peter's affirmative answer, Tony smiled and said, "Good kid, I knew you were right. So Tony, can you tell me what you need my help with?" Peter asked. Tony turned his phone around, put it away, and said seriously, "I need you to come with me to bring back an old friend of mine." The captain, yes, when do we leave? You don't seem surprised at all. Why should I be surprised? Peter shrugged. You're quite as clever as I was when I was a kid, Tony said, looking around Peter's room, trying to analyze him by observing the furnishings and other details. Did the famous Mr. Stark also go to the junkyard to scavenge for equipment when he was a kid? Peter ignored Tony's behavior. Did he think he could figure him out just by looking at one room? Wasn't he a little too naive? You know what, I actually did it when I was 12. I wanted to build a cluster gun kind that fires lasers. And then boom, Tony made an exaggerated gesture, smoothing his already short hair up a bit. Peter could already picture Tony with a dark expression and a smoking afro on his head. Ha ha ha. After exchanging a few casual words, the two quickly closed the distance between them. Okay. Let me tell you what happened, Tony said, gathering his thoughts. A guy deliberately caused an explosion at the signing ceremony of the Sokovia Accords in Vienna to carry out his schemes, using the help of 70 billion people around the world to find the Winter Soldier. He then managed to activate the Winter Soldier, turning him back into Hydra's killing machine. Captain America secretly took his best friend away to help him. Falcon also slipped away with the two of them. In response to their defection, the Parliament wanted to send special forces directly to kill the three men. But Iron Man convinced the Secretary of State, however. The Secretary of State only gave him 36 hours, during which he needed to bring back Captain America, Winter Soldier and Falcon. As for the issue of right and wrong, Iron Man hadn't considered it. He made this decision solely out of friendship. He didn't want Captain America to be killed by the special forces, so he wanted to bring him back first, calm him down, and then slowly persuade him. Therefore he needs Peter's help after all. The other side had more people and greater strength. Alright, since you think it's okay, let's go. Tony made the decision. Peter jumped lightly and used his hand to push open a lid on the ceiling above his head, from which a set of folded clothes immediately fell down. That's right, this is his battle suit. A battle suit made from old clothes and costumes from previous school performances. Peter used to be quite satisfied with it. Even though it was a bit ugly, it was his hard work, however. After seeing the Spider-Man Noir suit, he suddenly felt that the suit in his hand was no longer appealing. Spider-Man Noir's suit was also made from an old one, But his old clothes were pilot uniforms left over from his Uncle Ben's World War I days. They were in excellent condition and had some bulletproof protection. Most importantly, it's also cool. Adding a cool black cape over the battle suit was, in the eyes of young Peter, the epitome of coolness. Peter's moment of surprise made Tony think he was hesitating. He quickly offered bait. "Peter, I'm actually serious about the September Fund." "September Fund, what is that?" Peter asked, puzzled. Tony said, simply put, "This is an aid fund set up for superhumans like you. With this fund you can get support in various aspects, such as technology and funding." Then he pointed to the baby pajama-style battle suit in Peter's hand and said, "For exemplethis thing, I think it deserves an upgrade." "You deserve better, such a good thing." Peter exclaimed in surprise, "What are the conditions? The fund isn't free, is it?" Tony nodded. "With rights come obligations in return. You'll need to join the Avengers. Become a prospective Avenger and fight against evil." "Why are you suddenly acting like a chunabu?" Peter complained. Tony replied, "Sorry, I'm a businessman. I'm not good at using ideals to manipulate others. I prefer to talk about interests. If someone sacrifices their own interests for the sake of so-called ideals, I would only think they are a fool." Tony shrugged and continued, "Actually, you don't need to think too much, Captain Natasha Banner. They all have their own livelihoods." Peter nodded and readily accepted. Chapter 10: Improve Spider Silk Shooter as a single woman. Aunt May worked in a welfare-oriented relief organization, where her salary was not high. Their lives weren't exactly frugal, but they were just getting by otherwise. He wouldn't have built his own computer by collecting garbage. If he had the means, he would naturally want Aunt May to live a better life. In the past, he wouldn't have thought about these things. But after his experience with Spider-Man Noir, he did mature a lot overnight. The first step to growing up is to care about the people around you. Then you should get ready first. "I have some other things to do this afternoon. My assistant will come to take you to your destination. His name is Happy." Tony stood up ready to leave. "Okay," Peter nodded and stood up as well. He needs to gather more spider silk during this period. After seeing Tony off, Peter then dealt with Aunt May, who kept pressing him for answers. He then mentioned that he had received funding from the September Fund. "This is a good thing for the family." Aunt May immediately said happily that she would go out to a restaurant that evening to celebrate. However, Peter told him about Iron Man's plans for him. Iron Man would send someone over in the afternoon to take him to meet some things to ensure he met the support criteria of the September Fund, etc. This is the same story he and Iron Man have given regarding this business trip. Although Aunt May was disappointed, she knew that the important matter was more important. So he pulled Peter aside and gave him some more advice, telling him some tips on how to get along with other people. Peter was completely bewildered, but he had no choice but to patiently listen to her. He wondered with a touch of wicked humor if Spider-Man Noir would also be nagged like that by his Aunt May. This is probably what adult experience means. It is indeed good for the younger generation. But the younger generation really doesn't like to hear it. After talking for almost half an hour, Peter frantically hinted that he was leaving that afternoon and needed to prepare some things before Aunt May finally let him go. Afterwards, she prepared some changes of clothes for Peter to wear on his business trip and went to work. Back in his room, Peter lightly jumped up, climbed onto the ceiling, opened a sliding panel, and pulled out several small clumps of spider silk. These are the spider silks he made himself. The recipe for spider silk was something he naturally learned after being bitten by a spider and gaining the ability. Just like spiders in nature spin silk. 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 8 more strands of spider silk. That should be enough, right? Peter counted the strands of spider silk and stuffed them all into his pocket. This is an expedition, so we must be well prepared with ammunition. He then looked at the web shooter. Compared to the spider silk recipe for ability enhancements, the spider silk emitter was his true masterpiece. Because it is not a real spider, and it does not have the organs in its body that can shoot spider silk like a spider. Therefore, he could only rely on external objects. To this end, he had taught himself biology, materials science, and mechanical dynamics. Biology and materials science helped him understand the structure of spider silk and how to use formulas to bring it to life. Spider silk has a very complex structure. It has a three-level structure. The primary structure is a hydrogen-bonded beta chain formed by amino acid molecules tightly linked together by hydrogen bonds. Hydrogen-bonded beta chains are then interconnected by hydrogen bonds to form the secondary structure of spider silk, hydrogen-bonded beta sheet nanocrystals. Only when hydrogen-bonded beta sheet nanocrystals are embedded in semiamorphous beta-turn polypeptide chains to form alpha helical structures can protein nanocomposite structures be formed. Which are the tertiary structures of spider silk? Based on this structure, he came up with a solution. The material is first assembled into the third-level structure formed by the spider silk, and then compressed back to the subatomic state using a subatomic compressor. In this way, a clump of spider silk hundreds of meters long can be compressed into a solution-like form the size of a fingernail. The spider silk emitter is essentially a miniature subatomic compressor. But for portability, it has removed all other functions and only retains its pressure. Because the spider silk solution needs sufficient pressure to be dispensed and stopped immediately. If the pressure isn't enough, the spider silk will spray uncontrollably. For these reasons, the materials used in this spider silk emitter are also very particular, as many materials on Earth do not meet its requirements. Either it's too expensive or it's too brittle later. He secretly went to downtown New York City and found some metal that met his requirements at the site where the Avengers fought aliens a few years earlier. After a lot of hard work in melting and forging, I finally managed to make it into the shape I wanted. At this moment, couldn't help but envy Spider-Man Noir, who didn't use artificially synthesized spider silk, but instead sprayed spider silk directly from his wrists. It's unknown whether he'll gain the same ability when he possesses another Spider-Man in the future. However, Peter is now preparing to modify the web shooter a little. This was inspired by Spider-Man Noir. Spider-Man Noir's webs can be freely modified to suit his wishes, taking various forms such as websweb bullets webs and web whips, which can be used in a variety of different scenarios. He doesn't ask for so much, modifying his web shooter that much is beyond his current capabilities. He plans to add 2 new firing modes, Spider Silk Bullet and Spider Web. In the past, the simple Spider Silk was just a tool he used to move around, and occasionally to bind people. However, with a Spider Silk Bullet, a large clump of spider silk can be released in an instant, using the Spider Silk launcher to unleash a huge burst of kinetic energy, producing an effect similar to a bullet. Although the spider silk material and the rapid crystallization of the spider silk solution upon contact with air mean that this spider silk bullet is not fatal, it would certainly disorient an ordinary person if they were hit. This is clearly a good attack method. The spider web is an improvement on the existing method of binding people with spider silk. It sprays the spider silk out in a web shape, which not only covers a large area, but can also bind the enemy directly, making them unable to move and instantly losing their combat ability. To this end, Peter consulted a large amount of information and carefully studied similar objects such as bullets and fishing nets, observing their changes in motion from release to termination. At the same time, I kept replaying in my mind the feeling of being Spider-Man Noir. Finally, before 2 p.m., I finished my modification. After completing the task, he experimented with the finished product briefly and found that it perfectly met his expectations. A little while later, a message was sent to Peter's phone. "Hi Peter, this is Happy. Tony should have told you about me. I'm downstairs." Peter picked up the web shooter he had just calibrated, checked the equipment, grabbed his school bag from the bed, and got up to go downstairs. He knew that he was about to face the first superhero in history. Captain America, Chapter 11, Peter's new suit. "Hello, you must be happy." Peter walked downstairs and saw a luxury car parked at the door. Through the car window, he could see a fat man sitting in the driver's seat. But he didn't see Iron Man. The fat man glanced at him and nodded. The car door clicked. "Get in the car, Mr. Parker." "Oh, okay, where are we going?" Peter asked, sitting down in the back seat. There were many things I didn't have time to ask him this morning. Iron Man was in such a rush. And there were many things I didn't have time to tell him either. "Didn't Tony tell you you're going to Hans' country?" Huh. Peter was taken aback. "Why is it the country of Hans? Isn't it within the United States?" "Of course not, it's Hans' country, how could you not know?" Happy said without turning his head. He had a decisiveness that was completely inconsistent with his appearance. As he spoke, he had already started the car and joined the traffic. "Who knew we'd be going to the Hans' country? I don't even have a passport," Peter said, somewhat exasperated. "Oh, don't worry about that, it's all taken care of." Happy reached out a hand, pulled a bag from beside the driver's seat, and casually tossed it to Peter. Peter took the bag and looked inside, and found that it really was his passport. But he never gave Iron Man any photos or anything like that. Okay, he shouldn't have asked such a silly question. After all, he's Iron Man. So it's not surprising that he's this efficient. This gave Peter the feeling that he was being coerced. Very strange, not so good, he didn't like that feeling. Especially when they are coerced by capitalists. Okay, maybe he's being a little too dramatic, after all. The other party was actually saving him a lot of trouble. The car soon stopped at the airport, where Peter saw a private jet. He had seen the plane on social media. It was said to cost several billion euros and was Tony Stark's private jet. This is normal, although he has many suits of armor. No one would enjoy flying around in armor all day. More often than not, Iron Man appears in the same normal attire as when he saw him in the morning. After the car stopped, Peter saw Happy take a silver suitcase from the trunk. But without greeting him, he walked toward the private jet on his own. Although Happy didn't say it, he actually had a slight prejudice against Peter, after all. Peter looks like just a teenager, and of course, he's also young. While it might seem like judging by appearances, Happy genuinely believed that Peter wouldn't be of much help to Tony. Peter didn't mind in with his backpack on. He quickly followed Happy's footsteps once on the plane. Peter was amazed by its luxurious interior. This aircraft doesn't even have a pilot. It's a fully autonomous, intelligent aircraft, indeed. Besides his armor, Tony Stark, Iron Man is most famous for his artificial intelligence. Making an airplane unmanned is simple. The only downside was the lack of pretty flight attendants. Isn't it said that private jets come with beautiful flight attendants? Why doesn't this one? Peter was greatly disappointed. Being a young boy, Peter became like a curious child after boarding the plane, touching and looking at everything. Happy put down his suitcase and found a seat. Seeing this, Peter followed suit and sat down in front of him. Happy, who had just closed his eyes, opened them again. "You want to sit here?" "Oh, is that not allowed?" Peter asked, puzzled. "Is this your first time flying on a private jet?" "This is my first time on an airplane." "Happy, even if it's your first time flying, can't you see all these seats? Why do you have to sit in front of me?" Happy was so annoyed by Peter's chatter that he quickly got up and fled to the back seat. "If you're really free, you can take a look at that suitcase." Suitcase. Peter found the silver suitcase that Happy had put in the overhead luggage rack. "Can I open it?" Yes, that's your stuff. Do with it as you please. But I suggest you take a closer look after the plane has settled in. Our journey is 6 hours long, you have plenty of time." Happy replied, "Okay." Peter fastened the luggage rack back on and sat down obediently. Boom, the plane took off with a roar. It was Peter's first time on an airplane. And with his senses being dozens of times more developed than the average person, he was terrified and turned ashen-faced. This feeling reminded him of earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, and Aunt May's rage. The last one is crossed out. In short, it's terrifying. It wasn't until quite some time later, when the plane entered the stratosphere and the constant shaking stopped, that Peter's senses slowly returned. Flying is so scary. Peter was still shaken. A feeling that reminded him of when he first gained his powers. One morning, He woke up with his senses suddenly becoming very strange. Lying in his room, he could hear the footsteps of people jogging on the street outside, the sound of mosquitoes flapping their wings on the roof, and the sound of water flowing in the pipes. His sensory world became incredibly complex and colorful in an instant. The information he received in that instant almost drove him to the brink of collapse. He quickly hid under the covers, closed his eyes, and it took him a long time to recover. This also caused him to be late for school that day. Peter exhaled a breath of stale air, stood up, and took out a suitcase from the luggage rack. With a gentle press, the box opened. Immediately afterwards, a cool red and blue battle suit appeared in front of Peter. This red and blue spider suit uses some unknown nanocomposite material as its main component. It has a delicate texture, exquisite materials, and a very cool design. Not to mention Peter's own baby pajamas. Even the Spider-Man Noir suit, which he previously thought was quite good, paled in comparison to this suit. This is really for me?" Peter asked, somewhat incredulous. "Yes, it's for you. The bathroom is in the back. Go try it on if you want," Happy said irritably. "Now, can you please keep your voice down and not disturb my sleep? I haven't slept for almost 16 hours. "Oh, okay, Mr. Happy." Peter took the red and blue spider suit out of the suitcase, tiptoed past Happy and went to the bathroom in the back. The suit was easier to wear than he had imagined. Simply put it on and press the spider icon on the chest, and it will immediately shrink and fit snugly against his body. Peter tried to make some movements in place and felt incredibly comfortable. He discovered that the suit not only did not restrict his movements, but actually provided some positive benefits to them. This is really great. Over the next few hours of the flight to Berlin, Peter wore this suit and jumped around in the cabin. Fortunately, he remembered Happy's instructions. Although his movements were big, they were surprisingly quiet, and he managed not to wake Happy up. And so the plane finally arrived in Berlin. Chapter 12: Civil War. Before the plane landed, Peter obediently climbed down from the ceiling to take off his suit and put it back. At this moment, Happy said, "You don't need to take it off. It was a gift from Tony. Wear it if you like." "Oh, it's mine now." "Yes, is it really mine?" "Yes." "Oh." Peter waved excitedly, remembering that this was part of the funding he had discussed with Iron Man for the so-called September Fund. However, this spider suit was indeed beyond his expectations, which is why he didn't expect it at all. Having gotten used to hardship, suddenly acquiring a suit of armor worth at least several million US dollars feels almost unreal. The plane is about to land. Are you sure you don't want to fasten your seatbelt? Happy pointed to the seat not far away. He's developed a bit of PTSD from this energetic guy who's been jumping around on the plane for 6 hours straight. All he wants is to finish this job as soon as possible. Get back to Stark Industries and get away from this guy. Kids are always so noisy. Peter listened to the advice and returned to his seat. He knew that the noise of the plane landing would be another torment to his 5 senses. Fortunately, was mentally prepared this time. And the design of the suit was also very thoughtful, helping him to avoid many unnecessary things from the outside. "After we land, we'll go to the hotel first. You can rest there for a while, either tonight or tomorrow. When Tony calls you, you'll have to leave, understand?" Happy began to tell Peter about his next plans. Peter nodded, indicating that he understood. He treated it as a publicly funded trip. He's never been abroad in his entire life. He wouldn't take off his battle suit. He came up with a good idea. They wore the battle suit like thermal underwear, close to their bodies, took off the hood separately and hid it in their pockets, and wore clothes on top of it. That way, when needed, he can simply take off his outer clothes and transform into Spider-Man. This idea is brilliant. Peter couldn't help but give himself a pat on the back for his cleverness. Under an overpass near Berlin, Captain America had just finished kissing his ex-girlfriend's niece. Sharon Carter, Ugly Beast, Captain America Falcon, and Winter Soldier received a discreet car. A plane to Siberia, Captain America's shield, Falcon's flight suit and more from Sharon. It's practically a free giveaway of equipment. Previously, after the Winter Soldier awoke from his hypnotic state, He also recalled some things. The Winter Soldier program back then didn't just involve the Winter Soldier alone. In addition to him, they also trained 5 powerful super soldiers, who were even more powerful than the Winter Soldier. And that guy posing as a psychologist knows how to activate them. Previously, he infiltrated the place where Winter Soldier was imprisoned and deliberately took control of Winter Soldier under the noses of the world's media, causing him to break the device and escape, which caused chaos and intensified the conflict between Captain America and Iron Man. Captain America didn't know what the psychiatrist's purpose was in doing this, and he didn't have time to think about it right now. He realized that if the psychologists were allowed to activate the 5 Winter Warriors, it could lead to an even greater disaster. So he decided to stop him. It is precisely for this reason that Agent 13 Sharon Carter helps Captain America and his team, who are now wanted criminals. Furthermore, Captain America also contacted Hawkeye. Hawkeye took Wanda from Vision and also brought in Ant-Man Scott. Now, Captain America's 6-man team has assembled at the airport. Just as Captain America was jogging, preparing to get on the helicopter, call out, an electromagnetic missile fell from the sky and landed precisely on the helicopter's rotor blade. The electromagnetic explosion caused the propeller's starting mechanism to malfunction. It was Iron Man, boom, with the appearance of Iron Man. War Machine's black steel body also descended from the sky. It's strange to run into an old acquaintance at the airport. Isn't it? It's really weird, Captain America used to the sarcastic remarks of these 2 guys who were outwardly cold and armored but inwardly incredibly eccentric. Said that psychiatrist is the mastermind, swish. A lithe figure leaped down from the 2nd floor of the airport. He was wearing a set of black armor with a metallic sheen, and his physique was robust yet well-proportioned. It was T'Challa, King of Wakanda, also known as Black Panther, team leader. Your Majesty the King. Black Panther and Captain America greeted each other. He actually had no real grudge against Captain America, but he believed that his father had died at the hands of the Winter Soldier. So he came to seek revenge. At that moment, Iron Man spoke up. Ross ordered me to arrest you within 36 hours. And 24 hours have passed now, can you cooperate? Captain America said seriously. You've arrested the wrong person. Iron Man simply replied, your judgment is flawed. Your old comrade killed many innocent people yesterday. But somewhere, there are 5 other super soldiers just like him. Captain America said. I can't let the psychiatrist find them first, Steve. You know what's going to happen next. Black Widow slowly stepped out from the side. Do you really want to fight your way out? Seeing their positions, Captain America realized that his actions had never escaped the calculations of his old comrades. They had been waiting for him here for a long time, Iron Man. Seeing Captain America's expression sighed, all right. I don't have time to waste with you guys, Pajama Baby. Call out. A figure jumped out from the side, it was Peter. In fact, they had already met up at the airport before Captain America entered it. At Iron Man's request, he hid behind a car. Iron Man's mission for him was to take the shield from Captain America as soon as the battle began. So that's what he's doing now. Call out. A spider silk shot out and stuck right onto the shield in Captain America's hand. Then Peter pulled hard. Captain America instinctively tried to pull him back. But he wasn't as strong as Peter, so he had to let go. Peter gripped the shield in his right hand, spinning in the air, while also having the leisure to fire a web-like bullet at Captain America's hand. Dwang, the silk bullet hit Captain America's hand, exploded, and formed a small silk handcuff binding him up. Well done, kid, Iron Man praised. Thank you. Thank you for the compliment. But I think I could have landed even more stylishly just now. Peter chuckled. Oh, by the way, Mr. Stark, could you please stop calling me Pajama Baby? Look, I'm not wearing pajamas anymore. Can we talk about how to address each other later? Peter looked at Captain America curiously, stammering excitedly, hello Captain, it's nice to meet you. I often see you in gym class, but this is the first time I've met you in person. You're my fan. Oh no, I'm your idol. Oh no. That's not right either. Chapter 13 Just for fun, don't take it seriously, Iron Man. Exasperate said, that's not what I asked you to say. Peter then waved and said, hello everyone. Iron Man, okay, so you're going to play it this way. You can't hide the look in someone's eyes that wants to kill you. Now Iron Man wants to kill Peter. Peter pretended not to see it, he is not stupid. Based on his meeting with Iron Man before coming here, and the scene of the two teams meeting just now, he has basically figured out the current situation. It's no longer just about the Sokovia Agreement. The situation is this: Captain America's side wants to do something, but Iron Man's side doesn't believe they should do it. Or rather, they don't care. They just want to get them back first. However, Captain America's side feels that things are urgent and must be done first. That's how the conflict started. To put it bluntly, this is a civil war. It's like our own people fighting each other. If anyone takes it seriously, they'll end up pleasing neither side and being disliked by everyone. So he simply relaxed and treated it as an opportunity to become a familiar face. And he was right, although he does like Iron Man. He's also a fan of Captain America, because the school often shows videos of Captain America. For example, during physical education class, they will show videos of Captain America encouraging people to exercise. If you make a mistake at school and are kept after school, they will also show videos of Captain America giving you a heartfelt lecture. Captain America is everywhere in life in a sense. He has become a source of spiritual sustenance for many people, especially many young people like Peter. This is also easy to understand. Since the beginning of the new century, superhumans have emerged in large numbers, and various incidents have frequently occurred. First came Hulk and Abomination, who fought each other in street squares and other places, and even clashed with the army, causing great panic among the people. Then Thor descended, fought the Destroyer and destroyed an entire town. Then Loki led the Chitauri army to New York, and a great battle ensued involving nuclear weapons. Many streets were destroyed and countless people lost their lives. Then came the fall of Sokovia, caused by Ultron. All of this is constantly stimulating the nerves of ordinary people. Every incident tells them this world is not safe. Therefore, they need a pillar of support. And this spiritual pillar is not enough for the Avengers alone. Iron Man is too far removed from ordinary people. War Machine is a military personnel and not suitable for public appearances. And Black Widow and Hawkeye are not capable enough. After careful consideration, Captain America, a former combat hero, became their choice. With a positive image, historical background, official backing, and easy control despite being independent, there are countless benefits to promoting Captain America. In short, compared to their old friends, the newcomer and kid, were nothing more than outsiders. Peter decided to treat this as a trial, since neither side will go all out. This is a good opportunity to spar with these superheroes and see just how powerful I am now. While Peter was making his own plans, Iron Man and Captain America started arguing again. It's clear that Iron Man is furious. He accused, "Are you an idiot, dragging Clint into this? And taking Wanda out of where she was perfectly fine. I've been trying my best not to let you tear the League apart." However, in response to Iron Man's accusations, Captain America simply said, "The League was already falling apart the moment you signed the agreement." Captain America's stubbornness infuriated Iron Man, but he knew that anger wouldn't solve the problem. He could only take a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and said, "Enough. Hand over Barnes and now come back with us. Otherwise, the special forces will come to deal with you. They won't show you any mercy." As he spoke, his tone softened again. "Please." Iron Man still didn't want their friendship of so many years to end like this. He met Captain America 8 years ago, and they fought together in the Battle of New York against the Chitauri invasion. They were like brothers who had been through thick and thin together. In the years that followed, we had quite a bit of contact. He doesn't have many true friends, and Captain America is one of them. He really doesn't want to lose a friend. I don't want this friend to go astray at this moment. The Falcon's small biplane reconnaissance aircraft found their true target for this mission, the Quinjet. Falcon immediately relayed this information to Captain America. Captain America's lips curled slightly. He was saying these things to Iron Man partly to try and persuade him, but partly to buy time. Now that Iron Man can't be persuaded and the Quinjet has been found, there's no need to drag things out any longer. Captain America raises his hands, which are bound by Peter's silk above his head, call out. An arrow shot from afar. It was Hawkeye who made the move. The arrow pierced precisely between Captain America's hands. Its immense kinetic energy, combined with the sharpness of the arrow, instantly severed the spider silk. Captain America is free at this time. Peter frowned slightly, a strange feeling suddenly rising in his heart. Where is it? It's a shield. Peter suddenly looked down and came face to face with a humanoid creature, no bigger than an ant standing on a shield. Waterman Ant-Man was a little confused. He didn't expect Peter's senses to be so sharp. He had only just come up and had already been discovered. He didn't know that even Peter had only just realized that his senses had become more acute. Perhaps this is what he gained from Spider-Man Noir. Previously his spider sense would fail 9 out of 10 times. But now it fails 7 out of 10 times. Yes, that's a lot of progress. The spider sense here is not the spider sense for situations of deadly danger, but rather for the current, non-dangerous situation. Hey, you're on Captain America's side too. Peter even had the leisure to greet Ant-Man. I'm a filthy thing, kid. Ant-Man's eyes darted around, and he gripped the edge of his shield, growing larger as he did so. Peter was indeed taken aback by this move. This was the first time he had ever seen someone who could change size. This is the filthy thing. What kind of ghost are you? Peter gripped his shield tightly with one hand and grabbed Ant-Man's foot as it kicked at him with the other. Thus, Ant-Man found himself in an awkward position. One hand was still on his shield, while Peter held onto his foot, leaving him face down, half of him hanging in the air. Captain America, Iron Man. Are you too sure you're not here to be funny? This was an accident. Little oops, pajama baby, can you put me down? Peter tightened his grip slightly and said with a forced smile. My name is Spider-Man, not pajama baby, Spider-Man. Ant-Man waved his hands wildly in the air. Mr. Spider-Man, could you please put me down? This is really embarrassing. All right then, I'll let you go, Peter said, throwing Ant-Man out. Chapter 14. He was nervous. Well done, kid, Iron Man praised when Ant-Man appeared. He thought the shield was going to be taken back, but he didn't expect Peter to react so quickly. What the hell is that thing? Is it really something dirty? What picture book did it come from? War Machine asked a series of questions. I'm not dirty, let me introduce myself. My name is Ant-Man. Ant-Man slowly got up from the ground, giving Peter a resentful look. Kids these days have no respect for the elderly. I'll respect you when you're old, Uncle Ant, Peter said, adding that he'd never lost a battle of wits. Ant-Man retorted, I'm not an ant, I'm Ant-Man, you spider. I'm not a spider, I'm Spider-Man. Just as the two were about to engage in a battle of wits from a distance, Iron Man spoke up to stop them. He has located Captain America's other helpers using the thermal imager on his Iron Man suit. There are 2 on the tarmac. One of them is Wanda. I'm going to grab her. Captain America is reaching out to Peter for his shield. Kid, can I have your shield? Peter held the shield in his left hand and swung it around, grinning. Sorry. This shield is quite comfortable for me to hold, so I'll leave it here for now, clang as he spoke. He slightly turned to the side and used his shield to deflect an arrow. Well done, Iron Man praised, then turned and flew towards the helipad. Rhodes, you take care of the captain. Rod said there are 2 in the terminal, Wilson and Barnes. Barnes is mine. Upon hearing this, Black Panther decisively ran towards the terminal. Captain America's expression hardened slightly, realizing he wouldn't be able to get the shield anytime soon. Without further hesitation, he turned and chased after Black Panther. Barnes was his good brother, and he certainly couldn't stand by and watch Black Panther face him. But without his shield, Captain America, relying solely on his flesh and blood, was no match for Black Panther. He quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. If Black Panther hadn't been reluctant to kill, Captain America probably wouldn't have lasted more than a few hits. Then I'll go and meet the famous Winter Soldier, Peter said, glancing at the scene below and realizing he wasn't needed here for the time being. Black Widow has already started fighting with Ant-Man. Everyone is fighting each other, so he decisively left, shooting out a spider silk thread towards the terminal building. Soon, he found two people running on the second floor of the waiting hall, one of whom had a silver metal arm on his left. With such a distinctive mark, he must be the Winter Soldier. Peter swung his shield, smashed the glass with the edge, and rushed in. "Whoa, what the hell are you?" The Winter Soldier was startled. Falcon assumed a fighting stance. These days, does everyone really have some fancy gadgets? Peter looked at the Winter Soldier's hands and emphasized, "I don't think he's any worse." The Winter Soldier glanced at the shield in his hand and asked, "Are you sure you want to stop us?" "I did it on someone's behalf," Peter shrugged. The Winter Soldier fell silent, was never one to talk much. Boom, the Winter Soldier swung his metal arm at Peter. Peter raised his shield and easily blocked the attack, feeling almost no force on his hand. "Wow, so this is a vibranium shield, cool." Just then the spider sensed an alarm. Peter suddenly exerted his strength and jumped up. "Call out." A figure swept past the spot where he had just been standing. If he hadn't jumped, he would most likely have been grabbed and thrown out by now. His powerful dynamic vision allowed him to see the figure clearly at a glance. It's the Falcon, however, has now entered armed mode, with a pair of metal wings growing from his back. Wow. He has a metal arm, you have metal wings. And you still have the nerve to call me flashy. Peter aimed at the back of the Falcon and shot out a spider web. The Falcon nimbly dodged and avoided the attack. He then fired several miniature missiles back at Peter. This blatant attack was no challenge for Peter. He simply pretended to move aside and avoided all the attacks. That's right, it's all just pretending. Based on the level of warning from his spider sense and the trajectory of the miniature missiles he had just glanced at, it was clear that these miniature missiles could not possibly hit him. At most, they would only serve as a warning. Sure enough, everyone was playing in perfect unison. Of course, Peter was also quite interested in playing with them. Call out, another spider silk shot out, but it was evaded by the Falcon once again. Peter scratched his head, glancing at the shield in his hand with some annoyance. If they had fired with both hands simultaneously, they could have blocked Falcon's movement, and he wouldn't have had such a good chance to dodge. Indeed, Spider-Man shouldn't be using shields. Peter's eyes darted around. "Let's go," he threw his shield, which shot rapidly toward the Winter Soldier below. The Winter Soldier was startled and caught the shield, only to be pushed back several steps by the immense force of the shield. Peter, having successfully delivered the shield, then seriously sparred with the Falcon once again. The space above the waiting area is actually quite spacious for an individual like Peter. But for Falcon, who was still wearing a mechanical metal wingsuit, the space was a bit too cramped. Many of his actions were thus restricted. Peter quickly discovered this and put it into practice, taking advantage of the moment when Falcon dodged a thick steel bone. He predicted the location and fired a spider silk bullet, which directly stuck to the power gear of the mechanical metal wingsuit on Falcon's back. Click click, after the gears turned a few times, they were bound by tough spider silk. The Falcon plummeted straight down from the sky. Peter initially intended to try to save him, but upon realizing that the height wasn't even enough to cause him to fall and get injured, he didn't take any action. The Falcon landed on the ground, quickly got up and stretched out its paws, preparing to use its equipment to attack Peter again. By this time, Peter had already anticipated his actions. With two quick swirls, two strands of spider silk bound the Falcon's paws directly to the railing, one on the left and one on the right. "Are your wings made of carbon fiber? No wonder the stiffness to elasticity ratio is so good. You spin your own silk?" Of course not. Actually, I also want to spin my own silk. That would be so much more convenient. And I wouldn't have to secretly cough during class. Peter explained somewhat awkwardly. Falcon was speechless. "Kid, have you never been in a fight before? We don't usually talk so much nonsense when we're fighting." "Nonsense, of course I've fought." Peter recalled his battles in the Spider-Man Noir universe and then realized the difference between the two. In that world, He was actually a combination of himself and Spider-Man Noir. So he was more decisive and more mature. This is the complete him. He's rambling on and on not because of anything else, but simply because he's nervous. Chapter 15 Battle Escalation. Yes, that's right, it's nervousness. Even without the calm and collected presence of Spider-Man Noir, he is still the same 15-year-old. Even though he constantly recalls the feeling of merging with Spider-Man Noir and tries to pretend to be calm and mature, he is still the same naive young man. Occasionally, some naivety still shows, especially after entering the battle, of course. This is definitely an improvement over his previous self. After all, he has taken lives on his hands. When Peter shot Vulturujo was trying to harm Aunt May, it was Spider-Man Noir's consciousness that was in control. But Peter also experienced that feeling firsthand in his subsequent encounters with Kraven the Hunter and Green Goblin. He was largely in charge with these experiences. Although he is still a little nervous, he is much better than before. If it were the old Ant-Man, he probably would have had his shield snatched back by the suddenly enlarged Ant-Man outside. And now, perhaps it's not impossible for him to temporarily suppress Falcon and Winter Soldier in a 2-on-1 fight. Just then the Winter Soldier ran back. While Peter and Falcon were fighting, he took the shield Peter used to smash him and threw it through the window to Captain America, who was fighting Black Panther below with the shield. Captain America was finally able to put up a fight against Black Panther. Unfortunately, it was merely a matter of resistance. Black Panther's vibranium armor has quite a pedigree. Wakanda's use of vibranium is nothing short of masterful. Based on the properties of vibranium, they developed Vibranium A and Vibranium B. Vibranium A is the original vibranium that can absorb energy, while Vibranium B is a variant of vibranium that can be used to break the molecular bonds of many metals, including Vibranium A. It's just a metal. Yet they've managed to create the paradox of it being both the strongest shield and the sharpest spear. The Black Panther's vibranium suit uses Vibranium B for the claws. So much so that after he scratched it a few times, several scratch marks appeared on Captain America's vibranium shield. The seemingly indestructible vibranium shield has been scratched. This greatly surprised Captain America. But now was not the time for surprise. He could only endure the pain of his wife, or rather, his shield being scratched by the wild man, and continue fighting the Black Panther at the same time. Inside the airport terminal, the Winter Soldier tried to rescue Falcon, but Peter kicked him and Falcon down with one kick. Then came a series of spider webs, binding the two firmly to the ground, rendering them unable to move. I'd love to keep playing with you guys, but I have other tasks to complete, so, Duong. Peter turned slightly to the side and swiftly shot out a spider web from his hand, knocking a small drone directly onto the ceiling and trapping it in the web. He looked up at the drone's design and said to Falcon, "Sir, is this your child? It's quite mischievous, isn't it? Do you have any other ideas, buddy?" The Winter Soldier asked. Falcon shook his head in bewilderment. Are all young people this capable these days? Peter shrugged. Bye. He turned and jumped out of the window, rejoining the battle in the square outside. At this point, the battle situation here escalated. Captain America was facing a combined attack from Black Panther and War Machine. And just when he was about to be overwhelmed, Ant-Man pulled off a brilliant move. He handed Captain America a miniature car the size of a keychain, then picked up a large dart and said, "Throw it at this thing." Captain America nodded somewhat blankly, unsure of what he was going to do. Ant-Man didn't offer any explanation and simply tossed it out. Seeing this, Captain America instinctively threw the minicar away as well. Snap! The minicar, starting later, arrived first and hit the large dart. A surprising scene unfolded in an instant. The mini-car grew to the size of a normal vehicle and crashed down on the War Machine. War Machine, Black Panther, Black Widow, and Peter, who had just stepped out of the terminal, were all stunned by what they saw. It took them a moment to realize what was happening. Black Panther tackled Black Widow to the ground, using his vibranium suit to shield her from the explosion. Peter wanted to save people, but the distance was too far. so he could only speed up and get there as quickly as possible. War Machine is a real man, so he faces the vehicle head-on. Then with a bang he was crushed under the car. The immense kinetic energy propelled him and his armor forward several meters before stopping. The War Machine, covered in soot, crawled out from under the burning car. "I'm angry." Iron Man arrived just in time, landed on the ground, and pulled Black Widow and Black Panther up one after the other. Black Widow asked, "Was this also part of the plan?" Iron Man shook his head. "No. This has exceeded my expectations. I was going to be polite to them." "We're not really going to have to fight them, are we?" Peter asked curiously, landing to the side. Iron Man's tone was somewhat gloomy, clearly indicating that he wasn't in a particularly good mood. Hearing Peter's words, he turned to look at him. "Or are we just playing house?" "They went in the direction of the plane," War Machine said. "It's alright, Somion has been waiting for us for a long time," Iron Man said calmly without the slightest panic. "Now let's go over there." So Iron Man took Black Widow with him, while Black Panther and Peter hung on either side of War Machine. The five of them quickly crossed the square and arrived at the other side. Peter then met the sixth man that Iron Man had mentioned. His skin was completely red, and he wore simple gray-green clothes with a cloak draped over his back. Most importantly, he was flying in the air. "He can actually fly." Peter couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "His name is Vision and he's a very powerful character." War Machine said, "How powerful?" "It's really amazing, and it's even red-skinned. A little kid like you might like to eat it." "Peter, do you really think I'm a 3-year-old? What should I do if I really want to defect?" As they spoke, the two teams regrouped. This time everyone was present. Iron Man's side consists of Iron Man, Vision, War Machine, Black Widow, Black Panther, and Peter Parker. The team on Captain America's side consists of Captain America, Wanda, Falcon, Hawkeye, Winter Soldier, and Ant-Man. It has to be said that the lineups on both sides are quite interesting. There's the best buddy duo of Iron Man and Captain America, the husband and wife team of Vision and Wanda, and even the talkative duo of Peter and Ant-Man. Looking at it this way, it's like all sorts of buffs have been stacked up. It can only be said that the leaders on both sides are quite adept at playing the game. That should be enough to raise the money for them. Yes, they have great chemistry, however. The atmosphere on the field was not as harmonious as expected. With everyone from both sides present, the expressions on both sides immediately became serious. After assessing each other's combat capabilities, Iron Man and Captain America realized that neither of them could convince the other in a short period of time. The battle is about to break out again. This time it will be even more intense. Chapter 16, Ant-Man, War Kinship. At Captain America's command, the 6 members of Captain America's group began to move forward. This demonstrates their unwavering determination. Correspondingly, Peter and the other sold by Iron Man slowly walked forward. The two sides gradually went from walking to running, and finally to sprinting. Finally, the two teams collided. Peter was approached by Ant-Man from the very beginning. "Hey, you're a spider, right? I'm an ant, aren't we related?" Ant-Man said, swinging a whip kick at Peter. Peter reached out to block, and then pinned Ant-Man to the ground. "Although we are both arthropods, we are very different, so I don't think we are related, Mr. Ant." "You're really hurting me to say that," Ant-Man said, shrinking as he was about to fall to the ground. Peter could hardly find Ant-Man with the naked eye, but he could vaguely sense Ant-Man's presence through his spider sense. "Little brat," Ant-Man launched a sneak attack from behind, yelling as he was about to hit Peter, trying to scare him. However, Peter suddenly turned around and shot out a swarm of spider webs. "Wow," Ant-Man exclaimed in surprise. He couldn't understand how Peter had managed to find him on each of his previous attempts. Could it be that his suit is like the equipment worn by Iron Man and Falcon, with something like a thermal imager on it? Bang! Ant-Man was stuck to the ground in a spider web. He quickly enlarged his body and finally broke free from the spider web. However, Peter took this opportunity to leave the spot, because the Winter Soldier had approached Black Widow. And although Black Widow had the serum that enhanced her genes, she didn't have any tools to defend against the Winter Soldier's metal arm. Under the Winter Soldier's attacks, she could only dodge left and right, using her agility to avoid his attacks. Hey, we meet again. Peter used his webs to stick to the Winter Soldier's metal arm as the Winter Soldier threw a punch and swung over him. It's you again, you little brat. The Winter Soldier swung his arm forcefully, trying to pull Peter down using the web. At that moment, Black Widow seized the opportunity, pressed herself against the Winter Soldier, and used a chokehold technique incorporating Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu to throw him to the ground. That's a cool move, can you teach me? Peter landed to the side, continuously firing spider silk bullets that stuck the Winter Soldier to the ground. Sure, if there's a chance after the mission is over, I can teach you some fighting skills. Black Widow readily agreed. SHHH. 2 arrows shot from a distance, precisely slicing through the spider silk. Upon seeing this, the Winter Soldier immediately flipped over and jumped up. It turns out that Hawkeye noticed the situation and came to provide support. Hawkeye looked at Peter with a hint of hostility. Kid, you're just a brat. Peter paused. I'm a man now. Your voice sounds like a little girl's. Hawkeye fired another arrow and charged at Peter together with the Winter Soldier. Boom! At that moment, Black Panther appeared swiftly and rammed into Winter Soldier while carrying him. The two engaged in close combat on the ground. Peter grabbed Hawkeye's arrow and was about to speak when suddenly, his spider sense began to throb wildly dangerous. He quickly threw the arrows away, but it was too late. Boom. The arrow exploded. Peter felt a buzzing in his head. Fortunately, Hawkeye was smart enough that he didn't load too much explosive into the explosive arrows, so the damage wasn't significant. Otherwise, he wouldn't have aimed them at people. Black Widow glanced at Peter, then looked at Hawkeye and said with slight anger, Clinto, you want to blow him up? Hawkeye was a little embarrassed. He just wanted to use the aftershocks of the explosive arrows to bombard Peter from a distance and teach him a small lesson. Who knew that Peter could catch the arrow he shot at such close range with his bare hands and even hold it up to his head to show off? Hawkeye was momentarily at a loss for words to explain this blunder. Black Widow glanced at Peter again, and after finding that he was all right, she rushed towards Hawkeye. Peter patted his head, and the buzzing in his head lessened considerably. He felt that he had suffered from a lack of combat experience. This incident taught him some lessons. Although he has a spider sense, and after merging with Spider-Man Noir, his spider sense has been enhanced and is no longer in a state of being intermittent. However, spider sensing also has its limitations. Currently, it can only detect some dangers directed at it, but cannot detect some dangers that have not yet been triggered. For example, Hawkeye's explosive arrow is just an arrow when it is not activated. It is an explosive only when it is activated, this time. Because everyone was on the same side, Hawkeye didn't really go all out. If we encounter an enemy like this again, it will be dangerous. After recovering, Peter found himself with some free time. He took the opportunity to observe the battle situation. On the battlefield in the sky, Vision and Wanda were exchanging blows. Their magic was dazzling, producing bursts of explosions. But it was clear to everyone that neither of them was using their full strength. Falcons and war machines are constantly circling and battling. On the ground, Iron Man abandoned his long-range advantage and used his Iron Man armor to engage in close combat with Captain America, perhaps still trying to persuade Captain America nearby. Black Panther and Winter Soldier were also locked in a fierce battle. Unlike Peter, who prefers to use agility as his primary fighting method, Black Panther and Winter Soldier are both masters of close combat. The two are evenly matched, with every punch landing squarely. Black Widow and Hawkeye were also fighting back and forth. However, overall, it seems that Iron Man's side has the upper hand. Wait, where's Ant-Man? Peter looked around but couldn't find his relatives anywhere. His intuition told him that this shrinking creature was definitely hiding somewhere, plotting something. Just like how it tried to steal his shield at the beginning. Just as Peter was searching for Ant-Man, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. It was Wanda. She also realized that her side was at a disadvantage. Suddenly increased her magical output. Blasting vision away, Thench first blasted Iron Man, who was fighting Captain America with one blow, and then used her magic whip to bind Black Widow's hands and throw her away. She then turned her attention to the Black Panther, unleashing a massive burst of magic that completely enveloped it, sending it crashing into a container dozens of meters away. Wanda's outburst stunned everyone on the field. When everyone is just playing around, someone suddenly becomes serious. And she seems like an oddball. Wanda hovered in the air, looking down at everyone surrounded by a red magical aura. She said coldly, "There's no need to get entangled with them. We have our own things to do." "You're right. We should get down to business," Captain America nodded. "I'm afraid things won't go as you wish." Iron Man quickly flew back. But when he tried to fire his palm cannon, he found that it was malfunctioning. Chapter 17 Ant-Man, I have a daughter, Mr. Stark, watch out, it's Ant-Man. Peter immediately warned. Iron Man also received the report from the artificial intelligence Friday and immediately activated the fire suppression system inside the armor. "Oops, we've been discovered." Ant-Man's voice came from inside the armor. "Are you the one who can shrink?" Iron Man asked. Ant-Man replied, No, I'm your conscience." Iron Man chuckled coldly, "I hope my conscience can withstand the coolant. Whoa, I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die." As he spoke, coolant gushed out of the pipes toward Ant-Man. Ant-Man turned and ran, but he couldn't outrun the coolant. When Iron Man designed this cooling system, it was to prevent overheating caused by overload in certain parts, or fires caused by external trauma. Therefore, the cooling system must be fast. Ant-Man was ejected by the coolant and crashed to the ground with a thud. Meanwhile, Captain America's side, taking advantage of Wanda's outburst, quickly distanced themselves from Iron Man's side. After some discussion, they decided to let Captain America and Winter Soldier go to Siberia as planned, while they and the others would stay behind to continue to stop Iron Man and his team. But before that, they need a big guy to attract everyone's attention so that Captain America and the Winter Soldier can take advantage of the chaos. So Ant-Man volunteered to be this big guy. Holy crap. What is this? Peter stared in shock at the center of the square. What appeared before him was an enlarged version of Ant-Man, over 30 meters tall, almost as tall as Ultraman. The little thing has grown bigger again. This guy is so strange. How can it keep getting bigger and smaller? The War Machine, with one of its feet being pinched, made a helpless complaint. "Well done, TikTok." Falcon praised. Ant-Man didn't say a word, and flung Rhodes away, sending him flying right over Peter's head. Peter quickly shot out his spider silk, trying to pull the War Machine back, but the immense force on it instead pulled him forward and flew away with it. Finally, with the help of a bus, he was able to stop the War Machine's advance and pull it back. "Well done, Spider-Man," War Machine said, then charged back at Ant-Man once more. Then Ant-Man kicked another bus towards them. Peter turned around and caught the bus, taking several steps back before stopping. "Here you go." He suddenly threw the bus back. Iron Man and War Machine launched a combined attack on Ant-Man, but they were helpless against the giant Ant-Man, who could detach airplane wings and use them as knives. "Does anyone here want to show off a special talent?" Iron Man shouted as he fired a burst of bullets. Peter asked in bewilderment. "This guy doesn't follow the laws of physics. His body has gotten bigger, but his body rigidity shouldn't have changed, right? How can he withstand cannonballs? Does the fact that his body can grow larger make sense in physics?" "His mass also increases," Iron Man replied. "Okay, I have a plan, let me give it a try." Peter still couldn't quite understand, but it didn't matter. He could finish the fight first and then figure it out. He quickly approached Ant-Man and shot out several spider webs, which stuck to Ant-Man's feet and joints. The extremely resilient spider web immediately restricted Ant-Man's movements. When enlarged Hugo was already somewhat slow-moving, suddenly became a large and steady old man. Taking this opportunity, Peter shot out webs from his hands again, starting from his feet and circling around Ant-Man. "Mr. Stark and Peter didn't know what War Machine was called, or even that it was a name. "Rhodes, my name is Rhodes." "What do you want us to do?" War Machine replied. "'Kay, Mr. Stark Mr. Rotus you too find the right opportunity. Use your speed to smash his china and knock him unconscious. Peter announced his plan, K. Iron Man and War Machine chose to believe Peter. Ant-Man seemed to have realized their plan. But now he was at their mercy and had no power to resist. In fact, he had only used the ability to grow bigger twice. The last time he hadn't grown this big. So he's basically just a conspicuous figurehead used to draw fire. His actual combat strength isn't that high, Duong. Using the propulsion of the armor. The two suits of steel armor channeled all their kinetic energy into their fists, slamming them heavily into Ant-Man's chin. Ant-Man fell backward to the ground and quickly returned to his original size. Well done, Iron Man said, looking at Peter with satisfaction. Peter flashed a victory sign, you're welcome, boom. As the two were talking, a Quinjet took off from the tarmac not far away, damn it. Iron Man and War Machine cursed under their breath and took to the air flying towards the Quinjet. Seeing this, the Falcon in the distance also took flight. Peter was momentarily dumbfounded. The battlefield suddenly shifted from the ground to the air, leaving him no choice but to react. Which Spider-Man from which world can fly, can I copy it? Waiting online very anxious, hey kid, can you help me up? Ant-Man cried out to Peter for help. Peter walked over and stopped about 3 meters away from him, if I help you. Will I also be considered a war criminal, Ant-Man? No way, Ant-Man tried to convince Peter, enlarging himself once again and putting a huge strain on his body. He was in pain all over and had no strength. But that's too risky and I don't want to take that risk. Peter said, I have a daughter named Kathy. She's incredibly cute, how about I introduce her to you? Ant-Man chose the temptation of beauty. The main reason was that he thought the young man was good. He could tell from his voice that he was young. But he was courageous, knowledgeable, and had extraordinary abilities. He was an outstanding young man. Although Kathy is still young, he doesn't mind finding a suitable young man for his daughter to get to know first. Most importantly, they are relatives, Peter. Your daughter will be heartbroken if she hears this. Peter said, walking over and helping Ant-Man up, of course. It wasn't for the beautiful daughter he mentioned. It was simply because he didn't think there was anything wrong with helping Ant-Man. After all, it was obvious to anyone with eyes that they never went too far in their fighting. Ant-Man introduced himself, my name is Scott Lang. You can call me Scott, what's your name? My name is Peter Parker, you can call me Peter, Peter said. Hey good Peter, you're a great guy, really muscular. Ant-Man chuckled, putting a hand on Peter's shoulder and patting his chest. Peter felt a chill run down his spine. Please don't make such lewd gestures and expressions. Chapter 18, it's over. Hey, what does it matter, Peter? Judging from your voice, you're not that old, are you? Ant-Man continued to probe Peter's background. Peter ignored him. His keener perception than most people led him to notice what appeared to be an explosion in the distant sky. A black dot fell diagonally from the sky toward the ground. There are only 4 participants in the aerial battle. First, the Quinjet aircraft piloted by Captain America and Winter Soldier. Second is Iron Man. Third is War Machine and fourth is Falcon. Who was hit? He fell from that height. Peter stared blankly in that direction. After Ant-Man finished speaking, he noticed that Peter did not respond. He followed Peter's gaze into the distance. But as an ordinary person without equipment, he couldn't see that far. What's wrong, Peter? Peter said, someone has been hit. Ant-Man was taken aback, his expression turning serious. Something terrible has happened. A short while later, Peter received a call from Iron Man. During the phone call, Iron Man told him that Rhodey's Iron Man armor had been hit by an energy source and he had fallen from a height of thousands of meters. They were now taking Rhodey to the hospital for emergency treatment. As for Peter's arrangements, he told Peter to go back to the hotel to find Happy first. And after everything was over, he and Happy would take him back to Queens. During this time, he could also take a stroll around Berlin. Of course, Ant-Man wasn't so lucky. As a war criminal, he will be extradited back to the United States with Falcon to face trial. Peter had a certain fondness for this guy who was just as talkative as him. But he was worried about his future. Ant-Man himself didn't care. He said that since he was a criminal before, and now that he can participate in the battles of superheroes, he accepts being judged. At least the reasons for this trial are much more prestigious than before. Well, this guy is a natural optimist. Peter went back to the hotel, first took a shower, changed his clothes, and then greeted Happy. Happy then took him to the hospital where Iron Man and the others were. When they arrived, Rhodes was already in the emergency room, and Peter only saw Iron Man and Black Widow. They seemed to have just had a fight. When Black Widow passed by them, Happy greeted her, but Black Widow only glanced at him before leaving without looking back. "Mr. Stark, your hand?" Peter asked as he approached Iron Man. Happy was sent by Iron Man to buy something, which suggests he might want to talk to Peter alone. Iron Man gestured and said, "It's nothing, just a minor sprain. It'll be fine soon, Colonel Narod." Iron Man glanced at him, forcing a smile onto his bitter face. "The doctor said he has comminuted fractures of the lumbar and sacral vertebrae and a severe tear in the spinal cord, and he is likely to be paralyzed in the future." Peter's face darkened. Becoming a superhero in people's eyes might come at a price. "Are you scared?" Iron Man asked Peter. Peter shook his head. "There is light and darkness in this world. Some people live in the light, while others have to lurk in the shadows." Iron Man was slightly taken aback, and the way he looked at him changed. Then he burst out laughing, reaching out to ruffle Peter's hair into a mess. "You little brat. You're so young. Where do you get such a strong sense of responsibility?" Peter shook his head vigorously, escaping Iron Man's clutches. "I'm serious." Hot tilde. Iron Man withdrew his hand, leaned against the railing, and looked into the distance. "It's good that you think that way, but remember, don't let the darkness engulf you." Peter nodded without saying anything. Drip. A message popped up on Iron Man's smartwatch, containing a video sent by the Berlin police. He glanced at it briefly before covering the information on the watch. Quelling Peter's curiosity, "Mr. Stark, is there anything I can do for you?" Iron Man shook his head. "No, you've done enough. You can walk around Berlin. Once I've finished dealing with these matters, I'll take you back with me." "Okay," Peter said, lowering his head in disappointment. Iron Man patted him on the shoulder. "All right. Go back and get some rest." After Peter turned and left, Iron Man watched his retreating figure and muttered, "With us old guys around, there's no way it'd be your turn to be the Dark Walker." After saying that, he glanced at the information on his watch again and said to Fright, "Call me a helicopter, I need to go to Rot Prison." "Okay, sir." After Happy returned from shopping, Peter went back to the hotel with him. However, instead of going sightseeing in Berlin, as Iron Man had suggested, he reflected on the battle and learned lessons from it. Although this wasn't strictly a real battle, aside from the accident that caused the war machine to crash, there wasn't much substantial damage on either side. However, they still have a considerable amount of combat experience. His experience fighting superheroes had a significant impact on him. He reaped a great deal of rewards. Moreover, his performance was quite good, which could be considered a fair reward for the expensive supersuit that Iron Man gave him. However, he felt that there were still some areas for improvement in this suit. Or rather, there were some areas that he hadn't yet discovered. He had been too busy before to study it properly, but now that he has the time, he plans to do so. He quickly found a switch on the suit. "Hey Peter, are you starting today's training?" A voice suddenly rang out. Peter looked around. "Who are you?" "I am the AI butler for your Spider-Man suit. I don't have a name yet, but perhaps you can help me choose one." The voice said, "An AI butler? You mean like Mr. Stark's Jarvis?" Peter exclaimed in surprise. "You can think of it that way," the AI butler said. "Okay. If we're talking about a name, how about we call you Karen?" Peter said. "Shh. You can call me Karen, whatever makes you happy," Karen said. Peter asked, "Hey Karen, what other functions does this outfit have?" Karen said, "There is a training agreement in the suit. You can arrange a reasonable training plan for yourself, which will allow you to master all the functions of this suit as soon as possible." Training protocol. Actually, I'm more curious about what all the features actually include," Peter said. "You can learn about them gradually during training." Karen said, "Ok. Then I'd like to learn how to launch spider silk first. Okay. The net shooting combination function has been switched for you. There are 576 scientific net shooting combination modes in total. Which one would you like to learn first? What? Chapter 19 New Web Launcher. Peter was taken aback at first, somewhat disbelieving. He has had spider abilities for over a month now, and has been making his own web shooter and spider silk for more than half a month. But all he knows how to do is shoot out spider silk. The new spider webs and silk bullets were learned and created after he went to Spider-Man Noir's side. Even Spider-Man Noir only knows a few ways to shoot webs. But now, the suit Iron Man gave him actually has 576 scientifically designed ways to shoot through the net. How can this be really? It feels like this is negating all his efforts over the past month. However, when Peter took a closer look at the training materials, he noticed that each of the long rows of names was unique. Things like spider web grenade, separating spider web, electric spider web barrage, bouncing spider web and spider web parachute. Finally, he reluctantly discovered two facts first. The spider silk emitter he painstakingly researched was rendered obsolete. Secondly, we really must believe in science. Although Iron Man doesn't use webs as one of his primary offensive methods, the scientifically analyzed web shooting techniques he developed are indeed very useful. For example, the bouncing spider web is a type of spider silk bullet that can be delayed in its burst. Due to the addition of some special processes, it does not explode immediately upon launch. If the enemy is hiding behind a wall, Peter can launch the bouncing web directly at a simple launch angle to knock them down. There's also the spider web grenade, which is a special type of spider web bullet containing a large amount of spider web solution. After being thrown, it will turn into a huge spider web in an instant. This method of instantly creating a network can also be applied in many other places. For example, when dealing with drunk drivers who didn't follow the rules on the street, he would always use his own strength to pull the vehicle back when it went out of control to prevent it from hitting people. However, it is actually difficult to completely stop it, and it often causes some unnecessary losses. Although he doesn't have to compensate for the loss, since he chose to help, naturally wants to do his best. At this moment, if there were such a spider web grenade, it could instantly form a large net, directly catching the car that was about to fall in midair. This gives him ample time to handle the car with care. Other types of net shooting methods also have their own uses. Even without actually studying the tutorial, Peter could glean some insights just from the name and description. Then, Peter took a quick look at the rest of the training protocol. Some were disabled, and he was informed that he needed to reach a certain training level to unlock them. But just those that weren't banned made him feel like he had gained a lot. Peter then began to realize the value of this battle suit. Its materials texture and artificial intelligence are only one aspect. The knowledge carefully incorporated into it is, in Peter's view, no less valuable than that. Peter Stark didn't know why Iron Man was being so kind to him, but he knew he had to remember this kindness, even if it's just for a transaction. Making a quick and easy dish to get rid of him is completely different from making a thoughtful and heartfelt one to give him. Out of gratitude to Iron Man, Peter resumed his jumping around in the room. Bang, bang. Bang, boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. Peter nimbly rolled over and looked out through the peephole. No one was there. Hup, boom, boom, boom. There was a few more knocks on the door, then it was opened. Oh, it's just the door to the room. The person who walked in was Happy. He almost forgot that his room was connected to Happy's room. Happy stared blankly at Peter, who was dressed in a Spider-Man suit, then scanned the dense spiderwebs covering the ceiling, corners, and other surfaces. Are you planning to turn this place into a spider cave? You're Spider-Man, not a spider monster. Peter scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. Discovering so many interesting things made him so excited that he forgot all about this. He's in a hotel now. If the room service finds the cobwebs in this room, wouldn't his identity be exposed? Fortunately, Happy noticed his embarrassment and said, "Stop now. If you want to test the suit, wait until we get back. I'll extend the stay in this room for another day until the specialists have cleaned up the traces before canceling it." Thank you, Peter said with a sigh of relief, thanking him repeatedly. He doesn't want to reveal his identity yet. It's not a big deal that his true identity was discovered by superheroes like Iron Man and Ant-Man. After all, we're all the same kind of people. We don't interfere with each other's lives when we're not doing anything. But if ordinary people find out, then it will be troublesome. He had already experienced this in the world of Spider-Man Noir. In that world, Spider-Man Noir's true identity was never revealed. It was only because Ben Ulrich had a close relationship with Peter that danger befell Peter and his Aunt May. If Peter hadn't gained the spider's powers, or if he hadn't reacted in time and gone back a step later, Aunt May would definitely have followed in Uncle Ben's footsteps and fallen victim to the vulture's clutches. He absolutely did not want to bring these things to his Aunt May's side. After giving him a warning, Happy went back to his room. Peter could only lie on the bed, bored. Before he knew it, he had fallen asleep. He had a long dream. In his dream, he saw countless Spider-Men. There's a burly Spider-Man in a black suit, a slender Spider-Man in a white suit, a Spider-Man in a steampunk-style exoskeleton, and even a Spider-Ham with a pig nose. Finally, he seemed to see a giant spider web, with a figure sitting inside it. The night passed quickly. Peter did not live to see Iron Man arrive. The next morning, Happy received a message from Iron Man, and then took Peter back to New York, USA, on the same private plane they had come on. It is said that Iron Man went to Siberia and fought with Captain America and the Winter Soldier. It seems to have been a fierce battle filled with personal grudges. He didn't see Iron Man again until he got off the plane in New York. However, Iron Man did not elaborate on the specifics of what happened next. Peter could only vaguely guess what was going on from the occasional low spirits he exuded. Iron Man didn't make any follow-up arrangements for him, although he performed admirably in this incident. Iron Man probably considered his studies and didn't want him to devote too much energy to the superhero career, if it really can be considered a career. Anyway, on the way back, Iron Man kept emphasizing to Peter that he should focus on his studies and stop thinking about unnecessary things. Peter could only respond with a few ahas to brush it off. Chapter 20: The Second Time Travel. As the car approached Queens, Iron Man pulled Peter aside and had him film an alibi video. Well, it's mainly for appeasing Aunt May. Peter thought about it and realized it made sense, so he filmed a short clip. Iron Man then tells Peter that Happy will become his personal contact. If they need Peter's help, someone will contact him. As Peter was getting out of the car, Iron Man noticed his absent-mindedness and roughly guessed what Peter was thinking. He said, "Remember, don't do what I can do, and don't do what I can't do." Peter asked doubtfully, "Then I should do nothing?" No. Right in between these two areas there's a gray area, and that's your sphere of influence. Iron Man didn't want to dampen Peter's enthusiasm. Peter seemed thoughtful. Tilde. Does this mean he has obtained official permission to act? From now on, when he moves around the streets, he will no longer be a vigilante but a prospective avenger. As for how big the gray area is, haha. Didn't you see that even Iron Man himself couldn't explain it clearly? Hey, Peter envisioned a bright future. Iron Man suddenly turned to the side. Peter thought Iron Man was going to give him a hug before leaving, but Iron Man simply opened the car door for him. "I didn't mean to hug you. We're not that close yet, Peter." When Peter got home, Aunt May hadn't come home from get off work yet, so he lay in bed and continued to ponder the web shooter. Actually, if it weren't almost dinner time, he would definitely go out to try it out instead of staying home to debug it. I have to say, Thay's new web shooter is so powerful. It fascinates him. Peter could already imagine how powerful he would become once he had mastered all the web shooting combinations in the web shooters and thoroughly studied the technology in the suit. Click. Just as Peter was engrossed in studying the web shooter, the door was suddenly pushed open and Aunt May walked in. Peter was startled. His mind raced for a moment before he quickly lowered his right hand. which was wearing the web shooter, and pretended to cover his eyes with his left hand. "Peter, Aunt May came in intending to say you're back." But noticing Peter's actions, she quickly changed her words. "What's wrong?" "It's nothing, I just got into a fight." Peter told a lie that wasn't quite a lie. He really had been in a fight, and more than one. Who hit you?" "Some guys." "What certain guys?" "What are their names?" Steve, Scott, Sam and stuff." "I'm not really sure about them either." "Steve. The Steve who lives in 12C, the one with the buck teeth. I've heard he's a bit of a scoundrel. And Scott and Sam are his bad buddies." Aunt May turned and went to the kitchen to get a towel. Then splashed some water on it. No, Peter was startled. He hadn't expected Aunt May to actually find someone who matched the description. He quickly added, "You don't know him. He lives in Brooklyn." "Yes, Brooklyn." Aunt May came back and handed the towel to Peter. "I hope you return the favor to him." Peter took the towel and quickly covered the wound before Aunt May could even see it clearly. "Of course, I punched him back several times, really. But his friend was huge, really huge." Aunt May patted Peter's head, seeing his anxious expression, and gave up on checking his wound. "What do you want for dinner?" "My little tough guy, I want to eat salato." Salato is an Italian dish somewhat similar to fried rice, and is one of Aunt May's specialties. "I'll go check if there's enough food in the refrigerator," Aunt May said, turning and leaving the room. "Close the door for me, bang." After dinner, Peter continued to work on the web shooter in his room. It wasn't until around 10 o'clock that he found an opportunity to slip out of the room in his battle suit, intending to do some chivalrous deeds and, of course, try out his new suit. However, for some reason, Queens was unusually quiet tonight. Peter wandered around outside for hours but didn't see anything. Okay, nothing happened, which should actually be a good thing. However, this is certainly not a good development for someone who is eager to experiment with their new toy. Around 1 o'clock in the morning, seeing that he had nothing to do, Peter went home, took off his armor and lay down on his bed. "By the way, take a look at that net." Peter closed his eyes. "Hi." Next to the now dim spot of light representing Spider-Man Noir, another glowing spot appeared. Peter was overjoyed. This means that he can travel to the world of another Spider-Man, experience his adventures and gain some of his abilities. Just do it. Peter checked the time, 1:13. He just needed to be back before 7 o'clock. This means he has about 6 hours of otherworld experience time. After silently memorizing this, Peter closed his eyes and slowly moved the glowing spider silk in his mind toward the glowing spot. Snapped as expected. Peter fell asleep when the glowing spider silk connected with the glowing spot. But she woke up quickly when he came to his senses again. He found himself squatting on the edge of a building, wearing a light green hoodie and jeans, with a backpack slung across his back. "Oh, what's with this outfit? Is he some kind of friendly neighbor?" Peter muttered. Fragments of memory flooded into his mind at just the right time. Unsurprisingly, his current body is also named Peter Parker. Perhaps all Spider-Men are named Peter Parker. Or perhaps all Peter Parkers will become Spider-Man. But why? Peter felt that with more experience in the world, he might be able to find the answer. Continue receiving. The Peter Parker in this world is quite similar to him. Neither of them has had spider abilities for very long. But like him, the other has also created his own web shooter and spider silk. However, this person is a year older than him, and is already 17 years old. He has a girlfriend named Gwen Stacy. Tonight, Gwen invited Peter to her house during dinner. Gwen's father, Sheriff George Stacy, talked about Spider-Man, saying that Spider-Man was a social menace. Peter was touched on and couldn't help but argue for Spider-Man. As a result, a perfectly good family gathering was completely ruined. But it was not without gain. Faced with his girlfriend Gwen's questioning, Peter chose to reveal his true identity in order to clear up the misunderstanding between them. Meanwhile, a remark made by Sheriff Stacy during the meal also enlightened Peter. That guy wore a mask, looked like a desperado. And the group of prisoners he captured all looked exactly alike, as if he was doing it for personal revenge. Chapter 21: The Amazing Spider-Man. This statement directly exposed Peter's long-standing self-hypnosis. Yes, that's right. The reason Peter puts on the suit in this world is nothing more than wanting to avenge Uncle Ben. His uncle was innocently murdered one night not long ago by a robber with a star mark on his wrist. The incompetent New York police have yet to catch the robber. So Peter decided to do it himself. This led to many of his activities after becoming Spider-Man. Note this point might not be considered a knight errant, because all his actions were merely driven by personal vendettas. Just now, his conversation with Officer Stacy had actually brought him back to his senses. He remembered what his uncle had told him, with great power comes great responsibility. So he fell silent, he fell into deep thought. He left Stacy's house and came here. After thinking for a minute, he made a decision that went against his ancestors' wishes, crossed out. He needs to keep up with Gwen's father, a New York Police Department sheriff with his own special task force. He wanted to arrest Spider-Man because he insisted that Spider-Man was a dangerous amateur. Not only that, after tonight, he might look down on Peter Parker and then try to prevent him from being with Gwen. This is not what Peter wanted to see, coincidentally. During the meal, Sheriff Stacy mentioned the importance of strategy to him. A car thief he had recently arrested was actually a tool used by the NYPD to lure in bigger fish. And this operation was ruined by Peter's recklessness, which was one of the reasons why Sheriff Stacy disliked Spider-Man. Peter is a very receptive person, so now he also wants to use some small strategies on Sheriff Stacy. This might change some of his views on Spider-Man. As for Peter Parker's, I'll have to wait and see later. And it was at this moment that another Peter possessed him. Upon receiving the information, Peter's first reaction was, how come Uncle Ben in this world also died tragically? Does this world also have Osborn? He then tried to search through the fragments of memory he had received. Osborn does exist in this world. But this Osborn seems to have a close relationship with Peter Parker. Norman Osborn and Peter Parker's parents were boss and colleague, while Harry Osborn and Peter Parker were best friends from childhood. However, Harry was later sent to a private school run by the Osborn family, while Peter attended a public school, and the two were separated from then on. I haven't seen him since. From this perspective, Osborn in this world and Uncle Ben's death should be unrelated. Peter felt slightly relieved. If Uncle Ben's death in this world is also related to Osborn, then he'll have to consider asking Aunt May if she has a boyfriend named Ben XXX when he gets back. Oh wait, there's no Osborn in his world, that's fine. Peter shook his head repeatedly, non-own. Now is not the time to think about these things. I need to focus on clearing my name. Peter took the spider suit out of his backpack and put it on. Well, I have to say, although Peter has been Spider-Man for about the same amount of time as him, his suit is much better in terms of appearance and material than his baby pajamas. Especially that huge spider pattern. Wow. How come he never thought of designing it like that before? Ready, let's go. Peter stood up, stretched his body, felt the tightness of the suit and then jumped down. His target was a police car below. That was Sheriff George Stacy's car. He seemed to have received a phone call, and then left home in a hurry without even eating. Peter guessed that he must have received some kind of urgent police report. Perfect. This is a good opportunity for him to salvage some of his image in Sheriff Stacy's eyes. That's right, that's his strategy. Well, this might not even be considered a strategy. It's just a public relations move. This proves that he did not fight against evil out of personal revenge. Wow, this is the feeling. I never thought that after wandering around my area for a whole hour, I could wander around again here. Peter shouted as he walked through the street. Ouch. Peter turned around a corner ahead and saw a couple kissing in a dark alley, their restless hands writing a symphony of burgeoning hormones. But Peter's appearance broke the ambiguous atmosphere, and a pair of bewildered eyes looked up at him. Peter chuckled awkwardly and quickly apologized. Sorry. Don't mind me, I'm a professional Spider-Man. I only have my target in my eyes. I definitely didn't see you kissing. And I didn't see your hands. Don't pull out your guns. Peter landed on the wall and quickly escaped along it. That man was so uncivilized. He actually made a gesture as if he was about to pull out a gun and shoot him. How terrifying, however. Perhaps influenced by the original Peter. The current Peter is also somewhat nervous. Because he didn't know what kind of trouble he would encounter if he went with Sheriff Stacy. And he didn't know if Sheriff Stacy would hate him so much that she would issue a bounty on his head if he ruined things this time. He even imagined his own picture being pasted on a bounty poster. Oh, that's absolutely terrifying. Peter shivered and nearly fell. Sigh, what a twist of fate. How could he fall in love with the daughter of someone who thinks his other side is public enemy number 1? This guy is really lucky. Peter complained about the original Peter. His tone tinged with sourness, despite the criticism. It must be said that Peter's ex-girlfriend Gwen Stacy was indeed very attractive, blonde hair, long legs. Gentle and intellectual academic genius, of course. He also liked a girl at school named Liz. But unfortunately she basically didn't even glance at him. Peter was lost in thought as he continued on his way. The spider senses suddenly started throbbing wildly without warning. No, it can't be said that it was completely without warning. The appearance of spider sense is the biggest sign. At the same time, Peter felt his grip loosen slightly. His expression changed. Oh no, the spider silk didn't go out. The web shooter suddenly malfunctioned. Peter was speechless, complaining about how unreliable Spider-Man was in this world. Although his web shooters were rudimentary and not as good as the ones that came with Iron Man's suit. They shouldn't have broken down so suddenly. And the consequences of a sudden breakdown are just like what we're seeing now. Chapter 22, Encounter, feeling his body sinking. Peter quickly reached out his other hand, fortunately. The web shooter in his left hand was still usable, however. Due to some of his habits, he had just used the fixed point on his right to shoot the web. And it would obviously be unreasonable to use the left-hand shooter to shoot there. Therefore, he had no choice but to hurriedly search for another suitable fixed point on the left. The speed of free fall is very fast. Even though Peter reacted quickly, he didn't have time to think too much in the rush and could only find a place that was roughly the same. Snapped. Peter felt a sense of relief as he felt the solid force emanating from the spider silk. Very good, that's more like an idea. But it's not quite good enough to change the angle yet. Peter nearly crashed into a car below due to the angle of the impact. In the critical moment, he grabbed the spider silk with both hands and exerted force from the waist down, almost folding his upper body together with it. Call out. My bottom feels cool. He vaguely felt the friction of his buttocks scraping against the metal roof of the car. But now is not the time to worry about that, watch out. Spider-Man Express is flying by. Peter shouted, trying to find humor in his misery. Wow. The spider silk finally swung to its highest point. And Peter crashed directly into the edge of the 3rd floor of a residential building. Then fell to the 2nd floor fire escape. And finally fell off the edge of the fire escape and hit the ground. Ouch, my back, Peter groaned as he lay on the ground. The fusion between his body and the spider genes did not seem to have reached its peak yet. And the strength was slightly weaker. That collision likely hit his spine, leaving him unable to exert any strength. Sorry buddy, this really isn't my fault. Who knew that this web shooter you made would malfunction at the crucial moment? Peter muttered to himself, apologizing to the other consciousness within his body. Even after time traveling a second time, he wasn't entirely sure what his current state was. Did he temporarily borrow another Spider-Man's body? Or has he temporarily merged with another Spider-Man? Well, no matter what, it's always good to apologize first. Just then several figures walked quickly toward Peter, who was lying on the ground not far away. As they walked, they pulled out a white mask from their bodies, and then took out weapons such as metal rods and water pipes. The leader said, "Who's going to call the boss? Tell him we've caught that masked clown." Peter's spider sense startled him awake. He barely managed to lift his head and look in that direction. His night vision allowed him to see the attire of several people in the darkness. Who are you? The leader simply strode over to Peter, looking down at him condescendingly. Let me guess. You must be that spider boy who's been causing trouble all over the neighborhood lately. Right now it seems you're not so amazing after all. Ha is wearing a mask, a trend these days. Peter felt his body's condition, his body, which had been damaged by the strong impact, was repairing itself rapidly. This injury seemed to have stimulated his body's potential, further accelerating the gene fusion process. About another minute, no, just give me 30 seconds. Peter silently calculated in his mind, beat him, however. These people clearly did not want to give him a chance to catch his breath. The four men surrounded Peter and started punching and kicking him. It was truly a case of a tiger fallen into the plains being bullied by dogs. Fortunately, these guys didn't seem inclined to reveal their true colors. Peter thought to himself, trying to find some humor in his predicament. As for these people's fists and feet, it hurts a little, but only a little. The damage they caused was not as fast as his body's self-repair. But this can't go on forever. If his total body repair capacity is 1, then if this one were used entirely to repair the spine, it could be restored to its original state within 1 minute. It only takes 30 seconds for him to regain control of his body. But now, external damage has taken away at least 0. 3 of the 1 to repair them, the remaining 0. 7 will require even more time to repair the spine. And it's also uncertain whether these people will go too far as they fight. If only there were something to distract them so I could fix it quickly. Peter thought, oh, you guys, is that all you've got? You think you're so capable? Peter tried to achieve his goal with words. I heard this guy loves to talk nonsense, the leader said. Why don't we just throw him in that garbage dump over there? There's plenty of trash there too. Another thug suggested with a twisted sense of humor. Great idea, come on, lend a hand, 1, 2, 3, bang. Peter's body was lifted up by 3 people and thrown into a pile of black garbage bags in a corner not far away. Oh damn, this feels just like home, Peter chuckled. What are you laughing at, kid? Several thugs came up again, ready to continue toying with Peter's body. Peter smiled and said, it's nothing, just this. He raised his left hand and shot a spider silk upwards, his body following it up the wall a short distance, then, relying on his wall-climbing ability, he stopped with his back against the wall. You wall-climbing bug. You think we can't do anything to you like this? The leader of the thugs said coldly, no. I don't doubt your ability, sir, Peter said. But I have a question that I wonder if you could answer for me. The thug stared coldly at Peter, seemingly pondering how to get him off the wall. Peter said to himself, why are you all dressed like this? Are you trying to imitate Friday the 13th? Don't you think that stuff is outdated? The 4 main characters in Friday the 13th, A Nightmare on Elm Street, Halloween, and the Texas Chainsaw Massacre are known as the 4 classic serial killers in American film history. Jason, protagonist of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, is depicted wearing a hockey goalie mask and wielding a machete to dismember teenagers. The thugs in front of him were dressed almost exactly like Jason. However, this movie was released in 1980. It's really outdated, shut the hell up, you brat. The leader of the thugs roared angrily. If you've got the guts, get down here. Okay, Peter readily agreed and actually jumped down. You really came down. The leader of the thugs was stunned by his action. Peter shrugged. I have one good point, I listen to advice like you guys. As he spoke, he suddenly sprang into action, bang bang bang. A series of blows rang out, and 4 figures fell to the ground. I've already said this is an old and outdated method. But they insisted on doing it this way and wouldn't listen to any advice. Look, this is the result, then. Peter used the transmitter in his left hand to shoot out spider silk, binding several people individually, and then binding them together again. This is much more fashionable now, like a pig tied up. It will never go out of style in any era. Chapter 23, Lizard Man. Well done, Spider-Man. A child's voice came from above. It turned out he had watched the whole process of Spider-Man's comeback and couldn't help but cheer for him. Peter lightly jumped onto the window where the child was standing. Thanks for your support. Kid, would you like to call the police? Okay, Spider-Man. Peter climbed onto the roof and prepared to catch his breath. Actually, his body hadn't fully recovered. He had just forced himself to finish the last set of moves. Therefore, he needs to relax his entire body so that the repair process can be faster. Peter found a corner to sit down, leaned his head against the wall, and silently thought about something. He had originally planned to follow Sheriff Stacy so he could show off his skills in front of her and change his image. But after that interruption, it's clear he lost track of them. He now needs to figure out a way to bring Sheriff Stacy back. At this time, my phone hidden in my pocket vibrated. Peter took out his phone and saw a message from Gwen. "I hope you're all right. Is everything all right? There was an accident at the Williamsburg Bridge." Williamsburg Bridge, thanks Gwen. Peter realized that this was information Gwen had gathered for him in case he lost track of her. Gwen also hopes that Peter can change Spider-Man's image in her father's mind. Otherwise, both sides are the people she loves most, her boyfriend on one side and her father on the other. One out of romantic love and the other out of familial love. She was caught in the middle, truly flanked by men on both sides. Yes, it's really a difficult situation. She actually wanted Peter to clear Spider-Man's name even more than Peter did. Peter put his phone back in his suit pocket, stood up, and stretched after resting for a while. His body had indeed recovered completely during his break. He also figured out the problem with the web shooter. There was a small screw inside that was loose, causing the transmitter button to get stuck and unable to be pressed. The problem was solved with a simple push. But this is not the end. Peter then adjusted a few parts of the web shooter. This is his experience from another world. After slightly adjusting the parameters, the web emitter, which originally had only one firing mode, suddenly became 3 modes. Peter tried firing a spider silk thread in. Great. It worked as expected. Great, let's go. Peter looked up, his eyes lighting up in the distance. A helicopter was also heading towards the Williamsburg Bridge. How about a ride? I'm such a clever little spider. Peter took a running start, then jumped high into the air, shooting out a spider silk that stuck to the bottom of the helicopter, and then nimbly hung there. That little incident just now wasted some time. Hopefully, it won't be too late if we get there now. At the same time, on the Williamsburg Bridge in the distance, the traffic slowly came to a stop. Niels Van Lotte sat in a car, feeling the vehicle come to a standstill, and appeared somewhat impatient. He had just threatened that good-for-nothing Kurt Connors at Osborne. He instructed Connors to send the preliminarily prepared medicine to a veterans' hospital under the guise of a flu vaccine or something similar, for secret human trials. But that ungrateful fellow actually refused him. There was no other way, he had to set off on his own. He is now on his way to a veterans' hospital in Brooklyn. But this damn traffic is completely jammed. Alfred, can you go and see what's going on? When will this damn car get moving? Niels asked, trying to sound patient. Yes, doctor, said Alfred the driver as he opened the door and got out. Boom! Not long after Alfred left, the back of the car was kissed hard, making the whole car shake. Oh, Tilda, Niels was somewhat speechless. That's fantastic. Boom! Before he could finish complaining, a car behind him suddenly rammed into him, sending his car veering off course and crashing into the edge of the bridge. Hey, what's going on? Niels turned around and yelled angrily. At that moment, he noticed that on the bridge outside the car window, many people were screaming and running towards the other side of the bridge. What happened? Get back in the car. Hey, what happened next? Mom, oh my god, F you. Chaos reigned on the bridge, and Niels was also a little flustered by the panic, not knowing what had happened. However, he had a vague feeling that something was wrong. After hesitating for a second, he decided to follow the crowd and get away from this troublesome place first. However, when he went to open the car door, he found that it was locked and could not be opened. Damn it. Niels pulled hard a few times and kicked the car door repeatedly, but it still wouldn't budge. There's nothing we can do about it when we were rear-ended. This car just happened to get sandwiched between us. There was another car on his left and the edge of the bridge on his right, so he couldn't get out at that moment. In his panic, he glanced back and caught sight of a huge figurine froze. The figure was over 2 meters tall, with a long tail trailing behind it. Its body was covered in green bumpy skin, making it look like an enlarged humanoid lizard. "What the hell is this thing?" Niels exclaimed in horror. He noticed that the humanoid lizard was looking into each car with its head, as if searching for something stare. Just as Nils was looking at the humanoid lizard suddenly, the lizard turned its head and made eye contact with him. The humanoid lizard uttered a name, Nils, and strode towards him. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy footsteps made the bridge surface tremble slightly with each step, and each step landed squarely on Nils's heart. Although he didn't know why, he felt that this ugly lizard monster had come looking for him. Bang! The window of the luxury car was smashed, and a large hand with sharp claws reached in. Niels shrank back to the other corner of the car in terror. The lizardman's hand grasped at empty air, and he tore the leather seat to shreds. Bang! Another sound. The car swayed slightly, and the lizardman jumped onto the luxury car, then grabbed down hard, tearing a large hole in the roof. Niels flinched again in terror, this time hiding under the back seat of the car. The sharp tips of the long claws sliced through his suit, tearing the front of the suit into strips of rags. A strong smell of urine began to slowly permeate the carriage. Chapter 24: Rescuers and the Rescued. He grabbed at empty air twice. The lizardman, whose mind was still in a state of confusion after his transformation, began to accumulate negative emotions, and violence gradually appeared in his eyes. Roar suddenly let out a low growl, grabbed Nils's car, and flung it off the bridge. Ah! Niels screamed in terror, even though he was in the car. Being thrown from such a high bridge onto the water below meant that death was all that awaited him. He still has a bright future. He doesn't want to die. Oh ho ho! Tilde, guess who it is? The Spider Express is about to arrive at its destination. A lithe figure descended from the sky. It was Peter. He first delivered a swinging flying kick, knocking the lizard man to the ground, then jumped to the bridge and shot out a web to stop Nils's car. Of course, didn't actually know who was inside, or even recognize Nils, let alone know that at least half of what he was seeing was actually thanks to Nils. If he knew, probably would still have saved him. If he hadn't, he wouldn't be Peter Parker. However, he might gather evidence after the rescue and bring Nils to court so that he receives the punishment he deserves. In fact, he has already saved 7 vehicles since he got on the bridge, and this is the 8th. Some cars had people inside, while others were empty. But he couldn't worry about that right now, because he noticed that cars were still flying out of the way from time to time. Moreover, his spider sense was trembling, telling him that something dangerous was lurking on the bridge. And that's the one who started all of this. As he traveled along the way, he indeed discovered the lizard man. Peter wrapped the spider silk that was pulling Nils's car around the bridge several times, making sure it was tight, and then set up several more strands of silk to secure it. After quickly finishing these tasks, he turned to look at the lizard man. After being kicked to the ground by Peter, the lizard man seemed to regain his senses. He stood up, staring blankly at Peter, then looked in the direction he had come from. At the occasional flashes of fire, he took 2 steps back, seemingly unable to believe that he had done all of this. At that moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his hand. The lizardman stood up and found that his newly grown left hand was rapidly melting away. He realized that the lizard potion's effects had worn off. Realizing this, lizardman dared not delay any longer, turned around and rushed to the bridge, then jumped directly into the vast sea. Peter was slightly taken aback. He was prepared to fight this mini Godzilla. So why did it just run away? Were they scared away by my Spider-Man's imposing and domineering presence? Peter thought to himself with great self-admiration. Help, my child is trapped in the car. Peter heard a father's anxious voice from nearby. Peter turned and glanced again in the direction the lizardman had left. The spider sense in his mind was weakening, so he figured the lizardman wouldn't be coming back anytime soon. Having confirmed this, Peter quickly headed in the direction of the father. Directly below the anxious father was a car that had just been thrown off the bridge by the lizardmen. But Peter caught it in time and left it hanging on the bridge. Peter jumped to the back of the car, found the right spot, smashed the rear window with his fist, and then lifted it completely open. Dad, sure enough, there was a little boy in the back seat of the car, screaming in terror. Hey kid, calm down, calm down. Peter shouted, go away. The little boy seemed frightened by Peter. Well, it's all the fault of J. Jonah Jameson in this world. This guy has been smearing Spider-Man. And Peter's previous actions in this world were indeed driven by ulterior motives. The combination of these two factors resulted in his image being worse than that of Spider-Man, Noir, and Peter Parker in his original world. Osborn should really put Jonah in a cage. Preferably with the tigers. Peter muttered under his breath. After hesitating for a moment, he reached out and took off his spider mask. Hey kid, look, I'm a person too, I'm a big brother. The little boy turned around and looked at him, stopping his pointless shouting. Peter forced a smile. It's not that scary, is it? The little boy nodded slightly. Peter's sunny and cheerful demeanor did indeed dispel his fear. And he seemed much more approachable than when he was wearing the hood. Peter gestured to the spider mask in his hand. Could you hold this for me? The child's curiosity overcame his fear at that moment. The little boy looked curiously at the spider head mask in Peter's hand and nodded again. Peter then threw the spider mask over. Put this on, Jack. Peter saw the name on the backpack next to him. I'll get you up here. Okay, Jack said, putting the spider head on. The headpiece modeled after Peter's head was obviously too big for him, however. The enclosed nature of the spider head mask allows the little boy to temporarily forget his surroundings, making him see only Peter. After Peter saw that the little boy had calmed down, he slowly climbed into the car, unbuckled the seatbelt that was restraining the boy, grabbed his Honda and led him back the way he came. Just then, Peter smelled a pungent odor. The spider senses started throbbing again. Oh no, it's gasoline. Peter realized that the previous attack by the lizard men might have caused the car's fuel tank to leak. If that happens, the whole car could very well burn down. Must speed up, hum. The spider senses suddenly started throbbing wildly. Without hesitation, Peter pulled the little boy into his arms, then quickly climbed up with his other hand. At the same time, the vehicle suddenly burst into flames. Under the intense heat of the flames, the spider silk that was holding the vehicle was burned off, and the entire vehicle fell off. The little boy screamed again, however. Peter had already reached the rear window of the car by then. With a powerful stomp, he stepped out of the car and shot out another spider silk, which carried the little boy to a stop in midair. Hey kid, you're safe now, Peter said with a smile. The little boy stopped shouting and looked up at him. Could you help me put my mask back on? Peter lowered his head even further. The little boy took off his mask and put it on Peter's head. Thank you. Big brother, you're welcome, Jack, Peter replied. And by the way, I'm Spider-Man. Thank you, Spider-Man. Hey, Tilda, Peter chuckled unconsciously. Whether in another world or in this one, this was the first time he had received gratitude from someone he had helped. Although he's just a child, this is really important to him. This made him feel that his efforts were not in vain, in fact. This is a mutual affirmation between the rescuer and the rescued. As for who is the savior and who is the savior, who knows? Chapter 25, Rescue. After handing the little boy Jack over to his father, Peter jumped off the bridge. He wanted to track down the large lizard that had disappeared into the water. However, he waited on the bridge pier for a long time but got nothing. The vast ocean has covered up all traces. Left with no other option, Peter rolled back onto the bridge. At that moment, Sheriff Stasihu was stuck in traffic, led a group of officers and walked across the bridge to this side. In the distance, fire trucks also arrived outside the bridge, but due to the heavy traffic they were unable to enter. When Peter returned, they were racking their brains trying to figure out how to get the people out of the cars that had been thrown out. Several firefighters were attaching safety ropes to themselves, seemingly preparing to climb down to rescue the people. Peter's eyes lit up when he saw this. Isn't this exactly what he planned to do on the bridge? The firefighters moved slowly, taking each step with great care. There was nothing that could be done about it, because the fire trucks were blocked outside and couldn't get in for the time being. Meanwhile, no one knew how long that thin spider silk could hold on. They just saw a car fall off a cliff, stuck in spider silk. Some people even saw the spider silk sticking the car to the bridge and believed that the masked spider who used the silk was the culprit who caused all of this. And they were cursing and blaming him. The officers believed it to be true. And several officers actually collected so-called testimonies at the scene. Seemingly to convict Peter, Peter thought to himself, "Thank goodness I came back. Otherwise, I would have been in deep trouble." He can already imagine the news he'll see when he wakes up tomorrow morning. Is it a decline in morality or a distortion of human nature? Last night, the masked madman Spider-Man finally extended his clutches to innocent New York citizens, the Daily Bugle. Terror roams the streets, a shadow looms over New York. Who exactly is Spider-Man, the Daily Bugle? How can citizens' property be guaranteed? And to whom should their personal safety be entrusted? The New York Economic Times shocking. The much-praised Spider-Man did this to innocent citizens on a bridge last night, UC Shocking News New York branch. Peter shook his head vigorously, trying to shake these absolutely terrifying images out of his mind. Without further hesitation, he jogged along the edge of the bridge waving and saying, "Hey, let me do it, I can save them, Spider-Man." Police officers held by Sheriff Stacy drew their pistols and pointed them at Peter. Peter hesitated for a moment, then quickly raised his hands. "Hey, I just wanted to save people, I wasn't carrying any weapons." "Save people? Are these spider webs on the car your handiwork?" Sheriff Stacy shouted. "Yes, but," Peter quickly explained, "you throw them out and then bring them back." "Are you making a fool of us?" Sheriff Stacy shouted angrily. "Peter, if you weren't Gwen's dad, I would definitely kick your ass hard with my spider boots and make it bloom." But he knew that if he actually did that, Gwen would definitely wear her sexy little riding boots and then poke a hard paw print on his butt. Peter sighed. "Sheriff, asked the people around here. And take a look at the scratches on some of the cars." As he spoke, he gestured to his hands. "Do you think my tiny hands could leave such terrifying scratches?" Sheriff Stacy remained wary of him, as a police officer. She didn't trust any masked madman, especially one with a history of interfering with police affairs and using violence indiscriminately. He tilted his head slightly and gestured. "Omar, go check the nearby cars for the scratches he mentioned." "Okay, Sheriff Stacy." An officer holstered his gun and ran toward nearby vehicles. Peter cupped his hands in front of his mouth, making a megaphone shape. "Don't forget to look at the ground. There should be some on the ground too." The officer named Omar stopped and glanced at Chief Constable Stacy. Sheriff Stacy nodded. The standoff continues. At this point, the firefighters' rescue operation encountered some problems. Because the vehicle was only suspended by a single spider web, the firefighters themselves were also suspended by a single rope. And since we were on the river, the whole vehicle and the firefighters were shaking when the wind blew. It is extremely difficult for two swaying objects to merge safely together. After working for half a day, several firefighters were still hanging upside down under the bridge, and no one had been rescued yet. The fastest progress is just getting people out of the car. The guy who was rescued was none other than Nils. Just then, a slightly stronger gust of wind suddenly blew by. The safety rope was already very taut under the weight of two adults. When the wind blew, it rubbed hard against the lower corner of the bridge, making a series of eerie tearing sounds, as if it was about to break at any moment. "Ah!" Nils screamed in terror, clinging even tighter to the firefighter. But his actions did not make their current situation safer. On the contrary, they made it even more dangerous. "Don't move." The firefighter was so angry his nose almost twisted. They were supposed to wait for the rope to calm down before the people above would pull them up. His swaying caused the safety rope to swing even more. So how could he get up? Even worse, the friction between the safety rope and the bridge became increasingly intense. Although the safety rope is very strong, it should not break under normal circumstances. But the loud, violent friction sounds made one involuntarily feel uneasy. However, such a warning seems to have little effect on someone who is in a state of panic. In a panic, Nils angrily said, "I am Nils, the head of the Biological Research Department of the Osborne Group. You must get me up safely, or I will definitely sue you. The firefighter rolled his eyes. If it weren't for this job with an annual salary of $8, I'd be a fool to come and save this thing, but now. All he can do is patiently keep Nils in check and hope his teammates can get them up as soon as possible. However, the day did not fulfill everyone's wish. The wind on the river grew stronger and stronger. And with a tearing sound, the safety rope snapped. A terrified scream rang out, this time it's for two. On the bridge, Peter, who was confronting Sheriff Stacy, heard the sound of tearing fabric with his keen senses. Seeing this, he jumped down without hesitation. Spider-Man! Sheriff Stacy thought he was going to run away. So she led a group of officers to the bridge, only to see Spider-Man shoot out webs and stick the two people below the bridge to him and pull them up. All the officers were stunned. Was he really saving people? Chapter 26 ends back to normal. Ignoring the suspicious officers, Peter used his spider webs and immense strength to quickly pull the firefighter and Nils up together. The firefighter and the other firefighters thanked Peter. Nils stood to the side, his eyes fixed intently on Peter. The immense strength and agility Peter displayed suddenly made him realize, if we're talking about super soldiers, isn't this one right in front of him? If we could obtain some blood samples from him for research, wouldn't that be much more reliable than Connor's drug, which hasn't even undergone clinical trials yet? Hello, you're Spider-Man, right? Thank you for saving me. My name is Nils, and I'm the head of the Biological Research Department at the Osborn Corporation. Nils stepped forward, trying to get closer to Peter. However, Peter, who had once merged with Spider-Man Noir and inherited some of Spider-Man Noir's insight, had already sensed something was wrong from his behavior and tone. He was all too familiar with that look, greed and scheming. It's like Reynard the Fox seeing a chick. Hello. Peter replied casually before jumping off the bridge again. This time, the police officers did not stop him. Not every car that was thrown out had people inside. There were 7 vehicles in total, one of which had already fallen off earlier. And actually only 3 people, including Nils. The other 2 didn't cause as many trouble. Peter quickly rescued the firefighters who had gone down and the passengers trapped below. Amidst the gratitude of the firefighters and those rescued, Peter walked back to Sheriff Stacy and honestly raised his hand, saying, "Sheriff Stacy, I'm sorry. Something came up and I had to go out for a bit, but I'm back now." Sheriff Stacy, at that moment, the police officer named Omar finally returned. He brought the findings of his investigation. Indeed, some huge scratch marks were found on nearby cars and bridge surfaces, which are preliminarily inferred to be scratch marks from a giant reptile. At the same time, they also learned 2 things from the testimonies of some passers-by. First, not long ago, a giant humanoid lizard monster appeared on the side of the Williamsburg Bridge closer to Manhattan, causing destruction along its path. It was the panic it caused that ultimately led to this incident. Secondly, those vehicles hanging outside were thrown out by that giant lizard monster, not Spider-Man. Instead, Spider-Man intercepted the cars after he saw them being thrown out. Even before the police arrived, Spider-Man had already saved a little boy. All indications suggest that Spider-Man is not a criminal, but rather a hero who saves lives. Superhero. Some onlookers have already started clapping and cheering for Spider-Man. Sheriff Stacy waved her hand, signaling the other officers to put down their pistols. "Spider-Boy, I hope you stay this way and never let me know you've done anything wrong." Okay, Sheriff Stacy, hee, Peter laughed. He knew he had finally achieved his goal. Although Sheriff Stacy still seemed somewhat distrustful of him verbally, her actions revealed that her opinion of Peter had changed somewhat. At least it's no longer a complete head-to-head confrontation. This is a good sign. Peter couldn't wait to tell Gwen the news. But I'm not Peter from this world. Wouldn't it be strange for me to tell Gwen? Peter suddenly awoke. The longer he stayed in this world, the more deeply he merged with the Peter of this world, the more he would unconsciously ignore the fact that he came from another world. It seems that the use of abilities cannot be abused. It must be restrained. I don't know if these worlds are parallel universes or some other kind of existence, But in any casteth that world is the one that truly belongs to me. As for the other worlds, I am just a passer. Peter thought to himself, however, before leaving. Perhaps we can leave him something. Peter left the Williamsburg Bridge amidst enthusiastic cheers from the crowd. Following his memory, he arrived at an abandoned cabin in Queens. This is one of the most chaotic areas in Queens, with many homeless people and all sorts of people, however. Because of this, some things are more suitable to be placed here. Peter found an abandoned house that no one wanted. And after some minor renovations, he turned it into his workshop. In his workshop, there were some pieces of equipment that he had collected from various landfills, recycling stations, and other places. Peter's web shooter was made here, however. It is clear that the technology level of this world is slightly behind that of the main world. And coupled with Peter's original immature skills, his web shooter is also very immature. That's why the web shooter suddenly jammed earlier. And what about Peter? Living in the age of information explosion and having had close contact with alien invasion events like the Chitauri army, his understanding of materials science is far superior to that of the original Peter. Moreover, he also possesses a suit from Iron Man. Iron Man's technological level was absolutely unparalleled in his time, although Peter had just received it. Thanks to his strong learning ability, he had already learned a lot from it. Peter quickly found some materials among the many available that could be used to improve the web shooters, and then made improvements to the 2 web shooters he had on hand. About half an hour later, the renovation work was successfully completed. Peter checked the time and realized that 5 hours had passed without him noticing. In a little while, it would be dawn where he was. Peter then took out a piece of paper, wrote something on it, placed it on the table, closed his eyes, summoned the glowing spider web from his consciousness, and cut the glowing spider silk on it collapse. Peter felt his soul transform into a point of light, passing through the dark and deep space and entering another portal of light. Queens, New York. Peter opened his eyes, looked at the familiar ceiling, and knew that he had returned to his world. Tonight's experience was absolutely amazing. He had never encountered so many things in his own world. The only pity was that he hadn't even fought the lizardman before the guy ran away. I don't know if I'll ever have the chance to fight it again, Peter thought to himself, then subconsciously glanced at the light in his mind. He froze for a moment. Why is the light still there? Does this mean I can go back? At that moment, a piece of information suddenly appeared in Peter's mind. Universe marked Earth 90214 Spider-Man Noir. Temporarily inaccessible. Earth 120703, The Amazing Spider-Man. You can go there. Chapter 27, The Hypothesis of the Glowing Spider Web. In addition, there is another one, which is a number representing his own world. Earth 199,999. These are the universe designations for different Spider-Man universes. Peter exclaimed in realization. So the multiverse really does exist. Could it be that what I have is actually a collection of singularities in a multiverse, recording countless parallel universe singularities in the multiverse? And I can use these singularities to travel between 2 different parallel universes and possess the me in the parallel universe. Will I be able to physically travel through the singularity someday and meet in person with other versions of myself from parallel universes? Peter's mind was filled with countless thoughts, imagining a future day when he would sit and chat with Spider-Man Noir and the Amazing Spider-Man. And he couldn't help but find it very interesting. His thoughts began to diverge. He knew what the so-called multiverse was. The multiverse can actually be viewed as an infinitely tall building, with each floor representing a parallel universe, however. Because the residents of each floor, that is, the residents of each parallel universe, make different choices when they move around on the floor. Their decoration plans, lifestyles, and so on are different, resulting in different decorations on each floor. The residents on the first floor like a Western country style, so the first floor is decorated in a Western country style. The residents on the second floor prefer a Western classical style, so the second floor is decorated like a medieval castle. The residents on the third floor like the Chinese style, So the third floor was decorated in the Chinese style. The residents on the 13th floor wanted to rent it out. So they converted it into individual 5-square-meter luxury cubicles. Some residents may have turned into zombies. So the residents of that floor are zombies. Some floors may be bought by non-human residents. And thus that floor becomes their home. Multiverse, countless worlds, infinite possibilities. The glowing spider web in his mind was the elevator connecting the different floors. Those numbers are the floor numbers in the elevator. Once you know the elevator and the floor number, you can go to the corresponding floor. Most residents are unaware of or unable to use the elevator. Only a small number are aware of its existence. And he was one of those few. Peter didn't believe that he was the only one in such a vast multiverse. Like Scorpion Poop, he may have had some luck and cleverness. But he doesn't consider himself the luckiest or smartest one. Isn't Iron Man much smarter than him? After being amazed by the existence of multiple universes and multiple realities, Peter brought his wandering thoughts back to the present. He was curious about what he could gain from the amazing Spider-Man this time. Spider sensory perception, it seems not. Strength, speed, agility, it seems there isn't any. Did we gain absolutely nothing? Peter thought for a moment and realized that perhaps this gain, like the reasoning insight and stealth abilities of Spider-Man Noir, was an enhancement of software rather than an improvement of hardware. That's not bad either, in terms of hardware that is. Physical fitness. Peter is already quite good. He can catch a car kicked by Ant-Man with his bare hands. Imagine the immense kinetic energy contained in a bus weighing 7 to 8 tons being smashed down on it. It's easy to imagine, but he can catch it with his bare hands. He felt that this was far from the limit of his power. Peter was quite satisfied with this kind of power. If he gets older, he'll have to be even more careful in his daily life, which he doesn't really like. After getting everything ready, Peter checked the time and realized it was already 7 o'clock. Despite having worked all night, his body was full of energy. While his consciousness traveled to the Earth 120703 universe to merge with the amazing Spider-Man, his own body was actually in a dormant state, theoretically. His consciousness can remain conscious indefinitely. He only needs to enter another universe when his body here feels tired. However, that's just theory. Because if things continue like that, even if the body can handle it, the mind probably won't be able to. Moreover, this time travel also made him realize a problem. When he enters other worlds and merges with other Spider-Men, he will inevitably receive some of their past experiences and be influenced by them. If he doesn't use it in moderation, he might go crazy. Why don't we get up earlier and make breakfast for Aunt May? Peter sat up. He thought of Aunt May from the two worlds he had experienced, both of whom were childless and widowed in their later years, living very tragic lives. Well, even her own Aunt May doesn't have a boyfriend. That's pretty tragic. Peter got out of bed, get dressed, washed up and went to the kitchen. It's called breakfast, but it's actually quite simple. Take a few slices of toast from the refrigerator. Heat 2 cups of milk and then fry 2 eggs in a frying pan. In just a few minutes, a steaming hot breakfast was served. Just as Peter placed breakfast on the kitchen table, Aunt May finished washing up and walked into the kitchen. She paused for a moment when she saw Peter busy with something. Wearing a scarf. Hey, what's the wind blowing today? Hey, is that how you talk about your own nephew? Shouldn't you be saying something like, wow, this young man is so considerate, Tade, so handsome? Peter said, spreading butter on his toast with a knife. You look really handsome today. Aunt May looked at Peter seriously, walked over and kissed him. Our Peter has grown up. He can make me breakfast now, that's so nice. Peter blushed slightly, realizing that he had indeed paid too little attention to the people around him in the past. Aunt May has been taking care of him all these years. She's his superhero after gaining superpowers. He thought about going out and doing good deeds, becoming a superhero for others. But he never thought about showing more care for Aunt May. Aunt May picked up a slice of toast, spread some butter on it, added an egg and lettuce, and quickly ate it. Aunt May, is something wrong today? Peter asked, somewhat puzzled. This didn't seem like Aunt May's usual demeanor. She was usually calm and unhurried. Oh. Except when Peter wakes up late and is almost late for school. At that time, she wished she could whip him and drive him to school. Aunt May eating heartily replied indistinctly while still chewing today. Charity cross-country run. Could you swallow your food before you speak? Peter reminded him helplessly, Gulu. After swallowing what was in her mouth, Aunt May quickly said. Today, the Public Rescue Center is holding a special charity event that combines sports and charity. The sports activities include whitewater rafting, four-wheel drive off-roading, bungee jumping, and more. It's so exciting. Peter, the sponsor isn't Red Bull, is it? Chapter 28, Thinking of Building Parker Industries. Aunt May's mouth was stuffed full of food again. It was obvious that she was in a hurry. But Peter really wanted to say, can you please not rush me? Let me rush first. Peter reached out and straightened Aunt May's body, saying seriously, Aunt May, those things are too dangerous. I don't want you to do such dangerous things. I've secured a sponsorship from Mr. Stark's September Fund, and I'm currently an intern at Stark Industries. Trust me, Aunt May, I can improve our lives. Hearing Peter's words, Aunt May turned to him with a serious expression, but her two chubby cheeks ruined the seriousness. At this moment, she realized her mistake and quickly swallowed the food, but choked because she was too hasty. Peter quickly handed her the milk. Aunt May took the milk and gulped it down in several large mouthfuls. Peter, do you think I'm doing these things for ourselves? No, there are so many people in this world who need our help. And since I have the ability to help them, I should do it. Aunt May finished speaking in one breath, then took a breath and concluded. With great power comes great responsibility. Do what you think is right, Peter. Peter nodded solemnly, taking Aunt May's words to heart. At the same time, his heart skipped a beat. He wondered if Aunt May had discovered something when she suddenly brought this up. No, I cannot. He was always very careful when he sneaked out, wasn't he? Peter cautiously stole a glance at Aunt May. Fortunately, Aunt May didn't seem inclined to delve into this issue. After talking to Peter, she had almost finished eating. She gave Peter her allowance for the day and then hurriedly left. It's clear that the venue for that event must have been quite far away. Which is why she was in such a rush. Peter shrugged, tidied up the kitchen, and headed to school with his little school bag. The Midtown High School he attends is a public school. It may not be as good as the private high schools founded by wealthy people for their children, but it is still quite good. The resources, including teachers and teaching materials, are quite abundant before receiving funding from Stark. Peter's suit and synthetic spider silk were all secretly made using materials from the school. Peter originally wanted to wear his battle suit and swing to school on his spider silk. But after thinking about it, decided against it. Although the Avengers provided funding, it was still someone else's money. He's not a proper Avenger. And it's not good for him to keep asking people for things. In addition, Peter did not disclose the formula for synthesizing spider silk, so he still had to synthesize the spider silk himself. Speaking of which, he took all his previous reserves of spider silk with him when he went to participate in the Avengers Civil War. And he doesn't have much left now. I have a lab class today, I'll do some more then. Peter took out 2 Bluetooth earphones, put them in his ears, and boarded the bus. However, it's not good to always secretly take things from the school. Although those experimental supplies are meant for them to use, they're not really their own, so they have to be on edge every time. Maybe I can figure out how to start my own company like Mr. Stark Industries. Mine will be called Parker Industries. Wow, that's a great name, Parker Industries. I wonder if there's a Peter Parker from some parallel universe who founded Parker Industries. I really want to find out someday. Peter became more and more excited as he thought about it. However, he realized that he was penniless and his only studio was just a small table cobbled together in his room, which was even less than the workshop that the amazing Spider-Man had hidden in an abandoned room. While a basin of cold water was poured down. Okay, he calmed down. Parker Industries has a long way to go. Perhaps I can start by creating a Parker lab. I can work with Mr. Stark to raise a research and development fund. As long as it makes money. I can not only maintain my own equipment and develop new equipment, but also donate to the charity where Aunt May works, so she doesn't have to do such dangerous fundraising. Peter found that the more he thought about it, the clearer his ideas became. That is it. First, find a project that can make money. Then I approached Mr. Stark to discuss a collaboration. Finally, Parker Labs was founded. A bright tomorrow awaits you, Peter. Keep going. Peter encouraged himself silently. He is now standing in the school, putting his things away. You took 2 days off. Where did you go? A hand landed on Peter's shoulder from behind. Peter, who was deep in thought, was startled and turned around to find that it was his good friend Ned. Ned is a chubby Asian boy whose family has lived in the United States for many years. Peter doesn't know what his parents do, but his family is quite well off and he often shares new toys with Peter. Ned. I applied for Stark Industries' September grant and am now part of the Stark internship program. I've been busy with that these past few days, Peter lied. If participating in the Avengers Civil War was considered an internship project, then it wouldn't be entirely a lie. Wow. Ned believed him. Stark internship, that's amazing. I've always dreamed of working for Stark Industries. But they wouldn't consider me. What did you submit? What's the internship like? It's a secret, Peter said. Ned suddenly realized, oh, I get it. It's a trade secret. Peter felt a little awkward and, fearing that Ned would continue to press the issue, quickly changed the subject. So what about you, Ned? What have you been doing these past few days? Ned then remembered what he wanted to tell Peter. He pulled a Lego minifigure from his pocket and chuckled. Guess what? My Lego Death Star arrived. Peter took the Lego minifigure and glanced at it. Ned continued, Lego Star Wars 10,188 Death Star. There are a total of 3803 building blocks, including 23 minifigures such as High Sector Governor Tarkin, Darth Vader, Emperor Palpatine, Death Star droid, Luke Skywalker and Princess Leia, a super laser control room, an Imperial conference room, a hangar with mobile launchers, a high-end titanium machine capable of housing the Demon King Vard, Emperor Palpatine's palace, and a robot repair room. Ned became more and more excited as he spoke. Peter had to interrupt him. Ned, what exactly are you trying to say? Ned took a deep breath and grinned. Let's put it together. I'd love to work on it with you, Ned. I also have my Stark internship. So Peter made a regretful expression. Actually, he wanted to go to sleep early tonight so he could go to the amazing Spider-Man's place and find that lizard man. Chapter 29, Observing Spider Silk. Ned expressed his deep regret at not being able to invite Peter. Undeterred, he began to repeatedly torture Peter. The first period was math class. Peter was pretending to listen attentively to the lesson. But in reality, he was figuring out what he could use to negotiate a collaboration with Mr. Stark. At that moment, Ned suddenly leaned closer and asked, have you ever met Tony Stark? Of course, otherwise who would I be negotiating with? Peter gave him a strange look. The second period was English class. Peter was still pretending to listen attentively to the lesson. But in reality, he was thinking about how to find the lizard monster that was causing trouble all over the city when he went to the amazing Spider-Man's place that night. At that moment, Ned nudged him in the back again. When you complete a mission, does Mr. Stark ever say to you, oh Peter, you did a great job? This coin is a reward for you, or something like that? Peter, do you want to listen to what you are saying? The third period was a Chinese language class. The teacher was standing on the podium teaching the students to say 1, 2, 3, 4 and thank you in Chinese, while Peter was thinking about how to build Parker Industries. Okay. This guy has been daydreaming since he started school this morning, without stopping. But you can't blame him, the courses were just too boring. He only watched the lessons a few times, and he learned all the content. In addition, he was able to apply what he learned to other situations and develop his own unique understanding. How can he concentrate on something the teacher is teaching him? Just as Peter was lost in thought, Ned's head leaned closer again. Peter glanced at the overly curious guy with a hint of exasperation. thinking to himself that he absolutely couldn't let this guy know that he was Spider-Man. It was just a so-called Stark internship program that aroused Ned's intense curiosity. If he finds out about Spider-Man, wouldn't he be driven crazy by this? Section 4 finally. Peter arrived at the science class he had been looking forward to. Their science curriculum is somewhat similar to the sum of a series of courses in China, including physics, chemistry, geography, and biology. It covers a wide range of topics including earth science, electronics, environmental science, forensic medicine, and more. Therefore, science classes are divided into basic courses and advanced elective courses. Generally speaking, you only need to choose the basic courses. However, Peter originally planned to pursue a science and engineering major in college, so he needed to lay a solid foundation during high school. Therefore, science was one of the required courses he chose after enrolling in school. And science naturally cannot exist without experimentation. Midtown High School has ample funding, and its laboratories are equipped with a wide variety of experimental equipment and reagents, almost comparable to some medium-sized private laboratories. To facilitate students' experiments, the school will immediately arrange for someone to purchase and replenish any missing items. Peter chose to study materials science so that he could secretly use the experimental reagents to make the spider silk he needed when conducting materials experiments. This time he made two kinds of spider silk. One type is the original spider silk he used himself, and the other is the spider silk used by the Amazing Spider-Man. He was eager to see the difference between the webs used by the Amazing Spider-Man and the webs he used. Or is it the same in fact? After discovering that he had gained spider-like abilities, he specifically chose to study biological sciences and carefully searched for a lot of information related to spiders. He learned that spiders are an extremely large family, with many different species. Different spiders can produce different kinds of silk, weave different kinds of webs, and have different life strategies. Even the same spider can produce multiple different types of silk. For example, a type of spider called the garden spider can produce 7 different types of silk. Some are used for weaving webs, some for hunting, some for escaping, and some for weaving egg sacs. If spiders in nature are like this, then when the spider's abilities enter the human body, how can the webs of each different Spider-Man be exactly the same? If we could analyze samples of the different spider silk of different Spider-Men, uncover their secrets, and figure out the main factors that cause these differences, morphological characteristics, amino acid composition and sequence, protein secondary structure and mechanical properties, and biological function sec. Perhaps he can use this to develop a new type of biofiber material to make lighter and more breathable biofiber clothing, lighter but more resilient biofiber ropes, or even as thread for suturing wounds after surgery. Spider silk is arguably the most outstanding natural fiber material with the best overall performance discovered to date. Materials science has always been an extremely important part of modern science. Polymer materials, inorganic non-metallic materials, metallic materials, composite materials are applied to all aspects of modern human life. Its industry prospects are excellent. And this was the only thing Peter could think of after racking his brains for several lessons that he could actually use to collaborate with Tony Stark. Tony Stark himself said that even he was amazed by the biosilk that Peter created himself. The biomaterial that even Iron Man praised should be able to earn him his first pot of gold. Right. Peter knew that the gold titanium alloy used in Iron Man's Iron Man armor was actually a high-strength alloy created by Iron Man himself. After abandoning the highly profitable arms manufacturing industry, how does Stark Industries still maintain such a large scale? Ultimately, it comes down to 3 aspects: materials, energy, and medicine. Energy refers to the arc reactor used in Iron Man's armor and the super-large reactor built in Stark Tower. It's not just about the reactor's clean and massive energy output, but also the high efficiency and low consumption of energy output technologies, all of which are related to energy. This alone is enough to make Stark Industries a giant in the industry. In the medical field, Stark Group owns a large number of hospitals, has many medical laboratories, and even has a cutting-edge technology called Cradle of Life that incorporates nanotechnology. In addition to the gold titanium alloy used in the Iron Man armor. The materials also include polymer composites, nanomaterials and so on, all of which are Iron Man's technologies. Peter dared not think about anything else for the time being. But making spider silk was something he excelled at. Peter skillfully used the two recipes in his mind to make his own and the amazing Spider-Man's spider silk. Then placed them on glass slides to make spider silk specimens and observed them under a microscope. The biological characteristics of spider silk were well revealed under the Olympus C35 AD optical microscope. Peter also discovered that there were indeed differences between the two types of spider silk. Chapter 30 Peter's Day Under the Microscope. The structures of the two types of spider silk are actually quite similar, both resembling the silk of the black widow spider in nature. Peter had learned from the literature that scientists at the University of California, Riverside had conducted detailed research on the genetic code of black widow spider silk and discovered that black widow spider silk contains two key proteins, MASP1 and MASP2. Both are serine proteases and are part of the complement-activated lectin pathway. The webs used by these two Spider-Men contain a type of MASP that is more subtle and profound than that found in spiders in nature. It's almost like magic. This made Peter somewhat suspicious. Could it be that the source of these Spider-Men's abilities is not only science, but also the intervention of metaphysics, unfortunately? Although the school's laboratory has a relatively rich supply of equipment, it is no longer possible to conduct further research. Peter could only jot down the idea for now and continue to study it in depth when he had the opportunity later. He then found a single-fiber electronic strength meter in the laboratory. He also has one of these in his own home. The big CRT computer that Iron Man jokingly calls retro tech and sits on his desk in his room. The reason that computer with its large bottom was so big was because a motor was hidden inside the main unit. With this, Peter can measure the strength of his spider silk by manually gripping it. Oh right. There's one of these on the table in the little workshop in The Amazing Spider-Man. It really is in the movie. It's small and looks like a monitor on the side. You can look it up if you're interested, clearly. Studying spider silk is one of the natural hobbies and commonalities of every Spider-Man. However, compared to his and The Amazing Spider-Man's two retro and low-budget versions, the one in the school is much more high-end. The school laboratory uses a pneumatic clamping method, which can achieve slow clamping and slow release by adjusting the air supply. This minimizes damage to the material being tested. Moreover, the deformation process is more controllable and can be observed in greater detail. If it were his own manual one, Peter would have to constantly pay attention to controlling the strength of his muscles, carefully controlling the force in his hands while also making observations and records. Just thinking about it makes you realize how tiring that would be. So if he could, Peter would still prefer to do this at school. Anyway, no one else knows what he's doing. Teachers generally don't interfere with what experiments students are doing, because each student chooses their own topic. His classmates were all busy with their own things and rarely paid attention to him. Except for Ned. Peter, what are you researching? Stark Internship Program Composite Fiber Materials. You know, Peter was quite satisfied with this excuse, as if he could push anything onto it. With Iron Man to take the blame if there were any problems. He could ask Iron Man. Ned suddenly realized. No wonder he couldn't understand what Peter was doing after watching for so long. That makes sense, since his expertise lies in electronics and computer programming. So it's normal that he doesn't understand biomaterials. So Ned turned around and went to do his own thing. Peter continued his experiments using a single-fiber tensile tester. The mechanical properties of spider silk were well demonstrated by the force meter. The difference between the two types of spider silk is also revealed. Compared to his webs, the Amazing Spider-Man's webs are much stronger, mainly in terms of tensile strength, however. Correspondingly, the elasticity of the webs in the Amazing Spider-Man is not as good as his. His elongation at break is higher. In summary, the Amazing Spider-Man's webs are stronger and harder, and can withstand more force, however. Because they have lost some elasticity, their cushioning performance is relatively reduced. If used to stick to objects or even people, the other party will have to withstand more force than Peter's webs. Because the total amount of force is constant, the latter's force was partially dissipated by the elasticity of the spider silk. So the force transmitted back to the affected person was naturally less. However, such details are probably not very useful. Peter then used other equipment in the laboratory to make further observations. He discovered that the density of both his own silk and the spider silk used by the Amazing Spider-Man was similar to that of silkworm silk, which is less than that of most high-performance fibers such as Kevlar, and far less than that of steel. This discovery means that he might actually be able to use spider silk to make clothing, by simply making some adjustments to the rigidity of spider silk, making it no longer biased towards current biofibers, and adding some other elements while sacrificing some performance. We might be able to obtain a composite material that is superior to existing polymer fiber materials. After studying the materials, Peter secretly disassembled the pneumatic electronic single-fiber strength meter when the teacher wasn't looking, examined its internal structure and memorized it. When he travels to other Spider-Man worlds in the future, there will definitely be many more different kinds of spider webs. We can't possibly wait until lab class to do this research every time. So he decided that when he got back, he would find a way to completely convert the manual car at home into a pneumatic one. Even if it can't compare to this one, it should at least have 90%, no 70% of its performance. The lab session ended amidst Peter's busy work. No kidding, he really was busy for an entire class period. I'm just not busy with class content, however. Can doing experiments be considered slacking off? That's for a better future. It is for the prosperity and flourishing of science and technology for all mankind. Cough cough. Nothing interesting happened for the next half day, aside from the annoying guy Fry, who was always at odds with him and would occasionally try to be clever in front of him. Peter's half-day was peaceful and uneventful. As for Flash, he's just a clueless idiot who likes to get attention. Peter didn't bother arguing with him, interestingly. This guy actually likes what Peter looks like when he's wearing his suit, which is Spider-Man. Flashy declared himself Spider-Man's #1 fan, with Spider-Man prints on his clothes, Spider-Man photos hidden in his backpack, and he would occasionally cause trouble for Peter. The upright Spider-Man. What a fanatical stalker, even though he didn't know Peter's true identity. What could Peter do about it? I have no choice but to forgive him. He never imagined that he would have such a devoted fan after only being active for such a short time. What's even more unexpected is that this die-hard fan is his classmate. Sometimes Peter would be about to put on his Spider-Man suit, appear in front of Flash, and then suddenly take off his mask to reveal his identity and give him a big scare. Of course, it's just a thought. Chapter 31 School Time. From 3 p.m. to 8 p.m. Zhengcheng High School arranges extracurricular enrichment time for its students. During this time, students can participate in club activity sports events and the like. For Peter, this meant he was finally out of school. You have no idea how long Peter had waited for this moment. The moment the time was up, Peter grabbed his textbook from the table, rushed to the corridor, opened his locker, took out his small backpack, and jumped out through the back door where there were hardly any people. A set of movements flowing smoothly, after all. He's been doing this for over half a month and is already quite familiar with it. As for whether it will be discovered, the chances of that happening are extremely small, because one of his spider abilities is the ability to hide. Hiding oneself is a spider's instinct, and Spider-Man naturally possesses this instinct as well. This instinct allows him to find the safest place to transform from Peter Parker into Spider-Man without being detected. This instinct was further enhanced after visiting the world of Spider-Man Noir, improving his stealth tracking and counter-tracking abilities. If he had possessed his current stealth abilities back then, Iron Man might not have found him so easily. Well, it's just not that easy, in fact. In this era of big data, Iron Man, who controls super artificial intelligence and the Avengers' vast information network, would find it very difficult to keep any secret from him if he really wanted to. It's just a matter of how long it takes and how many resources are invested. Of course, Iron Man and Peter are now one of us, so thinking about other things is pointless. After Peter escaped from the school as usual, he first found a small alley to change into the suit that Iron Man had given him. Then, he sprayed several parts of his backpack with the web shooter and then used a paintbrush to color the white web. Thus, a backpack with the same design but a completely different color appeared. Peter simply slung the backpack over his shoulder. He used to hide his backpack in the changing room, and it was stolen by passers-by with empty hands several times. Each time, he had to swallow his pride and ask Aunt May for another backpack. So he decided that from now on he would be a backpack Spider-Man. Anyway, he's now considered a prospective Avenger. Iron Man himself told him that his scope of activity is between what Iron Man would do and what Iron Man wouldn't do. A gray area, very spiritual, right? Peter just assumed it was really spiritual, therefore, as a prospective Avenger, as long as he doesn't actively reveal his identity, the Avengers will simply help him cover it up. Good afternoon, Peter. Hello, Miss Karen. Peter greeted the AI inside his suit. Peter, what lesson are we having today? Karen asked. Peter raised his hand, and on his wrist appeared a series of preset lessons, all teaching him how to be a qualified superhero, with the idea that it won't hurt to learn it anyway. Peter decided to work on these things every day as a daily task. Let's learn this today. The scientific way of swinging on a spider's web combined with the aesthetics of gymnastics. What the hell, who came up with this course name? Peter was speechless. It must be Mr. Stark. Karen honestly sold the invention to its former owner. Peter, what a naming genius. Karen remained silent. Peter then instructed Karen to activate the receiver on her suit, which connected to the Queen's regional police radio station, allowing him to be informed of the incident immediately and quickly reach the scene. Peter was greatly relieved that Queens was very peaceful today. He wandered around outside from 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock. And in the end, he only helped an old lady cross the road and then helped a little girl who had gotten separated from her mother find her mother. The old lady offered him a kebab, and the little girl gave him a chocolate bar. This made Peter very happy. It wasn't because he received payment. He helped people not for those rewards. It was because he felt recognized by others. This is the most important. Peter returned home and ate a simple dinner by himself. Aunt May's charity event, which was suspected to be sponsored by Red Bull, will take several days. She had prepared some food and some money in the refrigerator. Peter has been taking care of his own breakfast, lunch, and dinner for the past few days. Peter then locked himself in his room and worked on improving the web shooter. He planned to install 2 ammunition magazines on the web launcher. One to be filled with his own webs, Peter named it Web 1. And the other to be filled with the webs of the amazing Spider-Man, Peter named it Web 2. Spider Silk No. 1 has better elasticity and can be used to capture criminals alive, rescue people and so on. Spider Silk No. 2 is more resilient and can be used to hold vehicles, buildings and the like. The 2 can also be used together. Combining 2 different types of spider silk will create thicker and stronger spider silk. However, that would exacerbate the consumption. Considering his own stockpile of spider silk, Peter felt that this should only be used when absolutely necessary. As for improving the web shooter, it's actually quite simple. All we need to do is add a parallel route to the existing part. Peter completed the modification of the web shooter in just 1 hour. Then, he took out paper and pen and began to write down the internal structure of the pneumatic electronic single-fiber strength meter that he had secretly memorized from school. His memory is exceptional. And it became even stronger after he was bitten by a spider and awakened his superpowers. Soon he had memorized everything he had in mind, then. Based on this design, he would reassemble and modify the manual dynamometer he had pieced together from trash in his room. This is a bit more complicated. It's even more complicated than making one from scratch. But he couldn't possibly actually rebuild it from scratch. It's simple, he has no money. He made this thing for two reasons. First, to make it easier to debug the equipment later, and second, to thoroughly study the properties of spider silk so that he could talk to Tony Stark about a collaboration. So he only has a few $dozen on him right now, which is just his food money for the past few days. I wonder if trainee Avengers are paid monthly. Is it sent at the beginning or end of the month, and many more? Peter suddenly looked up. He suddenly remembered something very important. He forgot to ask Tony Stark exactly how much he was paid as an apprentice Avenger. The Spider-Man suit he was wearing was part of the September Fund's subsidies. But Tony Stark said that Avengers like Black Widow usually have a livelihood guarantee. Even though he was just an intern, there should be some right. Chapter 32, Waiting for the Lizard to Run into the Trap. When Peter opened his eyes, again found himself, or rather, the amazing Spider-Man, in a dark and hopeless place. Beneath his body was a web made of spider silk, each strand shooting into the depths of a different passage. Where am I? Peter began receiving messages. Footage of some of the key events of the Amazing Spider-Man's day has been shown. This morning, my video of me and my girlfriend Gwen playing karaoke on the playground was cut off. In the afternoon after school, the Amazing Spider-Man went to the Osborn Corporation, where he saw two people arguing. Coincidentally, he knew both of them. One was Dr. Kurt Connors, Gwen's mentor, a genetic biologist, and also a former colleague of her father, Richard Parker. Previously, the Amazing Spider-Man went to Dr. Connors to investigate his father's unexplained departure and disappearance, and gave him a 00 decay rate formula left in his father's notebook. The other man, however, was the disgusting fellow whom Peter had rescued the previous night. He claimed to be the head of the Osborn Biological Research Department and was leering at Peter. His name is Nils Wright. When the Amazing Spider-Man arrived, the two were arguing fiercely for some reason. Because the glass was so thick and the sound insulation was so good, the Amazing Spider-Man could only vaguely hear the keywords lizard, super, and spider. The two people who were arguing inside then parted on bad terms. The guy named Nils stormed out, glanced at the Amazing Spider-Man, but didn't recognize him since he wasn't wearing the Spider-Man suit. Afterwards, the Amazing Spider-Man had a conversation with Dr. Connors. During the conversation, I noticed that something seemed off about the doctor. The doctor left in a hurry after uttering some puzzling words. Meanwhile, in the lab, the Amazing Spider-Man discovers that the once docile white mouse has transformed into a ferocious and bloodthirsty wild rat, which is now devouring the corpse of its companion. The Amazing Spider-Man remembers that this little white mouse was named Fred. And it was a white mouse with a missing leg. Not long ago, Dr. Connors perfected the serum using the 00 decay rate formula he provided and injected it into Fred, with very encouraging results. Fred's broken leg has grown back, but now it is. If I remember correctly, Dr. Connors' serum was collected from lizard genes. However, it is clear that his serum has serious defects that would increase the aggressiveness of the recipients. Unleash a wild reptilian instinct, therefore Fred, the white mouse injected with lizard serum, changed from his docile nature to his current brutality. The Amazing Spider-Man suddenly understood everything. It turns out that Dr. Connors is the lizard man who appeared on the Williamsburg Bridge last night. So he rushed to the police station and told Gwen's father, Sheriff Stacy News. But Sheriff Stacy didn't believe him. She even thought he was making fun of him. Left with no other option, he had to try to capture Dr. Connors, who had transformed into a lizard man, or perhaps he should be called Dr. Lizard, having no clues to begin with. He accidentally saw lizards liking to crawl into sewers. which gave him the idea to try his luck in the sewers and see if he could find Dr. Lizard just as Peter connected the network cable. The amazing Spider-Man was trying his luck in the sewers, connecting the cable and waiting for the lizard to appear. It seems that he had the idea of continuing to look for Dr. Lizard last night, and it wasn't just his idea alone. The amazing Spider-Man had the same idea. Did the two of them think in unison? The network cable is connected to the network cable, and Peter is inside Peter. Interesting, just like me, Peter chuckled. He rolled over and continued lying on the large, woven spider web. It has to be said that this is actually a very clumsy method. But there is nothing we can do if they search one by one. Given the complexity of the sewers beneath Queens, Peter might not find Dr. Lizard even by next year. Dr. Connors's parting words sent chills down Peter's spine whenever he recalled them. Don't worry, Mr. Parker, I'll be back soon. Good things are about to happen, very, very good things. His intuition told him that Dr. Lizard was plotting a huge conspiracy. He must find him as soon as possible. Get it done as soon as possible, it can't be rushed. How can you wait for a lizard to run into a tree stump quickly? Should we simply wait in place? Peter lay on the spider web, feeling a little bored, wondering if he had arrived too early. Would it be better to leave the game running and let the amazing Spider-Man find the lizard's whereabouts before coming over? Feeling a bit bored, took out his phone, intending to play a game of Bubble Bobble to pass the time. After turning on the screen, I found that there was a sentence on the wallpaper, "Hey bro." Oh, Peter's eyes lit up. It seemed that the message he left behind had been received by the amazing Spider-Man. However, he only found this one sentence. As for why, he actually had a hunch that perhaps the actions he took while possessing other Spider-Men would be remembered by them after he left. However, they probably can't read his memories. Thinking about it, Peter left his greeting on his phone wallpaper, "Hey bro." It's Peter after doing the silly thing. Peter chuckled to himself for a while. He felt as if he had gained a half-brother from another world. This feeling is very subtle. They should be considered parallel universe counterparts, with different experiences and environments shaping them into different individuals. But theoretically, they should also be considered the same person. This relationship is complicated. It depends on your perspective. But one thing is certain, they are perhaps even closer than blood brothers. Peter then checked the web shooter. After he made some minor adjustments to the web launcher, it looked brand new. However, given the previous experience, Peter still wanted to check it. If a fight breaks out later and it suddenly malfunctions, that wouldn't be good. Dwang. A spider silk thread suddenly twitched. Peter's expression hardened, and he immediately put away the phone he was playing Bubble Bobble with. Something touched his spider silk. Although there are many creatures in the sewers, his spider silk is shot relatively high up, so small creatures have no chance of touching it. In this sewer, there is only one entity capable of triggering the spider webs: Dr. Lizard. As Peter focused his attention, his spider sense switched from passive to active mode and began to actively spread outward. He made a discovery immediately. A signal that made him feel dangerous was slowly approaching him through a passage. Chapter 33: Dr. Lizard. Peter casually tossed the phone against the wall and then hid it by sticking it with cobwebs. He glanced at the other wall, where a camera was covered with spider silk. The amazing Spider-Man plans to use it to film his battle with the lizard, so he can use the footage to prove Spider-Man's innocence to Commissioner Stacy, that he is indeed fighting the lizard for the safety of the people, and is not the kind of outlaw that Commissioner Stacy believes him to be. He believed that with this evidence, coupled with his rescue efforts on the Williamsburg Bridge last night, Sheriff Stacy would definitely change her opinion of him. In this way, the first half of the story about Chief Stacy's prejudice against Spider-Man and Peter Parker is basically complete. As for the second half, his conflict with Sheriff Stacy stemmed from Spider-Man. If Spider-Man is a misunderstanding, then isn't he also a misunderstanding when the time comes? You must make him say in person, "Peter, I was wrong. You were right." Peter's mind was filled with thoughts. At this time, just as he was momentarily distracted, His spider sense began to throb wildly. Peter was startled and instinctively moved aside. A loud bang and water splashed everywhere, a huge, foul-smelling figure lunged down from behind him and crashed heavily into the water. It's Dr. Lizard. Damn it, why did this guy launch a surprise attack? I didn't even have time to turn on the camera. Does this mean the recording is ruined? Peter pressed himself against the wall. And this was the first thing that came to his mind. You filthy bug, you stopped me once last night. And I didn't even look for you. Yet you still dare to come looking for me, Doctor. Lizard roared as he rushed out of the water. Peter nimbly dodged, simultaneously twisting his body and shooting several strands of spider silk to his side and rear. Spider silk shot into Dr. Lizard's eyes and face, obscuring his vision. Peter said with some dissatisfaction, Dr. Connors, you are a leading professor in the field of biology. How could you make such a basic mistake? Spiders are not insects. Insects are defined by their three-part body, while spiders belong to the class Arachnida in the phylum Arthropoda. Who cares, Doctor? Lizard wiped the spider web off his face and lunged at Peter again. Damn, I just got his body wet, which made the spider silk less sticky. Peter cursed inwardly. He originally intended to restrain Dr. Lizard and then take the opportunity to turn on the camera. But Dr. Lizard regained his sight so quickly. If he went over, would expose the camera. And then the camera he had accidentally found in his father's briefcase would be destroyed. This is his most treasured possession. Peter quickly turned around, stepped on the wall, and scrambled towards the sewer. He was supposed to lure Dr. Lizard away from the sewer opening. But the plan had to be cancelled because the camera wasn't working. If you fight, here your camera phone and backpack might end up far away from you. The ones you love most. If he had a photograph, he could take some risks. But since none of these exist, it's an unnecessary risk. And there's no need to take it. Stop, bug, Dr. Lizard seemed to have lost all reason at this moment. His mind filled with killing and destruction. This is quite similar to the condition of Fred, the white mouse Peter had previously observed in the Osborne Group's biological laboratory. Peter crawled quickly while thinking. Last night on the bridge, he and Dr. Lizard exchanged a glance at that moment. His expression was very human, gleaming with wisdom. This is completely different from how it is performing now. I understand, it must be because Dr. Connors discovered last night that the dosage was insufficient and he would quickly return to human form. Which is why I was able to see him in the Osborne Biological Laboratory this afternoon after he had returned to human form. No, having learned from last night's lesson, he injected himself with an even larger dose of the lizard potion. But as a result, his own senses were clouded by the negative effects of the lizard potion. Perhaps I can make good use of this. If it were the original Dr. Connors, whose wisdom was exceptional, Peter wouldn't dare say he could outsmart him. But since he's now a lizard doctor blinded by violence, he feels he can give it a try. With that in mind, Peter used a portion of his spider sense ability to probe behind him. Soon, a blurry image of Dr. Lizard appeared in his mind. Spider-Man's spider sense is a real ability. Not just fiction, for example in PS4 games. You can see through walls to the images of enemies on the other side. The PS4 Spider-Man is also one of the officially recognized Spider-Men from parallel universes. Of course, this hasn't been developed to that extent yet. Peter silently estimated the distance between himself and Dr. Lizard and made a battle plan in his mind. At this moment, he began to miss the Spider-Man suit that Iron Man had given him. The suit has a delayed spider web firing mode that prevents the spider silk solution from exploding temporarily until an enemy passes by, at which point it suddenly detonates like a landmine. This passage is so narrow. If we put a few time delay spider webs in there, it'll definitely catch Dr. Lizard off guard. Pity. The web shooter in The Amazing Spider-Man only has 3 modes, and it was modified by Peter Parker. As for other methods, they are not unusable, but you have to rely on your own experience to use them. Moreover, for special effects like time delay spider webs, some auxiliary medicinal solutions are required. It's not possible to do that right now. If the amazing Spider-Man were the type to produce his own webs, perhaps we could give it a try. Of course, this wasn't the only way Peter could do it. He found a suitable spot for a counterattack and ambush, and shot out several spider silk threads from there, weaving them together. A single spider silk thread has a tensile strength greater than that of steel, and the fusion of multiple spider silk threads greatly increases its hardness. Unaware of the danger, Dr. Lizard rushed out of the passage and crashed directly into the thickened spider silk. Oh, this was like a galloping horse hitting a tripwire. People turned their backs. Dr. Lizard was thrown to the ground, clearly stunned. Peter deliberately chose this battle location, which was located above the sewer network and had little water. This prevents his spider silk from losing its stickiness due to water. Dr. Lizard's clothes were mostly dry from the rapid running. Peter acted decisively, raising his hand and unleashing a barrage of spider silk bullets, giving Dr. Lizard a full-body wrap from head to toe. The spider silk bullets fired at close range actually have a considerable impact. But Dr. Lizard's thick skin means he doesn't react much. In no time, a mummy appeared on the ground. Chapter 34. Join the glorious evolution. Dr. Lizard struggled desperately, but the layers of spider silk wrapped around him made it impossible for him to break free in the short term. Peter, suspended by a spider silk, slowly lowered himself upside down, coming above Dr. Lizard. Dr. Connors. He tried to awaken the human part of Dr. Lizard's conscience, roar. However, he was met with a rather unfriendly roar. To prevent Dr. Lizard from suffocating, Peter specially left him a nose and a mouth as air vents. Seeing this, Peter reached out and with 2 more whooshes of spider silk, he sealed Dr. Lizard's mouth shut as well. They only left him 2 large nostrils for breathing. I'm sorry, Doctor. I was originally going to leave your mouth here too, but you're too noisy and your breath smells awful. Does the lizard potion cause bad breath? I don't recommend you use it, it's disgusting. Or you could bring a toothbrush and brush your teeth. What flavor of toothpaste do you like? Mint. Bored. Peter launched a brutal and inhumane barrage of trash talk at Dr. Lizard. Dr. Lizard heard it all and was annoyed. But with his mouth gagged, he couldn't vent his frustration and was almost driven to despair. Peter didn't care about that. He doesn't think everything he said was nonsense. While speaking, he could both relieve some of his own tension and harass the enemy, distracting them, but his own senses were highly developed. And if he didn't divert his attention, he would become distracted instead. In addition, he also used some interrogation techniques while speaking, such as observing the other person's expression and actions to gather the information he wanted. Here at that moment, a tearing sound suddenly came from Dr. Lizard's body. The spider web that had completely enveloped him was suddenly opened up. Peter was slightly taken aback, somewhat puzzled as to how Dr. Lizard had managed to do it. At that very moment, Dr. Lizard, who had been poised to strike, suddenly opened his web and flipped himself up. Peter then noticed that a long lizard tail had fallen to the ground. He then looked at the lizard doctor's bare buttocks and suddenly realized what was going on. It was actually a case of cutting off the tail to survive. There are some stumps at the lizard's tail in nature. If attacked, a lizard can detach its tail by contracting and squeezing the muscles in its tail. The severed tail still contains nerves, allowing it to continue moving for a short while, attracting the enemy's attention, while the lizard uses this opportunity to escape. Peter never expected that Dr. Lizard, this artificial giant lizard, would also possess such abilities originally. His entire body was wrapped in Peter's spider silk, but after he broke off, his tail deformed, disrupting some of the originally tight structure. Dr. Lizard seized the moment of change, using it to break free from the encirclement. What a good plan! Dr. Lizard, without his sanity, obviously couldn't perform these operations, so to speak. Dr. Connors, Peter called out tentatively, having skillfully dodged Dr. Lizard's attack. Spider. Dr. Lizard stopped his attack, stood on the ground in the passage, looked up at Peter, and tore off the remaining spider silk from his body. Doctor, you're awake. Peter was somewhat surprised. He had always believed that the lizard doctor had become so aggressive because of the effects of the drug. After all, the doctor himself had met both Gwen and was a very good person. "Ah, Spider, it seems you're just like me, doctor," Lizard said, looking Peter up and down. Peter listened to the normal conversation and sensed that Dr. Lizard's mania had subsided considerably, which calmed him down a bit. However, he did not come down or go far away. He simply found the curved part where the ceiling and the floor met and leaned against the wall. "Dr. Connors, how did you become like this? Can you change back?" Peter asked. "You know me, doctor." Lizard asked in return. Peter said, "Of course. You are a leading figure in the field of interspecies genetic biology and a well-known researcher at the Osborne Group. Anyone who knows a little about this should recognize you." Peter remained calm and composed. He wasn't about to be tricked into revealing information by Dr. Lizard. Dr. Lizard stared intently at Peter, seemingly trying to discern his true identity beneath the mask. "Osborne, huh?" Dr. Lizard scoffed. "Don't mention Osborne to me. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't be like this. No, I should thank Osborne. It was they who made me who I am today, the perfect me." Peter frowned slightly, wondering if he had made his judgment too early. Dr. Lizard's mental state is clearly still not quite right. "Little Spider, for the sake of us being great evolutionaries, I won't hold the past against you from now on. You can continue living your life, while I must go and fulfill my great mission, Dr. Lizard said, turning and walking towards a passage. "A great mission." Peter sensed something was wrong, and his spider sense began to throb violently again. "Excuse me, but if I may ask, what is this great mission you're talking about?" Without turning his head, Dr. Lizard declared, "I want to turn New York into a lizard island, and have everyone join this glorious evolution." Are you possessed by Victor?" Peter was speechless. "Doctor." Lizard's words reminded him of the three-handed character in a certain game. "Doctor." Lizard clearly hadn't played that game and didn't understand Peter's quip. "Victor? You mean that guy from Europa, huh?" Peter was slightly taken aback, his body falling off the wall as he shot out spider silk from his hands, which stuck to the lizard doctor's hands. "Although I don't know who you're talking about, doctor. I can't let you turn people into lizard men, doctor." Lizard was held back by Peter, whose immense strength made it impossible for him to move. He turned and roared, "Spider, why are you stopping me? I'm doing this for the benefit of everyone." "Benefit everyone, but they themselves don't want to." Peter wrapped the spider silk around his hand twice and pulled hard. Besides, the thought of everyone around him turning into giant lizards with terrible breath. How could they even survive? "In that case, I'll kill you, doctor." Lizard suddenly turned around and charged at Peter. From the initial confrontation to the sudden unilateral pull, Peter was caught off guard and stumbled backward, eventually crashing into the wall. "Doctor." Lizard threw a punch. Peter quickly dodged, then leaped to the top of the pipe and ran down it. The two connected spider silks unknowingly wrapped around Dr. Lizard. Chapter 35 vs. Dr. Lizard. This method had been used before to deal with Dr. Lizard when he was in an irrational state, but now the same method was not enough to deal with Dr. Lizard, who had regained his sanity. He quickly realized Peter's intention and directly used brute force to break the spell. He suddenly jumped up and extended sharp claws from his hands to grab Peter. Such an attack would obviously not hit Peter. The claws scratched across the cement wall, leaving several long scratch marks. Peter jumped off the wall, using the reaction force to push off Dr. Lizard's back with both feet. Boom! There was a loud bang. The cement below cracked open and Dr. Lizard was almost completely stuffed inside from the head. "Oh no, did I use too much force?" Peter was a little worried. Without the influence of Spider-Man Noir, he was somewhat less ruthless. In addition, the amazing Spider-Man is still quite immature, so the two combined still only have the mentality of a teenager. However, his hands moved quickly. His experience of merging with Spider-Man Noir and being ambushed by Hawkeye's explosive arrows taught him that he must never let his guard down until the enemy is completely defeated. Peter shot a series of spider silk directly at Dr. Lizard's hands and feet. then took out spare spider silk from his pocket and replaced it. After some preparation, he activated his spider sense to the maximum before stealthily approaching Dr. Lizard. Dr. Connors, Peter said cautiously, taking one step at a time while carefully observing Dr. Lizard's body on the ground. As soon as his muscles show any signs of exertion, he can immediately take appropriate action. Dr. Lizard remained motionless, seemingly stunned by the heavy kick. But he's unlikely to die. Peter had fought Dr. Lizard a few times and had a fairly clear understanding of his physique. Although I did use more force than before, it shouldn't have been fatal. Besides, he didn't kick any vital areas. Peter relaxed slightly and moved a little closer. At this time, behind Dr. Lizard's bald rear end, a tail suddenly emerged from the severed tail and, to Peter's astonishment, hooked and wrapped around Peter's foot. Oh no! Peter exclaimed as he was lifted up by the tail and slammed against the sewer ceiling. Boom! This is essentially a retaliatory blow against him. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Dr. Lizard suddenly pulled hard, severing the spider silk, and turned to grab Peter. Peter blindfolded the lizard with spider silk, then grabbed the lizard doctor's hands with both hands and began to exert force with his legs. Collapse. Dr. Lizard's newly grown tail has broken off yet again. But this time he didn't hide it anymore. Instead, he continued to exert his strength and grew his tail back up. Wow! Even though lizards can regenerate their tails, Doctor, your speed is way too fast. Peter had already escaped while his tail was severed earlier. He retreated to the other end of the narrow space, distancing himself from Dr. Lizard. You bugs, Dr. Lizard roared, tearing away the spiderweb that was obscuring his vision. Why are you stopping me? Why? If my plan succeeds, everyone will have my power. No one will get sick anymore, no one. But all of this is just wishful thinking on your part, Dr. Peter advised. Others may not want to give up their identity as human beings. Noth's glorious evolution, a great and supreme path of evolution. They are unwilling because they haven't experienced its wonder. Dr. Lizard revealed a look of rapture. One day they will understand, Peter thought. Dr. Lizard was beyond saving, or should we just execute it? Peter quickly shook his head, wondering why he had suddenly had such a thought. But once this thought arose, it was like a weed that took root and began to grow and multiply continuously. He realized that if he didn't stop Dr. Lizard, he would find a way to stop him. And once his plan was implemented, the lizard potion would be spread to Manhattan, Queens, and even the whole of New York by some means. What will the world be like then? Peter returned home, and Aunt May in her lizard-like form called out Peter. Come on, dinner's ready. Peter walked to the table. Aunt May opened the lid, and inside was a pot of soup made from rats. Most importantly, the mouse hadn't even been shaved, it was still whole. Peter recalled going to school and meeting the lizard man version of Gwen. Gwen grinned at him, revealing a gaping maw. Peter, see how sharp my teeth are? Want to stick your head in and take a look? He went to the Delmer fast food restaurant on the corner to buy a sandwich, which contained dried earthworms. The birthday cake he ate was decorated with cockroaches, ants and various insects' vomit. Peter shook his head frantically. No. I absolutely cannot let this happen. However, to get him to kill Peter Parker himself, along with the amazing Spider-Man, wouldn't be able to do it without the ruthlessness of Spider-Man Noir. Then Peter decided to compromise once again. Let's capture Dr. Lizard and hand him over to Sheriff Stacy. Isn't this much stronger evidence than photographic evidence? Just do it. Meanwhile, Dr. Lizard realized he couldn't defeat Peter anytime soon and was starting to consider giving up. His goal was simply to spread the lizard potion throughout the city. Once the die is cast, it's too late for that stinky spider to stop it. With this in mind, Dr. Lizard began searching for a way out. He remembered that when he fought Spider-Man earlier, his body was wet, and Spider-Man's webs became much easier to tear. Hee. Dr. Lizard chuckled. He had found a way out. The next moment, Peter suddenly lunged out and pounced on Dr. Lizard. Dr. Lizard turned and ran, although he had only lived in the city sewers for less than a day. Lizards are naturally fond of this damp environment and have a much stronger sense of water than most animals. He knew where to quickly find a water channel. Peter didn't realize his thoughts at first. But when the sound of rushing water reached his ears, he suddenly came to his senses. He saw through Dr. Lizard's thoughts. But he found that he was powerless to do anything about it. Dr. Lizard could usually dodge the spider silk he shot out. Damn it, if only I had my web shooter. Peter thought to himself. If we had something like a bouncing spider web, we could shoot it directly in front of Dr. Lizard even if we didn't hit him blocking his path. Instead of being in such a passive position as we are now, Dr. Lizard is very strong, which makes him incredibly powerful, allowing him to jump around in the sewers with great speed. However, Peter gradually learned some coping skills during the chase. Chapter 36 Capture. He came up with a trick. Since he can't stop Dr. Lizard with his web, can he use it to speed up his own progress? As for how to speed it up, spider web jump. After entering another straight section, Peter seized the opportunity and shot out 2 strands of silk from both hands at the same time. The lizard doctor in front had been watching Peter's actions from behind. When he noticed Peter launching his web, he immediately made a dodge maneuver. But this time, Peter's target wasn't him at all. 2 strands of spider silk stretched out on either side of the wall. Peter pulled hard with both hands, combined with the explosive force of his legs. In an instant, his speed more than doubled. Dr. Lizard was horrified. But he had just made the dodge move and couldn't recover so quickly. Boom! Peter crashed directly into Dr. Lizard's back. A man and a lizard crashed out of the passage and rolled into a heap. Due to Peter's deliberate actions, Dr. Lizard was hit in the spine. His regenerative abilities are very strong. But the spine is the nerve center of vertebrates. No matter how strong a person's resilience is, as long as it remains within the realm of living organisms, it must still adhere to basic biological laws. This was quite fatal. Peter also went all out. He had already decided that on one side were villains who were about to wreak havoc on the city's more than 800 million people. And on the other side were 800 million innocent New York City residents. How to choose? Most people should be able to make the decision. Peter in the past was too young to emotion, and too indecisive. Kindness is reserved for the kind. To be kind to the wicked is to inflict violence on the kind. Peter didn't get Yup. Instead, he pressed the lizard doctor down with his lower body, then placed his left hand on the lizard doctor's head and swung his right fist, pounding it into the doctor's head several times. Dr. Lizard's head was dented from the impact, and he let out weak roars. But Peter is using extraordinary strength now. Even in its full form, Dr. Lizard's strength is only a few tons, and Peter, even though the amazing Spider-Man hasn't reached his peak yet, still has a strength of over 10 tons. The difference in strength of several tons made Dr. Lizard look like a weak child in front of Peter. Unable to move after being punched several times, Dr. Lizard felt dizzy and lightheaded, as if he had suffered a concussion. Peter used spider silk to stick his head shut, then turned his gaze to Dr. Lizard's tail, reached out and pulled it off again. Congratulations to Spider-Man for earning the title, Tail-Cutting Maniac. If this were a game, I'd probably unlock achievements like this. He wanted to try and see if he could make Dr. Lizard use his energy to repair himself by constantly pulling off Dr. Lizard's tail, thereby quickly depleting the potency of the lizard medicine in his body. In this way, Dr. Connors might be able to return to human form. However, Peter waited for a long time, but his tail did not grow back. It seems that the rapid regeneration of the tail is actively controlled by Dr. Lizard, rather than being a spontaneous behavior of the body. Now, regardless of whether Dr. Lizard is truly or falsely dizzy, he obviously won't be repairing his tail anytime soon. Dr. Lizard, you really think I'm an achievement to grind for? Peter spun Dr. Lizard around, wrapped him up tightly again, and then dragged him toward where he had placed the camera. The urban sewer system is complex, and their basic structure is exactly the same. Fortunately, there were traces of their fight on the ground, which allowed Peter to find his way back. After finding the camera, Peter first put away his phone and backpack, then turned on the camera and recorded a video of Dr. Lizard and took some photos. This is one of the sources of income for the amazing Spider-Man. It can be sold to the Daily Bugle. After doing all this, Peter sat down again and waited for Dr. Lizard to wake up. He believed that after all this commotion, Dr. Lizard was no longer capable of resisting. Even if his medicine still has some effect, it probably doesn't have much left. Before handing Dr. Lizard over to Sheriff Stacy, he needed to get some other information from him. Spider-Man, Dr. Lizard's voice rang out from the ground, sounding somewhat muffled as his face was down. However, Peter has good hearing and said he didn't mind. Dr. Lizard, Peter greeted him. Do you know what I'm doing? I'm doing this for the progress of humanity. If you stop me, you're a sinner against humanity. Unable to resist, Dr. Lizard started rambling on again. Yes, you're right, I'm a sinner. Peter felt he couldn't communicate with Dr. Lizard. He now understood that the doctor in this state was Dr. Lizard, although he was rational, was extremely stubborn and impossible to communicate with. So he's waiting for the doctor to regain his human form. Survival of the fittest, natural selection. I can save them, I can save everyone, Dr. Lizard was still raging in a state of impotent fury. But his voice grew softer and softer, and his strength became weaker and weaker. Anyone could tell he was all bark and no bite. About half an hour later, Peter noticed that Dr. Lizard's body was starting to shrink, and a lot of dirt was scattered on the ground, which were cells that had died because they had not received energy to repair themselves. The spider silk that had been tightly binding them became loose. Finally, Dr. Lizard completely transformed back into a human face. Dr. Connors' face, Dr. Connors, Peter tried calling out. Spider-Man, Dr. Connors blinked, rolled over and stood up from the web. Do you remember what you did? Peter asked. Of course I remember. Why did you stop me, Dr. Connors questioned. Peter opened his mouth wide. It's over. The genes have entered the brain, there's no saving it. Peter sighed and shot out a spider silk. This time, one stick will be enough to tie up Dr. Connors. Peter then found a retail store on the street, called the police through the store's phone, and also got Dr. Connors a piece of clothing. Although he is guilty, he is still a well-known scholar. Making him run naked in the street would be truly heartless. When the other party learned that it was Spider-Man who called the police, and that the other party had even captured the Lizard Man, they were clearly stunned. But soon Sheriff Stacy arrived with her team. Peter carried Dr. Connors out of the sewers and handed him over to Sheriff Stacy. Although Dr. Connors had already withdrawn from his Lizard Man state, he was still affected by the lizard genie, and many bumpy, lizard-like skin marks could still be found on his face and body, which were very obvious, given Spider-Man's confident demeanor. Sheriff Stacy decided to take Dr. Connors back to the police station for questioning. He also invited Peter. But Peter obviously had no intention of going to the police station with him. So he simply ran away. Chapter 37: Inventions and Creations. This time Peter still didn't go back immediately. He returned to the small workshop of the amazing Spider-Man. Through this battle he gained more insights. Not only in combat but also in equipment. He is Spider-Man. A mutant possesses greater power than ordinary people. That's true, but if all he does is use these things, then what's the difference between him and an animal? As the largest animal in the world, the blue whale can reach a length of over 30 meters and a weight of 180 tons. How strong would it be? But what can it do with strength alone ultimately? They can only be cruelly hunted and killed by humans. Therefore he is a human being, especially one living in the technological age. One must also be adept at using technology to arm oneself. If he had that high-tech suit from his world tonight, capturing Dr. Lizard would be at least 30% easier. Most importantly, he now knows what the amazing Spider-Man is good at. It's an invention. Peter sat at his small desk in the tiny workshop, writing furiously at this moment. He is a combination of Peter Parker's insights from the high-tech era and the extraordinary Spider-Man's high inventiveness. The two shared the same idea and decided to start by earning their first pot of gold. Having just obtained the differences between the two types of spider silk through experiments during the day, Peter immediately put this data to use. After several hours of hard work, they finally succeeded in producing a decent polymer fiber material. This material is a variant based on the spider silk used in The Amazing Spider-Man. After testing, this material outperforms any known biomass fiber material in the Earth 120703 universe, the Amazing Spider-Man universe. If he finds the right partners, the Amazing Spider-Man is sure to make a fortune. As for Peter's own universe, we'll have to wait until he goes back and see for himself. Not only that, there was also an unexpected discovery during the research process. Their synthetic spider silk is an excellent Super 8 lens that can help conventional optical microscopes break through the vision limit. The operation is also very simple. You only need to use spider silk to form a smaller tight disc. Inject anhydrous alcohol into it, and form a piece similar to glasses to put on the optical microscope. Due to the refraction of spider silk, the resolution limit of traditional optical microscopes has been reduced from 200 nanometers to at least 100 nanometers. This doesn't sound like a very great discovery, after all. Truly high-end laboratories use electron microscopes. The magnification of electron microscopes has long been able to reach between 0, 2 and 3 nanometers. But the purpose of this small invention was not in high-end laboratories, but in schools individuals and some small laboratories. Although electron microscopes are powerful, the most advanced ones can magnify objects by more than 300 million times, and can even directly observe the atoms of certain heavy metals and the neatly arranged atomic lattices in crystals. However, its usage conditions are also very demanding. First, it requires a vacuum for observation, so it cannot observe live samples. Second, the sample processing is difficult. If some structures that were not originally in the sample are added during processing, even if only a small part is left, after being magnified 3 million times, it will greatly affect the difficulty of subsequent analysis. Third, when a three-dimensional object is projected onto a two-dimensional plane, sometimes the image overlaps, requiring repeated comparisons. Fourth, another point is that it's expensive. Purchasing and maintaining an electron microscope is a significant expense. This is not cost-effective for small laboratories, personal laboratories, or places like schools that require large quantities of equipment. Peter's optical microscope glasses, made from spider silk lenses, can increase the magnification of an optical microscope by 2 to 3 times simply by wearing them, providing an ultimate viewing experience. Isn't this wonderful? There is another crucial point. This thing is a consumable. Because spider silk is a biological protein, once the sterile bag is torn open and used, it cannot be reused. So as long as you can open up sales channels and sell your products, you won't have to worry about selling them anymore. As for how to open up sales channels, both Peters had their own ideas. The Amazing Spider-Man decides to try his luck at the Osborn Corporation. The Osborn Group already possessed numerous biological laboratories, and Dr. Connor's lizard drug was just one of their research projects. If we cooperate with the Osborn Group, we shouldn't have to worry about the future. The only thing that worries the Amazing Spider-Man is that his parents' disappearance more than 10 years ago may be related to the Osborn Corporation. These are some things that Peter deduced based on the existing intelligence, using the reasoning abilities he gained from Spider-Man Noir after he arrived. He had thought he would never be able to come back after he went back, so he wrote it down on a piece of paper and left it for the Amazing Spider-Man. At the time there were few clues, and only a portion of them were left. Now, with the revelation of Dr. Lizard's true identity, the speculation has almost become a fact. The source of the mutated spider genes in The Amazing Spider-Man was a visit to the Osborn Corporation, where the venomous spider was a product of a cross-species genetic engineering project. This cross-species genetic project seems to have been terminated for some reason many years later. And there has been little progress to date, subsequently. This cross-species genetic engineering was taken over by Dr. Kurt Connors, a former colleague of his father Richard Parker. After he provided Dr. Connors with the 00 decay rate formula left by his father, Dr. Connors created the lizard potion and transformed himself into Dr. Lizard. This also proves that the 00 decay rate formula is indeed correct and effective. When all of this is put together, a possibility emerges. The mutated spider project at the Osborne Corporation was overseen by his father more than a decade ago. His father's departure forced the project to be halted. But why did his father suddenly leave? Could his departure be related to the Osborne Group? This new series of mysteries has shrouded the Amazing Spider-Man. Not only that, in a villa in New York City, in the world of the Amazing Spider-Man, someone who was closely monitoring news about Dr. Lizard and Spider-Man received news of Dr. Lizard's arrest not long ago. I never expected the Lizardman to be Kurt. So his interspecies experiment actually succeeded. Perhaps we should try to get him out of there. Or at least obtain his experimental results, a new enemy. A new shadowies closing in on the Amazing Spider-Man. However, everyone has their own journey. And everyone will write their own biography. The story of the Amazing Spider-Man needs to be written by him. Because after Peter finished his analysis, he had already returned to his own world. Chapter 38, Invading Stark Tower. Peter spent nearly an hour fighting with Dr. Lizard, and the subsequent research took a full 6 hours. When he returned, it was already daylight outside. Peter's body had rested for a while and he was full of energy. Peter, to be honest, was always quite energetic. They're young after all, most importantly. He felt he got along very well with the Amazing Spider-Man. Just like mentioned earlier, they are like half-brothers. They were twins no less. While Spider-Man Noir did have a significant impact on Peter, his tone was too somber and somewhat incompatible with Peter's youthful nature, making them not quite compatible. Peter first glanced at the glowing spider web in his mind. Unfortunately, following Spider-Man Noir, the light spot in the Amazing Spider-Man also stopped shining. This means that he won't be able to go to the Amazing Spider-Man universe for the time being. He didn't know when the next point of light would appear. Nor did he know whether that point of light would be one of the 2 parallel universes he had visited, or a new universe he had never been to. However, perhaps it's a good time to get things done on my side first. Since Aunt May wasn't home, he simply got up, sat down at the table, and rewrote the SPC 120703 polymer biomass fiber material synthesis scheme and the spider silk optical microscope. SPC 120703 is composed of 3 parts. SB is an abbreviation for Spider-Man. C is an abbreviation for copy. And 120703 is the serial number of the Amazing Spider-Man universe. In summary, it means 120703 Cosmic Spider-Man Web Dungeon. Which is simple and clear, of course. This is just a convenient way to distinguish them, in fact. Unless Peter says it, no one would associate it with Spider-Man from a parallel universe. Before he could finish writing, it was time for school. So Peter took what he hadn't finished writing to school and secretly wrote it during class. The teacher was very pleased to see Peter writing so diligently and praised him for being so smart and hardworking, telling the other students to learn from him, especially Fry. Therefore, Flash's defense break +1, HP -1, aggro +1. In the lab class, because the spider silk had just been replenished, Peter didn't secretly make spider silk this time. Instead, he openly and honestly produced 2 things: SPC 120703 polymer biomass fiber material and spider silk optical microscope glasses. He needed to make a sample so he could convince Tony Stark. Of course, it wasn't actually something he wanted to do openly and honestly. In fact, he was habitually doing his research in secret at first. Just then Ned that Fatsa came over to chat, which attracted the teacher as well at that moment. Peter was wearing spider silk optical microscopes on the laboratory's optical microscope to observe a small piece of SPC120703 polymer biomass fiber that had just been produced. And he didn't have time to put it away. Then the teacher found out, left with no other option. Peter had to bring up the Stark internship program again, explaining that it was a task assigned to him by Mr. Stark. The teacher was very happy to hear that. He felt extremely honored to be associated with a large corporation like Stark Industries. Instead of blaming Peter, he asked Peter if there was anything else he could help with, and told him to come to him. Thus, Peter inexplicably acquired a pass that allowed him to use the school's laboratories for free. You could say it was a blessing in disguise. During lunch, Peter tried to contact Tony Stark to sell samples of his two studies. However, the message was ignored and received no reply whatsoever. This left Peter feeling quite helpless. As someone who's supposed to be a future Avenger, can't you at least not be so dismissive? Unfortunately, Stark Tower is in Manhattan, which is not only far away from Queens where he lives, but also separated by a river, making it very inconvenient to go there if it's a round trip. Relying solely on his after-school time is too tight. If Aunt May isn't home, then he could give it a try. But if Aunt May is home, he has to go home for dinner. If he had seized the opportunity during the 2 days Aunt May was away and decisively taken the experimental samples to Stark Industries, perhaps he wouldn't be in this predicament now. Unfortunately, several days passed in this way. And finally the weekend arrived. No new world has emerged yet. And Peter has been going about his business as usual these past few days, being everyone's friendly Spider-Man, doing training sessions in the suit-chatting with Karen, and continuing to explore new applications of spider silk in the school library and lab. And you know what? We actually gained some insights. But we can talk about those things later, because Peter has a more important event to attend to today. Go find Tony Stark. Peter slung his backpack over his shoulder, clutched the pocket money he had saved up over the past few days, and boarded a bus bound for Manhattan. After much trouble, he finally arrived at the foot of Stark Tower, only to be stopped no matter how Peter explained. The security guards downstairs didn't believe that a kid like him would know Tony Stark. Left with no other option, Peter had to find another way. He arrived at a small alley near Stark Tower, put on his Spider-Man suit, swung directly to the vicinity of Stark Tower, and ran up the wall after reaching the rooftop. Before Peter could even get his footing, his spider sense was triggered. Unidentified visitor detected. Preliminary determination, unauthorized intrusion. Self-defense mode activated. The electronic voice announced, immediately afterwards. A hole opened up somewhere on the ground, and a suit of steel armor flew out and sped toward Peter. Peter was slightly startled and quickly jumped away from where he was. Mr. Stark, I am Spider-Man, not an intruder. No authorization information was found in the database. Spider-Man is determined to be an unauthorized intrusion target. Self-defense mode is allowed to continue. The alarm in the room was still going off. Peter, what happened to me being a trainee Avenger? It's one thing for the security guards downstairs to stop me, but why doesn't even the AI system recognize me? Peter grumbled as he dodged the attacks from the Iron Man armor. Actually, he really wanted to test just how powerful this Iron Man armor really was. However, was afraid that if he damaged it, Iron Man would ask him for compensation. After all, he was in the wrong for illegally intruding, and he had a project that wanted to invest in him instead. He smashed a suit of steel armor worth at least several $1 million without saying a word. That's a bit unreasonable. Reassess the strength of the intruder. Self-defense level upgraded. Just as Peter was dodging the attack from the first suit of Iron Man armor, another voice rang out, and then boom boom. 2 more suits of steel armor flew out. Peter, if you keep acting like this, I won't hold back. Chapter 39, Iron Man and Pepper Potts. Peter continued to run around the room, but he soon realized that he could no longer keep dodging like this. When he only had 1 suit of Iron Man armor, he actually had it quite easy. Although this Iron Man suit is controlled by artificial intelligence, The AI uses algorithms and lacks the flexibility of some humans. Peter's insight and spider sense made it easy to handle. So he wasn't flustered at all. And even took the time to drink a glass of water amidst his busy schedule. He was a little thirsty from being chased so much. But that was before. Now 3 suits of steel armor, controlled by an intelligent system, are working together to deal with him. When they work together, their power increases dramatically. If the difficulty level of one suit of armor was 2 to the power of 1, which is 2, then 3 suits of armor would be 2 to the power of 3, which is 8. Its power has increased to 8 times its original level. Quite scary in this situation. If he continues to dodge, he will become increasingly passive. We must find a way to contain 2 of them, Peter thought to himself, and quickly got to work. As Peter passed through a narrow passage, he left behind a trail of spider silk. The spider silk burst open at the designated location, transforming into a tripwire. The armored vehicle chasing him was tripped up because it was moving too fast. At that moment, the delayed web bombs that Peter had left on the remaining 2 sides of the tripwire suddenly triggered. Bang! Several clusters of spiderweb bullets exploded at extremely close intervals, enveloping the Iron Man armor layer upon layer. The steel armor was wrapped up like a cocoon, much like a spider's hunting belt used to wrap its prey with silk. With one less armored warrior surrounding him, Peter immediately felt a significant reduction in pressure. So he didn't stop and continued running along the walls and ceiling in the room. The other 2 suits of armor were also chasing him. At a certain moment, suddenly slammed on the brakes, and at the same time shot out spider silk from both hands, which stuck to the 2 suits of steel armor. The intelligent system detected his slowdown and immediately ordered the Iron Man armor to slow down and turn around to chase him. But in doing so, it fell into Peter's trap. Peter pulled hard on the spider web, and the 2 suits of steel armor collided directly, falling to the ground with a crash. Peter was startled. Damn it, did they manage to remove Mr. Stark's armor, you little brat? Sneaking into my office and even dismantling my armor. A voice suddenly rang out. Immediately afterwards, the elevator next to them stopped, and 2 people appeared inside. Both Peters knew each other. One of them was Tony Stark, the Iron Man whom Peter had met. Another mature woman is Pepper Potts, Stark's rumored girlfriend and CEO of the Stark Industries. Of course, Peter had never met her in person. He simply followed the Stark Industries website and saw her frequently in interviews, which is why he recognized her at a glance. Kid, some people outside value each of my Iron Man suits at $560 million. I'll round it down to $1.7 billion. How are you going to pay me back, by card or cash? Or how about you work for me for the rest of your life? Tony Stark looked at Peter with a very serious expression. Upon seeing the 2 of them, Peter jumped down from the ceiling somewhat awkwardly, removed his spider mask and stammered, "I'm sorry, Mr. Stark, Ms. Potts, I. Pepper Potts lightly patted Tony Stark's arm and gave him a reproachful look. You scared the kid. Tony Stark shrugged and snapped his fingers. Caw. The fragments of armor on the ground trembled and flew into the air, where they were pieced back together in a few breaths. On the other side, flames spewed from the armor bound by spider silk, burning away all the spider silk on its surface. A short while later, 3 sets of pristine armor flew back to where the armor was stored. Only the mess in the room speaks volumes about what Peter had just done here. Peter then realized that Stark, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, was actually teasing him. That's right. He didn't exert much force at all. He mainly used skillful techniques throughout. How could he possibly have caused any damage to these armors made of gold titanium alloy? And now that I think about it carefully, if each suit of armor costs $5.6 million, then 3 suits would cost $16.8 billion, right? How did it become $17 billion? Is there a way to round up to 0? What evil capitalists? However, after figuring this out, Peter relaxed. This shows that Tony Stark was indeed joking with him. Come, kid, come sit here. Pepper Potts walked over to Peter, took his hand and led him to sit on the sofa. Tony Stark, meanwhile, was already sitting there with an air of nonchalance. Tell me, Mr. Pajama Baby, why aren't you doing your community service? What are you doing here? I'm not a pajama baby. Peter argued, but looking at the mess in the office. His tone softened involuntarily, fortunately. Tony Stark got down to business, which gave Peter a way out. He picked up his backpack and took out a test tube in a packaging bag. The test tube contains a spider silk optical microscope. Because these things will break and become unusable if they are taken out of a sterile environment for too long. I could only use one test tube filled with sterile water for storage. The packaging bag contains SPC 120703 polymer biomass fiber material. Although it is a biomass fiber, it is actually the same as other polymer fibers, so it does not have high requirements for storage. Peter placed 2 items on the table, along with his proposal and research report, and pushed them in front of Tony Stark. Tony Stark picked up a copy with great interest. Pepper Potts took 2 drinks from the refrigerator and gave one to Tony and one to Peter. Tony was nonchalant at first, but then became a little more serious. Seeing his appearance, Pepper also became curious. At this moment, Pepper got herself another drink and sat down next to Tony. Tony then handed her the copy he had finished reading. Here. Take a look too, it's quite interesting. Pepper placed the drink on the table and picked up the research report and proposal to read. Peter was extremely nervous watching their actions. This is very similar to when he interviewed to get into Midtown High School. That time it was for going to school, this time it's for investment, so he can better dedicate himself to the superhero cause. And so Aunt May can have a better life. A few minutes later, Tony and Pepper finished reading both documents Peter had given them. Tony looked at Peter with some surprise. You made this yourself? Peter hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Although it was developed in the Amazing Spider-Man universe, and when he merged with the Amazing Spider-Man, it can still be considered that he developed it right. Chapter 40, Tony's Mission. Great idea, and this thing has a promising future. You've got the flair I had in my youth, Tony said, giving Peter an approving look. Pepper looked at Peter with a smile, marveling at the young boy's genius. As Iron Man's capable assistant, a large part of Iron Man's information about Peter actually comes from Pepper. Therefore, Pepper knows Peter no less than Iron Man does. He's only 15 years old and attends a public school. This shows that his achievements today are entirely due to his talent and hard work. Although Iron Man seems to ignore Peter, he has actually been keeping an eye on him all along, especially his school life. Iron Man knew that he was using the Stark internship program as a pretext to borrow equipment from the school lab for research. But he didn't expose him instead. He donated some money and experimental equipment to Midtown High School. Unexpectedly, before his donation could be fully implemented, Peter gave him a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect you to actually bring anything. Well then, I'll just open an account for you with the September fund. All the research funds and profits will be put in there, and you can manage them as you see fit, Tony said casually. Peter's 2 studies were off course, insignificant to the large and powerful Stark group. But he and Pepper saw Peter's talent in scientific research in this. Based on their previous observations of Peter, they also knew that he was kind-hearted and had sound values. If you have superpowers, your first instinct should be to help others, not to do whatever you want. This is enough to demonstrate a person's character and values. This is also why Iron Man previously gifted Peter a Spider-Man suit worth nearly $10 million. That's right, it's nearly 10 million. Not the few million Peter thought. A few million is just the price of the suit and some of the high-tech equipment inside. The artificial intelligence inside that suit was a separate AI specially created by Iron Man, not a copy of his Friday. This artificial intelligence alone is enough to drive many people crazy. Pepper, these are yours, Tony said, pushing his own portion to Pepper as well. Pepper picked up 2 project proposals and their samples and stood up. Fine. I guess I'm just destined to be a workaholic. After all, you're the boss. She then looked at Peter. This guy did it on purpose. Actually, we knew when you came up, so don't take it to heart. Peter nodded quickly. Tony looked at Pepper with some displeasure. Hey, why did you say that? This kid needs to know he can't trespass. Let him learn his lesson. Pepper rolled her eyes at him and turned to leave. Tony tapped on the table, then grabbed a handful of data and tossed it to Peter. Peter was somewhat confused. At that moment his battle suit flashed a few times. Tony said, "You're more capable than I thought. So I unlocked some of the locked functions in your suit." Peter chuckled, scratched his head, and felt quite accomplished to be praised by Iron Man. However, Tony paused, then continued, "That's not enough, kid. Do you want to unlock all the features and fully own the suit?" Peter nodded emphatically. Of course he wanted to. Previously it was merely borrowing, and now, according to Iron Man, the ownership has truly been given to him, Tony said. Recently, some guys in Brooklyn have been carrying weapons that look a lot like the technology used by the Chitauri army that invaded New York a few years ago. We suspect someone is secretly manufacturing these kinds of weapons. The Secret Service is investigating. But I don't really trust them. I can trust you, right, Peter? Peter exclaimed, getting a little excited. Very good, Tony patted Peter on the shoulder. You've got to do your job, leave it to me, Mr. Stark. Peter said solemnly. This was the first serious task assigned to him, and he had to do it well. All right, you can stay here a little longer. There's a holographic game console over there. You can play for a while, but remember to go home early. Tony stood up ready to leave. Actually, he's been quite busy lately. Because Captain America and Falcon, former members of the Avengers, were convicted of crimes along with Winter Soldier for harboring a suspect. There was initially some room for maneuver in the case. However, a major battle at Berlin Airport eliminated that possibility, and the two were completely expelled from the Avengers. Hawkeye and Wanda, being on Captain America's side, were also placed on the criminal list and expelled from the Avengers. Black Widow, on the other hand, was also expelled from the criminal list for letting Captain America and Winter Soldier escape without permission. War Machine was accidentally injured by Vision and remains in a coma. Even if he wakes up, his lower body will be paralyzed, making it difficult for him to wear the Iron Man armor again. As for the remaining, Thor and Hulkon returned to Asgard, while the other disappeared during the battle with Ultron. Even Vision, because of Wanda's arrest and his guilt for accidentally injuring War Machine, was constantly distracted. For a time, only Iron Man remained of the Avengers. What kind of alliance is a one-man alliance? Left hand to right hand. This is also why Iron Man came into contact with Peter. Actually, he was thinking of observing Peter for a while longer before deciding whether to formally recruit him into the Avengers. After all, Peter is too young, only 15 years old, however. Peter's keen insight and reasoning ability during their first meeting, his ability to control the situation and his quick thinking in the battle at Berlin Airport, and his outstanding research capabilities that he has just demonstrated are all remarkable. A series of actions led Iron Man to quickly elevate his opinion of Peter. That's when he decided to give Peter a try instead of the task that shouldn't have been given to him in the first place. Consider it a test. If Peter can truly pass this test, then he will personally invite Peter to become a true Avenger. Mr. Stark, Peter called to Tony, is there anything else? I've been a bit busy lately, Tony said. Implying that Peter should get to the point, Peter said, I was wondering if I could become a research intern in one of your biology labs. Tony gave Peter a deep look, raised his wrist, and tapped a few times on the light screen that popped up on his wristwatch. All right. There just happens to be a small biology lab available. Do whatever you want and apply for anything you need. You have the September grant, thank you, Mr. Stark. You're welcome. Are you all right now? I'm off then, see you later. Tony turned and left with a flourish. Chapter 41, The Vulture of the Main Universe. After Iron Man left, Peter didn't linger and soon left Stark Tower. When Peter returned, didn't take off his Spider-Man suit. Instead, he boarded a bus while still wearing it. That's right, it's multiplied by up. He found a bus that happened to be going to Queens, jumped onto the roof and hitched a ride. The biostatic electricity granted by his spider ability allows him to easily attach himself to any surface. So even if the car accelerates, decelerates, or suddenly turns, it's no different for him than sitting on flat ground. Well, it's just a bit bumpy. Lying on his back on the roof of the bus, Peter turned on the communication device on the web shooter. Just now, the AI assistant in the Spider-Man suit notified me that she had received a text message from an unknown source. Peter opened it and took a look. Oh, what do you mean, unknowns? It was clearly posted by Tony Stark. The above text clearly contained information related to the mission he had just received at Stark Tower. Actually, the Secret Service doesn't have much information either. The main thing is that there have been recent clashes between several underground gangs in New York. And some witnesses have filmed videos showing that they were using energy weapons. Due to the angle and distance of the video shooting, the video clarity is not high, but based on comparison, it can be seen that the shape of the weapon is still the shape of a kinetic weapon on Earth. What does that mean? Someone has combined energy weapons and kinetic energy weapons to create a stripped-down version of an energy weapon. Even though it's a stripped-down version, it's still an energy weapon. A powerful handheld energy cannon can turn a person into a pile of charred remains with a single shot. So powerful that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Some cluster weapons can even easily cut through armor. This exceeds the limits of the gun ownership permit. Although the Constitution does not specify the types of firearms, the federal government and individual states have different interpretations of gun control. The purchase of fully automatic weapons, short-barreled rifle silencers, weapons of mass destruction, explosive etc., all require very strict local and federal reviews. Energy weapons are far more powerful than kinetic weapons and fall into the category of weapons of mass destruction. Such unrecorded acts are clearly illegal. Moreover, they also exchanged fire in residential areas. One wrong move and innocent civilians could be harmed. However, through the information provided by Iron Man, Peter also found some potentially useful clues. First, since these downgraded energy weapons are made by combining kinetic and energy weapons, it means that they should have at least one manufacturing plant. And the scale should be quite large. Small workshops cannot process and manufacture energy weapons. Therefore, he might first check some abandoned factories in Queens and Brooklyn. The factory is indeed abandoned, but that's just a facade. A mere label. Perhaps it will be exploited by those with ulterior motives and secretly converted into a weapons workshop. After all, abandoning means not being noticed, not having to pay taxes and so on, which brings many conveniences. Second, the source of energy weapons. First, we can rule out the possibility that these energy weapons were developed by them. Why, if they developed this themselves? Then they have absolutely no need to combine it with the shell of a kinetic weapon. If this technology truly exists, whether seeking cooperation with official bodies or with large corporations like Stark Industries, it would garner substantial support. We don't have to be so secretive anymore. Their behavior clearly has only one reason: they have something to hide. Sohat is the biggest and most likely source of energy weapons that leak out. The Chitauri have invaded. Numerous videos from the Battle of New York 8 years ago, which shocked the world, have been circulated. Although Peter was still young at the time, he had seen a lot. Among them, the energy rifles and energy cannons wielded by the Chitauri. The large-caliber energy cannons mounted on the Chitauri flying vehicles. And so on are all kinds of energy weapons. However, Peter had no idea where these energy weapons went afterward, or what became of the remains of the Chitauri army. He only vaguely saw people cleaning up the sealed-off area. Miss Karen, do I have access to some files and documents related to the Avengers? Peter asked. Authorization is required. Do you wish to request authorization? Karen replied. Apply, of course I'll apply, Peter said. Please wait a moment, we are waiting for Mr. Stark's confirmation. Karen paused for a moment, and then her voice came again. It's approved, Peter. You can now access some information within your authorized scope. Okay, thank you, Miss Karen. Welcome, Peter. Please pull up some information about the events following the 2012 Battle of New York. Peter said. Okay, Peter, it's been transferred, Karen said. A screen of light appeared on Peter's wristwatch. Many related materials have emerged. Peter quickly browsed through it and soon filtered out some useful information. After the Battle of New York, the restoration and cleanup of New York City was taken over by an agency called the Damage Control Department, which was jointly established by the U.S. federal government and Stark Industries over the years. The Damage Control Department has become a truly official agency, and they were also responsible for the follow-up work on the recent Sokovia incident. This means that the Damage Control Department possesses a large amount of high-tech materials. The mysterious weapon manufacturer likely obtained the raw materials from the Damage Control Department. Unfortunately, although Iron Man was the advocate and founder of the Damage Control Department, he later handed the organization over, and it is no longer under his control. Therefore, Peter's idea of checking if the Damage Control Department had any records of missing items was doomed to fail. However, Peter was not discouraged, because he also found some other things. For example, right after the Battle of New York, before the Damage Control Department was established, the New York City Department of City and City commissioned a company to help them clean up the war debris. The company's name is Bessman Salvage. Bessman Salvage is a waste recycling company that has primarily engaged in waste recycling and post-disaster cleanup work. However, Bessman Salvage Company was deregistered after that. The only thing that could be found was that the former head of Bessman Salvage Company was named Adrian Toombs. Peter seemed to recognize the name. In the world of Spider-Man, Noir the Vulture, who was decisively killed by Peter Parker, who had merged with Spider-Man Noir for attacking Aunt May, was originally named Adrian Toombs. Chapter 42, Daredevil and the Punisher. Judging people in this world by people from different worlds seems to be a somewhat biased and prejudiced view. But this old acquaintance, especially one with a criminal record, is someone Peter should definitely investigate thoroughly. After all, this was the only guy who seemed like a strong suspect in his reasoning. Karen helped me look into this guy named Adrian Toombs. Peter said okay, perhaps because it was a test. Iron Man gave Peter as much autonomy as possible, along with some permissions, just like now. Investigating people is not a privilege that Peter should have, but they opened it for him anyway. This guy's resume doesn't have much content. Adrian Toombs lost his parents when he was very young and was raised by his older brother Marcus. He excelled in school, however later, his older brother Marcus was in a car accident, and Tommy gave up his studies to take care of his brother. But unfortunately, he still couldn't save his brother's life. Marcus died after lying in a hospital bed for several years. As an adult, thanks to his early studies and his own hard work, Toms became an outstanding electrical engineer and inventor. He founded a waste recycling company called Bessman Salvage. In fact, while collecting scrap, he would collect and repair some usable tools from the scrap, and then reuse them to make some cheap but easy-to-sell 90% new electrical appliances. It wasn't until 2012, after the Battle of New York, that Bessman Salvage was commissioned by the city council. Toms thought this was his chance to rise to prominence, so he bought a new truck, hired many new workers, and even took out huge loans. But unexpectedly, the Federation and Stark Industries also set their sights on this lucrative prize for Earth. The Chitauri army's high technology was indeed a tempting target. Moreover, they were actually considering safety as well. After all, these alien technologies are of great importance, and it would be safer to keep them in our own hands rather than handing them over to civilian organizations. Under such tyranny, Toms had no chance to resist. Ultimately, Bessman Salvage went bankrupt and was liquidated. To Peter's surprise, the following years, Toms did not succumb to despair. Instead, he quickly paid off his debts and began to live a good life. It's not that Peter is jealous or anything. Rather, this is not in line with common sense. Putting aside how Toms repaid his huge debt, he doesn't even own a company now. So where did his money come from? If there were a suspect index then in Peter's mind, Toombs' suspect index has jumped from 30 to 70. The initial intention to investigate him was simply to find clues. The reason we want to investigate him now is because we want to find evidence. However, Peter did not find the information he wanted regarding Toombs. This guy is clearly hiding something on purpose. This raised his suspicion level again, but at the same time, it did cause trouble for Peter's investigation. At this moment, the bus Peter got on had unknowingly arrived in Queens and was heading in another direction away from Peter's house. Peter snapped out of his daze and immediately got out of the car. For the next few days, Peter once again lived a life revolving around Home Street School. However, the focus of his extracurricular activities is no longer on scientific research, but on tracking down Adrian Toombs. Unfortunately, progress has been quite slow. Firstly, although Peter often daydreams in class, the school is full of people and distractions, which is quite inconvenient. Moreover, it's not easy for him to talk to Karen at school. Secondly, this guy is quite cautious and may even have a strong sense of counter-surveillance, which is why Peter, despite his special investigation, didn't find much information about him. Peter would even go to the gloomy alleys of those chaotic areas at night to gather intelligence from some thugs. In this way, although progress is slow, it is not entirely without results. A week later, the weekend arrived again. Peter slipped out and hailed a ride to Manhattan. His target was a block in Manhattan, roughly located between the 34th and 57th blocks, the area between 8th Avenue and the Hudson River. The thug he caught and interrogated referred to it as Hell's Kitchen. He also learned from that thug that Hell's Kitchen had once been home to many gangs from different countries. Some of the most notorious are Cerberus Irish Kitchen and Mexican drug cartels. Just a few months ago, these gangs suffered devastating blows. First, a masked hero called Daredevil defeated Wilson Fisk, the leader jointly elected by these criminal organizations. Then, a lone gunslinger known as the Punisher took steps to permanently eliminate most of the criminal organization. However, even a centipede with 100 legs does not die easily. Even today, there are still many ambitious people in Hell's Kitchen. After their leaders were arrested and several large gangs disbanded, smaller gangs and factions began vying for control of the area. According to the thug, he had heard about several incidents of gangs in Hell's Kitchen using energy weapons in firefights, indicating that the other side clearly had a stable source of these weapons. Moreover, some information obtained by the Secret Service eventually pointed to Hell's Kitchen. So Peter decided to try his luck at Hell's Kitchen. Hell's Kitchen. Peter wasn't really familiar with this place, since he'd never been here before. Fortunately, he has Karen, his smart assistant. Not only is she beautiful and has a sweet voice, but she also has navigation abilities, which can help him quickly find his target and plan a suitable route. They even know exactly which car nearby offers a ride. With Karen's help, he quickly moved between buildings until he reached the top of a building. Here he saw two people. A figure wearing a somewhat rough polymer fiber suit was chained to a chimney. A man standing next to him was wearing a bulletproof vest and carrying a number of weapons. Peter paused for a moment, then quickly lay down. Karen, is that Daredevil who's tied up? Peter asked doubtfully. Yes, Daredevil, also known as the Devil of Hell's Kitchen. A picture popped up, showing photos of Daredevil taken by the media. And who is the other person? Peter felt that the other person also looked somewhat familiar. Another image popped up. After comparison, there is a 90% probability that this is another violent Punisher active in Hell's Kitchen. The Punisher, Peter was somewhat surprised. He met the two infamous vigilantes from Hell's Kitchen so soon. However, the way they met was somewhat unexpected. Chapter 43. Don't I, Spider-Man, have any dignity? Karen, why do you say the Punisher is a violent person? Isn't he also a vigilante, a superhero? Peter noticed the different words Karen used when describing Daredevil and the Punisher. The Punisher, whose real name is Frank Castle, is a former Marine who became an FBI training instructor after retiring. Several years ago, his family was murdered by gangsters. Although Frank was shot in the head and presumed dead, he miraculously survived after that. Frank transformed into the Punisher and went to Hell's Kitchen to try to find the murderers of his family. Not long ago, he and the masked hero known as Daredevil destroyed the 3 major gangs that ruled Hell's Kitchen. His philosophy is, if you are guilty, you should die. He applied to join the Avengers but was rejected by Mr. Stark. Karen recounted the Punisher's information in great detail. Peter didn't react much after hearing this. The Punisher's appearance reminded him of an old friend. Spider-Man Noir. Spider-Man Noir shows no mercy to villains. Even after merging with him, this didn't change much. In just one night, directly or indirectly killed Vulture, Kraven the Hunter, and Green Goblin, of course. There are still some differences between the two. Spider-Man Noir only kills those he deems worthy of death. The Punisher, on the other hand, has an attitude of thoroughly eliminating all evil. However, the fact that Iron Man had such detailed information about him suggests that the Punisher's actions seem to have received some kind of tacit approval. Perhaps it's a way for them to check and balance the forces in New York's underworld. As for the joke about guilt for killing his loved ones, do politicians even have that kind of thing? While Peter was observing Daredevil and the Punisher, the two opposite him started arguing previously. Daredevil learned that the Punisher was tracking District Attorney Samantha Reyes because, after destroying several gangs in Hell's Kitchen, the Punisher seemed to have some evidence that Samantha was directly connected to the incident that killed his family. Daredevil's own methods of dealing with villains are somewhat radical, but he believes that the Punisher's indiscriminate killing is too extreme. So he wanted to catch up and stop him, even if you want revenge. Shouldn't you ask about everything first? Just as the two started fighting over a disagreement, Samantha ordered the officers to shoot them. The two fell from the glass roof, and Daredevil hit his head and fell unconscious. Then he was brought here by the Punisher. After Daredevil woke up, he continued to persuade the Punisher, roughly saying that kindness exists in everyone and no one is beyond redemption. The Punisher, however, scoffed at Daredevil's ideas, believing his method was the best way to end crime, while Daredevil's approach was more like a half measure. Is justice achieved only halfway? The Punisher then pulled out a brown-haired man and said to Daredevil, "No, you have 3 choices. First, you kill him. Second, kill me before I kill him. Thirdly, do nothing, I'll kill him if you look closely." Daredevil is completely strapped to his body, but he has a gun thoughtfully strapped to his hand, with one finger on the trigger. Clearly this was pre-planned by the Punisher, however. Daredevil did not hesitate and chose the 4th option. Bang! Daredevil's gun struck the chains binding him. With a loud crash, the chains slammed to the ground. At that moment, another gunshot rang out, and a bullet pierced the man's body, spraying blood out. The Punisher casually tossed the gangster to the ground and looked at Daredevil with a mocking expression. The gangster on the ground coughed up blood and mumbled as he questioned Daredevil. "Why didn't you save me?" Daredevil silently lowered his pistol. He was ultimately a step too late. "Of course I don't feel guilty. This guy's name is Grote, and he is a core member of the Irish Kitchen, one of the many gangs in Hell's Kitchen. He happened to be absent when the Punisher was carrying out their purge, which allowed him to escape unscathed, undeterred. He contacted Samantha Reyes, the official head of Hell's Kitchen, attempting to leverage official power to gain influence and become the second person in charge of Hell's Kitchen after Kingpin. To Daredevil's regret, he could have extracted more information from this guy and then used his legal means to send him to prison and give him a long sentence. But now he has been killed directly by the Punisher. It was a truly one-and-done solution. But some things were also buried forever as a result. Daredevil shook his head slightly, genuinely annoyed by the Punisher's behavior. Peter was completely confused. Is saving lives something to be done so carelessly? The only difference between this and the Russian special forces rescuing people is whether or not they conserve ammunition. Right at this moment, The Punisher had already walked to the side and pulled out a weapon that looked somewhat like a shoulder-mounted RPG from a backpack not far away. But as he pulled the trigger, he began to build up energy. The RPG began to emit a faint glow. This was no rocket launcher. It was clearly a shoulder-mounted energy cannon. Peter suddenly stood up, energy weapons moreover. It's an energy weapon with the appearance of a conventional kinetic energy weapon. Isn't this exactly what I've been searching for? Hey, wait, Mr. Punisher. Peter stopped observing and shot out a web and flew over. Who are you? The Punisher whirled around. The energy cannon he was gathering power at Peter hum. Peter's spider-like senses suddenly jolted. His eyelids twitched wildly. His spider sense told him that this guy in front of him could blast an energy cannon at him at any moment. This madman, Peter cursed inwardly, but could only force a smile onto his face, unfortunately. The mask couldn't hide it. Peter was afraid of provoking the Punisher, so he didn't dare to make any unnecessary movements. He said cautiously, I'm Spider-Man from Queens like you. I'm also off vigilante, that's what they call me. Oh. You're that kid next door. The Punisher lowered the muzzle of its energy cannon slightly. But the energy buildup continued. Peter breathed a slight sigh of relief. No, I'm not a brat. Even a little devil won't admit he's a little devil. I'm not, Peter retorted, the Punisher said. Only little devils would be so keen on helping old ladies cross the street every day. Peter, Karen, didn't you say this guy was a ruthless killer? How come he's so sarcastic? Doesn't Spider-Man have any dignity, Karen? Chapter 44 Investigation Progress. Your heartbeat is certainly young, not even 18 yet. Kid Daredevil suddenly chimed in. Peter, dead Japanese letter. How come there's a monster here that can tell someone's age just by their heartbeat? That's fucking terrifying. Daredevil reached out and touched his eye, explaining. I lost something, so I gained something. Peter was a little confused at first, until he saw the lenses on Daredevil's mask, which looked like there were two glasses lenses, but were actually completely sealed. This means that the people inside can't actually see outside. This is clearly not the kind of clothing a normal person should wear. So Daredevil is actually blind, of course. It's not that Peter was prejudiced against blind people. On the contrary, after learning that Daredevil was blind, he was filled with respect. It is not easy for able-bodied people to do these things, let alone people with disabilities. Kid, what are you doing here? Do you want to stop me like this guy? The Punisher asked in a somewhat unfriendly tone. Daredevil also looked at Peter. Although Daredevil is blind, his other four senses, hearing, touch, taste, and smell, have all been enhanced to an epic degree. After receiving instruction from the old man, he perfectly mastered his current state and developed human potential to its limit. Although he is blind, these abilities give him a radar-like superpower, allowing him to accurately estimate the trajectory of moving objects. At the same time, he also evolved radar senses. This sense is even more advanced than Spider-Man's spider sense. When developed to its fullest extent, it can even allow him to perceive every corner of Hell's Kitchen while sitting quietly at home. Peter quickly waved his hand. He didn't want to clash with this ruthless and sharp-tongued violent man. He pointed to the energy cannon in the Punisher's hand and said, Actualithis is what I came for. The Punisher glanced down instinctively, frowning. For this? Peter nodded and said, I'd like to ask Mr. Custer, where did you get this weapon from? The Punisher narrowed his eyes at Peter. A dangerous aura spreading through the air. You want to buy this weapon? No, Peter quickly shook his head. He felt that if he nodded, this guy would blast him into a roasted spider. In fact, I also found these strange energy weapons in Queens. They are threatening the safety of the residents. I think someone must be making them, so they are investigating this matter. Peter actually wanted to say that he was an Avenger trainee who was doing this for Tony Stark. But then I remembered that the Punisher's resume included an entry where he applied to join the Avengers but was rejected. He decided against saying that. What if this sharp-tongued, violent person is petty and jealous of him? After all, he's not only handsome but also so capable. Oh, there is such a perfect little spider in the world. Who is he? It's Peter Parker. The Punisher had no idea that Peter had suddenly become immersed in a sea of narcissism. Hearing Peter's explanation, the serious expression on his face softened slightly. And he said these things. I recently stole from the Irish kitchen member CUC. As he spoke, kicked Groat's corpse on the ground and said, "This guy should be the last member of the Irish kitchen. You're too late, Peter." He regretted watching the show earlier. He should have intervened and stopped it. At least let him get the clues first. Unfortunately, it's too late to regret it now. Daredevil suddenly spoke up, seeing. The Cerberus also has similar weapons, Hellhound. You think my patience is limitless? The Punisher asked Daredevil angrily. He then rushed to the edge of the building. Peter was slightly taken aback, but quickly realized what was happening. The two men's actions illustrate one point: the Hellhounds are in the vicinity. Peter charged at the Punisher, shooting out webs to first stick the energy cannon in his hand, preventing him from reaching the trigger, and then pulled him down. Dude, at least let me finish asking my question first, okay? Although the Punisher was pulled back repeatedly, he stubbornly said punishing evil is urgent. Dragging things out will only create more complications. Yes. Peter pushed him against the chimney where Daredevil had been tied up and bound him with spider silk. Damn it, let me go, the Punisher roared. Don't worry, I'll definitely let you go. Then you can go back to whatever you were doing. Peter smiled slyly. But only after I've finished questioning you. You little brat. The Punisher looked like he wanted to devour Peter. However, how could a mere ordinary Punisher possibly be a match for Peter? The difference in physical fitness left him completely powerless to resist. Peter ignored him and turned to Daredevil. Mr. Daredevil, could you please keep an eye on him? Daredevil smirked. Don't worry, this guy just tied me up. Now the tables have turned. Peter got goosebumps. Oh, this. Daredevil's superhuman senses detected Peter's emotional fluctuations. And he was somewhat speechless. I'm not a pervert. You can even read what I'm thinking. Peter was even more surprised. A jolt. What kind of description is that? Daredevil asked, puzzled. I can indeed sense some emotional fluctuations. Changes in heart rate, changes in body temperature. Changes in breathing when a person's emotions change. These things will react accordingly. You'll understand when you go blind like me. Peter waved his hands repeatedly. Thank you. But I don't want to go blind. He figured it out. Daredevil was an optimist. He didn't think being blind was something shameful to talk about. He even joked about it. Quite an interesting person. Peter waved Aginwalk to the edge of the building. And jumped. Daredevil pointed him in the right direction. It was an abandoned residential building downstairs. The headquarters of the Hellhound gang. Peter slipped in silently and with his spider sense. He could easily bypass all the thugs without alerting anyone. Soon he found several guys who seemed to be the leaders. After some questioning, Peter got the information he wanted. The weapons manufacturers are indeed in New York, but not in Manhattan or Queens Theater in Brooklyn. The person who sold them the weapons was not Adrian Toombs, but a guy who called himself Thriller. This guy is wearing a pair of gauntlets that emit shockwaves that can shatter human bones. Chapter 45: The Punisher of Freeloading. From their descriptions, Peter pieced together a rough outline of the arms dealer known as Thriller. He was a bald white male around 40 years old, who sometimes liked to wear a black knitted hat, had a full beard, and wore a shockwave-emitting glove on his right hand. He always had an arrogant look on his face. According to those gangsters, he's a bit of a jerk. If they didn't need the weapons the other party was selling, they would definitely have beaten him up a few times to vent their anger. In addition, the horror character has a companion, but that person usually only drives. Peter guessed he was probably one of the horror's employees or something. Well, to be honest, this does fit Peter's image of a bad guy quite well. A burly man accompanied by a mysterious driver. Wow. The atmosphere instantly became lively, however. There must be thousands, if not tens of thousands, of people with similar appearances and attire in New York. Only that high-tech glove that can emit shockwaves is truly iconic. But unless the other person is an idiot who would flaunt this thing in public. Coincidentally, there really are some idiots. According to reliable sources, these guys from Hellhounds will be making a deal with the other party tonight at 11 p.m. And as is customary, horror will surely arrive in person. Peter wasn't sure whether what these people were saying was true or false. However, it's better to believe it's true. So after binding all of these guys up with spider silk, he returned to the roof. He noticed that the Punisher didn't look too good clearly. He had suffered some torture from Daredevil while he was away. It should be verbal after all. Daredevil doesn't seem like the type to resort to violence against people casually. However, sometimes for some people, verbal or psychological abuse is far more torturous than physical abuse. If the gun were still in the Punisher's hands, Peter believes he would definitely shoot Daredevil. Did you get what you wanted? Daredevil may not be able to see, but he can still see and hear everything around him. Peter had just come up when he spotted him. Before Peter could speak, the Punisher roared angrily, "Kid, I won't hold you accountable for tying me up. But you have to let me go now, I'm going to beat this guy up." Peter scratched his head and stood still. The Punisher's face immediately darkened. "You want to go back on your word? Do you want to completely offend me? Then you'd better kill me, otherwise prepare for my revenge." Peter looked a little embarrassed and turned his head away. There are two little spiders fighting in his mind right now. One had demon wings and the other had angel wings. Angel Spider said, "You just said you'd release this guy after you finished questioning him. Are you going to be a person who breaks their word?" The little devil spider said, "If we let him go. Given his personality, he'll definitely go and kill those gangsters. Then the trail will go cold again. And how am I supposed to catch the stunner?" Angel Spider, "Why don't you have a good talk with him? He'll understand." Little devil spider, "No. He's a stubborn, violent and sarcastic person. He even said I'm a little brat who's always helping old ladies cross the street." Angel Spider, "How about this? Let him go first. Then catch him again. This way we can fulfill our promise and also proceed with the next round of deals." Demon Spider, "Great idea, let's do it this way." Peter, "What a terrible idea, it's clearly a lousy one. Your emotions have fluctuated several times, which means you're conflicted. Tell me what happened." Daredevil said, "This guy's abilities are just too overpowered. Although he is blind, can actually see more than others." Peter recounted all the information he had received. However, the Punisher was the first to object. "What? You want them to leave here to conduct arms deals? No way. This is a rare opportunity to wipe them all out. If we miss today, they can scatter again and harm even more people." The Punisher roared. Peter advised, "But those weapons are the root of the problem. If we don't address the root cause, we have Hellhounds. And later we'll have Hell Handshell Headshell Tails. And so on. Only by solving the root cause can we truly solve the problem." The Punisher said, "To solve the problem, we don't necessarily have to let these people go as bait. We can look for clues in their base. What if they're just deceiving you? Using this as a delaying tactic?" Peter was a little embarrassed for a moment. He hadn't thought of that. At this moment, Daredevil said, "I can help you with something." Peter turned to look at him. Daredevil flicked the metal rod in his hand, and the rod immediately retracted, becoming a short section. He then walked to the edge of the roof and jumped off. Peter said he was frightened. "Who do you think you are, jumping off like that? This is the 6th floor." He rushed to the edge, only to see Daredevil open the stick in midair, quickly tapping the wall around his body a few times, and accurately finding the landing point. After several jumps, he entered the residential building. After a while came out again, jumped several times, and returned to the rooftop. His agility was so remarkable, he didn't look blind at all. Even the top parkour athletes are probably only this good. "I've checked for you, it's not a lie," Daredevil said calmly. Without batting an eye, the Punisher was speechless. Although he and Daredevil don't get along, he has a deep understanding of how formidable Daredevil is. He is a human-shaped, self-propelled lie detector. Unless that person has undergone extremely rigorous training to maintain a constant heart rate, breathing, and all other vital signs while lying. Otherwise, there would be nowhere to hide. But if someone can reach that level, they are definitely among the elite, having undergone multiple and long-term brainwashing. You are obviously not one of those gangsters. Peter beamed. Well, Mr. Custer, so. Let me go, the Punisher said expressionlessly. Peter did not move. The Punisher said angrily, don't worry. Since this guy has already said so, I'll reluctantly back down. I'll go with you. And when that guy called Horror shows up, we'll take them all out. Anyway, that guy's no good either. Peter, although this guy still sounds violent and bloodthirsty, wouldn't you say he inexplicably got a combatant for free? Mr. Stark wouldn't withhold my battle merits because of this. Would he? Peter's mind was racing, but his hands were already firmly untying the Punisher. Chapter 46, Thriller. 2 hours later. In a secluded spot along the East River, Peter the Punisher and Daredevil sat quietly, not far away. A pickup truck was parked with 5 people sitting inside. These 5 people were the remnants of the Hellhounds. They were unaware that they were being targeted by the Punisher and Daredevil. However, Spider-Man, who could subdue them in an instant, was also quite terrifying to them, left with no other option. They could only answer all questions and then steer the conversation toward the weapons deal that would take place that evening. Although this is not very professional, they are a gang. So what kind of morality can they talk about? Are we really going to sell out Thriller? I heard that Joseph from East Street got beaten up because he owed Thriller money. A gangster named Bridges whispered, otherwise what? Didn't you see that guy called Spider-Man take us down in no time? If I hadn't stalled for time, would we still be sitting here? Have you forgotten that devil? Who knows if this Spider-Man is like that devil? Killing without blinking an eye. Another gangster, Barack, retorted, that's true. But if we do that, we'll completely offend Horror. Bridges said, no, maybe this is our chance. Barack grinned wickedly, a sly look in his eyes. How so? Bridges asked. Barack said, what if Spider-Man and the Thriller both suffer losses? Bridges' eyes lit up. Then we can both take down Spider-Man and get away from the threat. And also get some terrifying equipment to strengthen our forces. Barack chuckled, that's it. With terrifying equipment and the feat of taking down a superhero, we'll become the next Kingpin. Heh tilde jai tilde. Quack quack tilde. A few gangsters' smug laughter came from the dilapidated pickup truck. In the distance, Daredevil and Peter stood silently facing each other. With their superhuman senses, they both overheard the gangsters' supposedly hushed conspiracy. How to say that's a really good idea if Peter were alone, without knowing the enemy's strengths and weaknesses, facing the terrifying force of high-tech equipment. It might actually be quite a challenge, but now he knows terrifying attack methods and has the Punisher and Daredevil by his side. The dragon is right in front of us. How can we possibly lose? Neither of them did anything to shatter these guys' illusions. On the way here, Peter had already learned about these guys' crimes from the Punisher. The guy inside, named Barack, was a drug dealer and addict. He even forced many people to take drugs to control them, ultimately causing some families to be ruined and destroyed. The guy named Bridges was a tyrant who killed or maimed many people. The others also had their own sins. If it were the old Peter, he would probably have persisted a bit longer and brought them to justice. After all, that's how Aunt May has always taught him, but now it doesn't matter that there's a Punisher. The Punisher will take action. He was just doing a favor. Actually, he also couldn't stand these guys. It would be better for ordinary people in the world if there were fewer people like this. After waiting for a while, a van drove up from a distance. When the van stopped, a man jumped out of the passenger seat. Peter had excellent eyesight and even from this distance, he immediately spotted what the man was wearing on his left hand. It was a circular protective arm with circuitry tangled around its exterior. It was rather rudimentary. This is probably what Horror and his shockwave gloves are all about. However, Peter felt that it looked somewhat familiar. Karen said upon comparison. The item was originally named the Power Enhancement Glove, and it belonged to Crossbones, a former Hydra member. During Operation Lagos, Captain America, Black Widow, Wanda, and Falcon fought against it. Crossbones was defeated, and the Power Enhancement Glove was recovered by Damage Control. But it's here, Peter said. Karen said, there's a 30% chance that there's a mole within the Damage Control department. There's a 70% chance that Shock robbed the damage control department's transport vehicle and stole the power enhancement gloves. Anyway, this guy's got guts. Peter shook his head slightly. These villains are really audacious. Whether it's the former or the latter, they're both worthy of being locked up for a while. Spider-Boy, if you don't make a move soon, I'll do it first. The Punisher pulled out a gun and pointed it at the transaction location. Peter quickly stopped him. Don't kill the horror. I still need to find out his weapons manufacturing plant from him. HMPH, the Punisher remained noncommittal. But the muzzle of his gun shifted slightly. Peter rolled his eyes, so if he hadn't said anything. This guy's first shot would have been meant to be horrifying. With that thought in mind, Peter no longer hesitated. He shot out Spider Silk from both hands and launched himself out. As Peter moved, the Punisher fired his gun. Bang. There was a gunshot. A gangster who got off the bus collapsed with a bloody hole in his face. His face was smashed, an ambush. Jing Song exclaimed in shock, "How dare you betray me?" As he spoke, he raised his shockwave glove and pointed it at Bridges. The gangster he was talking to. Boom. A strong shockwave was generated. This shockwave looks like a type of sound wave, only with the frequency increased to an extremely high level, almost becoming a tangible phenomenon, causing ripple-like fluctuations in the air. The speed of sound is extremely fast and in an instant. The shockwave hit Bridges. Bridges' chest caved in instantly, and his body was sent flying several meters before crashing to the ground, turning into a pile of mud. Damn it, run. Barrick, still in the car, shouted loudly. Their car started moving immediately. Jackson, retreat. His terrified companion shouted, terrified. He chased after the gangster's car. No. I'm going to kill them. You idiot, do you want to make the boss angry? The horrified companion's voice rang out again. Peter arrived at that moment. He used Spider Silk to block out the horrified gaze, then stuck the man's body to him and pulled him towards himself. It was the first time that Jing Song had encountered an opponent with such great strength, and he was clearly a little stunned. By the time he realized what was happening and tried to attack with the shockwave glove, Peter reacted quickly, slapping him on the shoulder and dislocating it. Then he pulled the shockwave glove off. Peter then appeared beneath the bridge above. He casually stuck the glove on, sealing the horrifying garment that was tightly bound, and then examined the shockwave glove. The modification technology is quite advanced. You even have professional technicians. Could you tell me who the boss is? Chapter 47, The Principled Punisher. Go to hell, you cross-dressing brat. If you dare let me go, I'll kill you. The horrified man shouted, snapped. Peter used Spider Silk to glue his mouth shut. I'll come and say hello to you again once dear Spider-Man catches your accomplice. With that, Peter began to fall downwards. The terrified companion, seeing that the terrifying moment had been captured, immediately realized that he had been targeted by someone he couldn't possibly defeat. It could very well be the Avengers. So he decisively chose to abandon his teammates and stepped on the gas to leave. At that moment, a loud thump sounded from the roof of the car. Immediately afterwards, a metal rod pierced through the car window and stuck directly into his steering wheel. The extended part then precisely embedded itself near his feet, trapping his entire foot in the driver's seat, rendering him unable to move. I surrender, I surrender. He immediately took both hands off the steering wheel, hugged his head, and the action was so practiced that it was heartbreaking. He's probably been arrested quite a few times. Even Daredevil, who was kneeling on the roof of the car, was taken aback by his action. Get out of the car. Put your hands behind your head and squat down beside the car. Daredevil said calmly, pulling his stick back. Akyak. The guy replied obediently, getting out of the car as instructed. This is exactly what Peter saw when he came down. He had no idea about any of this. He only thought that Daredevil was so capable that he could get the villain to surrender so easily. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, several gunshots rang out from not far away. Immediately afterwards, the vehicle belonging to the fleeing Hellhounds member, as if drunk, wobbled and drove towards the riverbank, finally plunging headlong into the vast river. It seems the Punisher has taken care of those guys. if you don't want these two to be killed indiscriminately by him as well. You'd better get some useful information out of them as soon as possible. Daredevil said, seemingly offering Peter a friendly reminder, but actually putting pressure on his terrified captive companion. He could sense that his companion was now terrified. With Daredevil's words and the sound of gunshots, the man's fear intensified. This is the perfect time for interrogation. Having learned investigative skills from Spider-Man Noir, Peter naturally also learned some interrogation techniques. Tell me your name. My name is Herman. I'll say my full name, Herman Schulz. What's that guy's name?